Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Wanda stepped into the battleship's laboratory, looking for Evan and Gwen, but the place was empty. Before she could question where they had gone, a shimmering projection appeared out of thin air. Evan's phantom stood before her, expression blank. When I was experimenting with otherworld portals, I accidentally opened a gate, the illusion said. Gwen and I went to investigate. We'll be back within a week. The phantom flickered, then vanished. Wanda frowned. Such a fun trip. And you didn't even call me? Oomph. Universe. Earth 38. Timeline. Kara Zor-El has just joined Catco Media. Evan and Gwen emerged in National City, materializing on the empty winter beach at midnight. Both were drained of magic, too weak to even lift their fingers. They collapsed onto the cold sand, breathing heavily. Where are we? Gwen gasped. Evan gave a tired smile. Remember the DC movies my company produced? Why bring that up now? She asked, confused. Because we may have just dropped into their world. What? Gwen's eyes widened. That's impossible. Movies aren't real. How could we land inside one? Evan chuckled faintly. Depends on how you look at it. From another angle, it's completely scientific. Or you're just bluffing. You don't really know where we are, do you? Then let me give you a little science lesson. Evan launched into his explanation. The universe is more complex than people realize. To higher beings, our cosmos might be no bigger than a glass bead. It all starts with dimensions. 0 dimension, a single point, existence and non-existence. 1 dimension, a line, no depth or width. 2 dimensions, surfaces. 3 dimensions, add height, and you get the space we live in. 4 dimensions, time layered onto space, giving reality motion. 5 dimensions, every possible branch of reality, parallel universes. 6 dimensions, bend those universes, alter pasts, futures, outcomes. 7 dimensions, a line that links entire multiverses together. 8 to 10 dimensions, omnipotence. At the 10th, everything collapses into a single point. Every possibility, every universe, every timeline. Gwen blinked. So what's the takeaway? Possibility, Evans said firmly. From the 10th dimensional perspective, everything that can happen does happen. We just walked out of our own story and into someone else's. Reluctantly, Gwen nodded. Still sounds insane. And you came up with all that on your own. More or less. By now, their magic had recovered enough for them to stand. They left the beach, wandering into the city as dawn approached. The first stop was a small restaurant. They ate breakfast without paying. Magic had its perks. While sipping coffee, Gwen connected to the free Wi-Fi and began searching for familiar names. Batman, once real but missing for years. Presumed dead. Superman, alive. The Man of Steel incident had happened not long ago. The Flash, Cyborg, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Green Lantern. No trace. Gwen frowned. So this isn't the Justice League's world? Evan nodded. Correct. This isn't Earth 0, the main stage. This is Earth 38, the world of Supergirl. Supergirl. Gwen tilted her head. Evan briefly summarized Kara's journey. Krypton's fall, her arrival on Earth, her struggles, and her rise as a hero alongside her cousin, Superman. The main heroes here are only Superman and Supergirl. The roster is thin. Later, we'll need to find a way to Earth 0. Got it, Gwen agreed. Meanwhile, at the Danvers home, Kara woke to another ordinary morning. She had breakfast with her sister, Alex. But mid-conversation, her super hearing caught whispers from across National City. Kara and Superman, the true protagonists of this world. Her ears twitched. Normally, she tuned out the endless flood of noise to avoid overload. But the moment her name, or her cousin's, was mentioned, the sounds cut through like bells. Something unusual was stirring. Kara's superhearing had always been a blessing and a curse. On Earth 38, she could catch whispers carried across the city like they were spoken right beside her. That morning, while eating breakfast with Alex, her ears twitched. Two strangers were talking about her, about Supergirl, about Earth 38, about leaving this world for Earth Zero. Supergirl? She hadn't even debuted yet. Kayla Zor-El had no idea that the title belonged to her. She pushed her plate away and stood abruptly. "I'm leaving first," she told Alex, then rushed out, following the faint echo of those voices. Evan and Gwen finished breakfast and stepped out of the diner, heading toward a quiet alley to slip away. But before they could, a blonde woman blocked their path. "Sorry to bother you," she said. "I overheard your conversation earlier. Tell me, does Earth 38 mean this world? And who exactly is Supergirl?" Evan and Gwen froze. The woman was Kara Danvers, Kara Zor-El. Gwen narrowed her eyes. "Who are you?" "Kara Danvers," she answered. Gwen frowned. That name meant nothing, but another name did. "Do you know Kara Zor-El?" The woman's eyes widened. "How do you know that name?" "So you are Kara Zor-El." Gwen leaned in, studying her closely. Kryptonian or not, she looked just like any other human woman. After a moment's hesitation, Kara nodded. "Yes. And you are?" "Evan Nelson." "Gwen Stacy." Introductions done, Kara's voice softened. "Tell me about Earth Zero, about parallel worlds. If they exist, does that mean Krypton still survives somewhere? My parents, my family, are they alive in another timeline?" The question wasn't just curiosity. It was hope. Evan answered gently. "You do exist in Earth Zero, but we don't know your fate there. Gwen and I are leaving soon." "Then let me go with you," Kara said quickly. Evan shook his head. "I'm sorry." Her shoulders slumped until Evan added, "But..." Kara's eyes lit again. He touched her shoulder, leaving a faint mark of his system. "Meeting is fate. Our paths may cross again." And with that, Evan and Gwen stepped into the time stream and vanished. They reappeared in Gotham City, Earth Zero. The city loomed like a beast, dark spires, choking smog, and a madness that clung to the streets. Gotham wasn't strong because of its power, but because of its insanity. Even God stumbled here. Poison Ivy, Killer Frost, even Joker himself had once been Superman to their games. Strength meant nothing here. In Gotham, which ruled, its criminals climbed a twisted ladder of infamy. Street thugs graduated from Blackgate Prison. The truly deranged earned their stripes in Arkham. Yet even Arkham's alumni, Two-Face, Scarecrow, Riddler, rarely defeated Batman. Only one man ever claimed to be different. Joker, the one enemy Batman treated as his equal. Leaving the gloom behind, Evan and Gwen ducked into a cafe. Gwen quickly tapped into the Wi-Fi, pulling up Earth Zero data. Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, they exist here. But no sign of Green Lantern, Flash, or Cyborg yet. Aquaman, only rumors from CNport. Probably hasn't debuted, Evan mused. "I want to meet Wonder Woman," Gwen said, eyes gleaming. "Her equipment fascinates me. We should study it. Then we need to find her," Evan agreed. "That won't be hard." Gwen's AI cracked public databases effortlessly. Within minutes, she had Diana Prince's location. She's not in the States. She's in Europe, working as curator at the Ancient Greek and Roman Museum in the Louvre. Gwen wants to find Wonder Woman, but Evan has other plans. After discussion, the two decided to split up and made an appointment to meet here again in 3 days. Gwen left the coffee shop first, walked to a nearby deserted alley, cast a spell to teleport, and teleported to the Louvre in romantic country. Evan is in no hurry to leave the cafe. He plans to give his superhero game a major upgrade. For example, the DC world is disguised as a copy world, allowing players from the Marvel world to travel here by logging into the game. However, if you do this, the time flow rate in the game world will have to be adjusted, and the player's resurrection mechanism must also be adjusted. Fortunately, Evan's game development system encourages him to do this and cooperates with him to change the game settings. At the same time, all players in the Marvel world receive system announcements. The Marvel superhero game will undergo upgrade maintenance, during which players will not be able to log into the game. This upgrade maintenance will last for 3 days. The update content of this version is as follows. 1. Add a copy of DC Superhero. 2. This dungeon is a special dungeon. There are no main tasks. Time and historical processes will only keep moving forward. Regardless of whether players form a team or not, they will only enter the unified process of this dungeon. All items obtained by players from this dungeon can be brought back. Back to reality. 3. Unlock a copy of Doctor Strange 1 for all players. 4. Fix several bugs. Marvel Movie Universe. All gamers have received this announcement. After reading the announcement, everyone's expressions became very subtle. Many of them have watched the DC movie series. Because Evan wrote the script and was shot by Evan's company, and the plot is not bad, most of them have watched it. But isn't that a movie? Why does the movie plot appear as a copy? Is it a purely entertainment copy that allows players to experience the plot of the movie? No. The announcement said that the time flow rate of this dungeon is consistent with reality, and this dungeon will not generate a single process for different players, but all players will enter a unified dungeon world, which is conceptually closer to the public area. And the most important point is that everything players get in this dungeon world can be brought back to reality. This has to make some smart people come up with an incredible association. Could this copy be a real world? But how is this possible? Many people can't figure it out. But this does not prevent them from looking forward to the new version. Evan updated the game. According to tradition, the server needs to be maintained for 3 days, and the new version will only be launched after 3 days. After getting the new version of the game, Evan left the cafe and entered the game world. As the creator of this game, Evan is naturally able to log into the game during maintenance. Because the game is under maintenance, there are no other players in the game world at the moment. Evan teleported to the public area, Los Angeles City, found a cafe here, ordered some drinks and desserts, and then used his GM authority to summon Kayla Danvers from Earth 38 as a player into the game world. Before Kayla was summoned, she was working at Cape Media Company in Nazanoshi. She had been absent-minded all day today, and all she could think about was things related to the two aliens in parallel time and space. She wanted to know whether her hometown of Krypton still existed in other parallel worlds. If it existed, she would really like to live there. Even if it was a hometown in parallel time and space, it would still be a familiar hometown. She was sitting at her desk, lost in thought, when she was suddenly summoned, causing her to disappear from where she was. Logically speaking, in a place like this where there are many people, if someone disappears out of thin air, it should attract the attention of many people in the office. But Evan's game has a protection mechanism for players. For example, if you log into the game in public and your body disappears, it will not attract the attention of the people around you. People around you will be interfered by the game system and will subconsciously ignore this matter. For example, now, people around her don't realize that Kayla disappeared out of thin air. They just think that she left on her own. Kayla was confused. She suddenly found that she was no longer in the company, but in a strange coffee shop. She was a little confused and didn't know what was happening. It wasn't until she saw Evan opposite that she realized that he might have used some method to summon her here. "Evan, did you bring me here?" Kayla asked, using supervision to look around. Her sight penetrated the barriers and saw the outside world far and far away. She recognized the city she was in as Los Angeles, but the places further away were blocked by unknown things, which prevented her from seeing the environment outside the city. She asked uncertainly, "This is Los Angeles? This is the digital world I created. It belongs to the imaginary number space. It is between reality and illusion. With this kind of technology, you must be an alien from some advanced civilization, right? I don't believe that human beings' current technology can do such a thing, and this thing like a game panel in my field of vision is what? I'm not an alien, and the thing in your field of vision is just a game panel. Now you're a player here." Evan paused here, then smiled and continued. "I summoned you here because I want to make a deal with you." "With me?" Kayla was confused. "You are a Kryptonian. Your race's genetic technology is unique in the universe and unmatched by anyone. I want to get your DNA sample for research. Why should I agree to something like this? Besides, we are not familiar with each other." Kayla showed resistance to this. Don't refuse in a hurry. Listen to my conditions first. I can open up a separate area in my game world to perfectly replicate your home planet Krypton, and even simulate people you are familiar with there, including you. Your father Zor-El, your mother Alora, your aunt Astra, your uncle Norn, your uncle Jor-El, your aunt Laura. Wait a minute. Why do I feel like you know my family members and relatives very well? Are you from Krypton like me? Kayla stared at the other person suspiciously, and the more she looked at him, the more suspicious she felt. I do know a lot about you and your family, so I can use my game world to simulate Krypton in an almost realistic way. Even the people in your hometown will not be any different from your perception. Although everything is not real, it is also a sustenance that allows you to remember the past. Evans stated his conditions. Kayla was hesitated and confused, because what the other person said was so tempting that she couldn't help but want to agree. But if she wants to give her DNA to the other party for research, she is really worried that the other party will make clones, artificial people, biochemical people, and the like for her, which would be bad. What are you going to use my DNA to study? Kayla decided to ask first. If the other party really intends to use her DNA to create human clones, biochemicals, artificial humans, etc., she must firmly reject the other party and then scold the other party. Emil, I have a girlfriend who likes to study all kinds of things, including alien DNA. Can you look me in the eyes when you say this? Ahem. Okay. Actually, I just want to try to see if I can give myself the abilities of you Kryptonians through research. Then I'm afraid you will be disappointed. The genes of our Kryptonians have been encrypted by technology. Although I don't know the details of that technology, I also know that it is by no means something that can be deciphered casually. Since there is genetic encryption, you don't have to worry about me using your genes to do weird things, right? Evan followed the lead. Kayla struggled for a long time, but finally her desire to remember her hometown took over, and she decided to make this deal with Evan. Kayla used a lot of force to pull out a piece of her hair and handed it to Evan. This is equivalent to giving the genetic sample to the other party. Evan took it politely and put it away. You wait a moment, I will copy the Kryptonian environment. After Evan finished speaking, he closed his eyes and used the game editor to generate a new area in the game world. This new area is not open to ordinary players, only to Kayla. After a moment, Evan opened his eyes and stretched out his hand to Kayla. Come, hold my hand. I will take you there. Kayla did as she was told and held hand with Evan. Evan couldn't help but scratch the opponent's palm. Not to mention, the feeling of holding hands with Supergirl is not bad. Hey, are you trying to be a gangster? Kayla felt her palm being scratched, and her cheeks turned red. Kayla has never been held by a boy in her entire life, let alone this kind of experience of being teased. Evan changed the subject seriously. Let's go. The two disappeared out of thin air and arrived at the newly born area in the game world, the Kryptonian civilization area, Candor City, near Kayla's home. As soon as he arrived here, Evan felt his body sink. Krypton's gravity is 10 times that of Earth. The high-gravity environment is not suitable for human survival. If Evan's life level was not high enough and his body bones were strong enough, something would happen if he suddenly came here. Kayla let go of Evan's hand and looked at this familiar place in surprise. But before she could take a closer look at the world, she suddenly felt that her body was getting weaker. What's wrong with me? Kayla's face gradually turned pale, and she looked at Evan in confusion. 8 years have passed since you came to Earth. You spent 8 years adapting to the Earth's environment, but your adaptability to the environment in your hometown has declined. There are extremely trace amounts of kryptonite dust in the atmosphere here. That kind of dust, it will degrade your cell activity to a certain extent. So you're not getting weaker. You're just losing your super ability, but this is only temporary, and you can recover after you leave here and go outside to expose yourself to the sun. Is that so? Kayla thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. She had been living on Krypton until she was 13 years old. At that time, she had never seen the Kryptonians in her hometown with super abilities. Her own super abilities also reached the Earth. It appears after being exposed to yellow sunlight. Kayla was getting weaker and weaker and could no longer stand. Evan supported her and helped her sit down on the steps aside. Kayla looked pale and had sweat on her forehead. It must have been very uncomfortable at the moment. However, her body is quickly adapting to the Kryptonian environment, and it will probably take less than a few minutes for her to adapt. Soon, Kayla's body regained its mobility. Although one's super ability is temporarily lost, it can all be restored. As soon as Kayla regained her mobility, she couldn't wait to get up and ran to the home, not far away. She entered the home and saw her NPC father and NPC mother. When the two NPCs saw Kayla, they both showed surprised expressions. They can recognize Kayla as their daughter, but shouldn't their daughter be only 13 years old? Why has she suddenly grown so big? Kayla excitedly threw herself into their arms. Evan didn't follow Kayla in. He started wandering around in this virtual Kryptonian civilization, taking in the scenery here. Half a day later, Kayla added Evan as a friend through the game panel and said she wanted to chat with him. Evan learned that Kayla wanted to see him, so he teleported to the place he had made an appointment with, which was an ecological park. Evan, please tell me they are true. Sadly, no, but they're exactly the same as I remember them. Even I didn't find anything inconsistent. In this world, everything here is exactly the same as in my memory. I even saw in my room. The toys I had when I was a child, even the marks I left on them, are exactly the same. How can such a world be fake? Evan, this must be the past 8 years ago, right? Kayla looked hopeful. She hoped all this was true. This can only mean that I have perfectly recreated your hometown in the game world. So perfect that you, a Kryptonian girl, didn't notice any abnormalities. Evan shrugged. Kayla's hopeful expression suddenly turned into disappointment. In fact, if you think about it, you know that going back to the past is not realistic. It's just that everything here is too real, which is why she has this ridiculous thought. Evan gave Kayla a hug and comforted her. I have created this place as a game world. You can enter here anytime and anywhere in the future. Time flows very fast here. For one day in the outside world, time here can pass for 30 years. You will have plenty of time to live here without worrying about delaying things outside. In fact, as long as we think about it carefully from a philosophical level, we can come up with a new answer. If everything seems true, so true that you can't detect the falsehood, then you can regard everything here as true. Are you comforting me or taking advantage of me? You're hugging me too tightly. I just think you might need a warm embrace at this time. Evan withdrew his arm from hugging the other person without any embarrassment and took a step back. He noticed that Kayla's face was flushed at the moment, obviously shy. Kayla took a deep breath and suppressed her slightly turbulent heart. Evan, I plan to stay here for a while. Do you need me to accompany you? Are you pursuing me? Perhaps. You already have a girlfriend, and you still come to pursue me. You are really a scumbag. Kayla bluntly denounced someone's scumbag behavior. The one who starts the chaos and finally gives up is the scumbag. I am just a philanthropist. Evan is so thick-skinned, he spread his hands and said, with your extraordinary physique, ordinary men will not be able to endure it. If you don't want to live alone, I will probably be one of the few choices you have. Even if I live in a single life, I will never choose a guy who wants to be in many boats. You'll change your mind. Kayla rolled her eyes at Evan. Evan accompanied Kayla and temporarily stayed in this virtual world of Krypton. Anyway, in the 30 years here, only one day will pass by the outside world, and it will not delay the things outside. Evan followed Kayla to the latter's home here and met Kayla's NPC parents. Hello, uncles and aunts. I am Kayla's boyfriend, Evan Nelson, from the 2814th sector of the Milky Way Earth. Evan introduced himself to Kayla's NPC parents. Kayla, when did you have a boyfriend? NPC Alora asked her daughter. Kayla was about to explain, but Evan spoke first. Aunt, you must be wondering why your daughter suddenly grew up so big from the age of 13, right? This was actually an accident, and it was also the accident that Kayla and I met. Evan made up a long story to fool Kayla's NPC parents. The plot of this story has ups and downs and is constantly exciting. However, the story is self-consistent and scientifically based. It sounds very real, as real as if it really happened. The NPCs Alola and Zor-El were stunned for a moment after hearing this. Even Kayla almost believed that she had actually experienced that. NPC Zor-El and Alora believed this story, and finally knew why their daughters suddenly grew up. The two NPCs were quite open to the fact that their daughter had found an Earthling as her boyfriend. They advocated freedom and had no intention of interfering in their daughter's love affair. The two NPCs even invited Evan to live in their home, and Evan decisively agreed. So only Kayla's injured world was achieved. Seeing Evan performing hard at his NPC parents, Kayla showed a dead fish-eyed expression. Kayla couldn't bear it any longer and took Evan's hand out of the house to a deserted place outside. "Evan, are you done yet? I already told you that I won't find a boyfriend like you, a philanderer. Can you stop being so narcissistic? But your parents have approved of me. It's hard. Kayla's fist is hard. Kayla at this moment wants to hit someone." Seeing this, Evan laughed and took the initiative to hold Kayla's hand. Before the other party could break away, Evan spoke first. "Before the outside world gets up tomorrow, we can still stay in this world for 21 years. And my girlfriend Gwen, it will take more than 2 days from the outside world to come back. If we calculate based on the time here, we can stay here for more than 80 years. How about we have an 80-year relationship? What do you think?" Kayla rolled her eyes fiercely. "Aren't you afraid that I will tell Gwen about this? If you're still going to do this after this 80-year relationship is over, I won't stop you. Ignore you." Kayla didn't know what to say, so she could only end with these words, broke away from Evan's hand, and walked towards home. Evan followed. "Later, I will send a robot to pretend to be you and let it go to the outside world to work for you at Kate Media Company for 3 days. You don't have to worry about staying here and delaying your career. Thank you very much." Kayla rolled her eyes again. Time flies. 1 year has passed unknowingly in the virtual world of Krypton. Evan spent a whole year to successfully conquer Kayla and get Kayla to agree to an 80-year relationship with him. Evan is confident that 80 years later, Kayla will never be able to leave him again. 3 years later, Evan and Kayla got married under the witness of NPCs Alora and Zor-El and had a new house belonging to them. 5 years later, Kayla became pregnant. Well, this pregnancy is real, not fictitious. Kayla is really pregnant with Evan's child. This incident not only surprised Kayla, but also Evan. But after the accident, Evan accepted it calmly and expressed his expectations. When Kayla learned that she was pregnant with Evan's child, she struggled for a while before accepting the reality. A few months later, my daughter was born. They named their daughter Laura Nelson. Laura inherits Evan's immortal blood and Kayla's Kryptonian blood. These two bloodlines produced a very unscientific chemical reaction in Laura Nelson, which allowed Laura Nelson to master an incredible ability since she was born. The effect of this ability is the ability to modify the reality of order rule, so it was named by Evan, Order Magic. Evan remembers that in the DC world of Earth 8, there was a very special being. The other person was used by DC editors to spoof the Marvel Scarlet Witch. The other person's name was also Laura Nelson. Your Wanda from Marvel is the Scarlet Witch, and my Laura from DC is the Silver Witch. Your Wanda from Marvel knows Origin Magic power, and my Laura from DC knows Order Magic. Your Marvel's Wanda can use Origin Magic power alter reality, and my DC Lara Croft can use Order Magic alter reality. Now, due to various coincidences, Evan and Kayla's daughter is not only named Laura Nelson, but her ability is also Order Magic. It's hard to say whether this is a coincidence. It may also be inevitable under the law of cause and effect. As the daughter of two people, Laura Nelson has an advantage over the character of the same name on Earth 8. While she masters the magic of order, she also has the dual bloodline of immortals and Kryptonians. As long as she develops a little, her strength can be strong out of the atmosphere. Evan, who is a first-time father, and Kayla, a first-time mother, are both deeply invested in this baby who has incredible qualifications and talents. In the process of living together and taking care of the baby, Kayla truly fell in love with Evan. Even though Kayla knew that the other party was very carefree, She stepped into the pit willingly and began to consider whether to renew her love contract with the other party after the 80-year relationship ended. In order to allow the baby Laura Nelson to grow up smoothly, Evan deliberately changed the rules of the game world that affect Laura so that Laura's body can grow up normally. Time passed, and another 17 years passed. Laura Nelson is 18 years old. 18-year-old Laura is a slim and pretty girl. Not to say that she is so beautiful that she would be the most beautiful in the world, but she is not far behind. Laura's body also completely stopped growing this year, and she will maintain her youth forever. This day, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. Evan and Kayla came to an uninhabited mountain wilderness outside the city and sat on the edge of a cliff. Kayla leaned in Evan's arms and enjoyed the sunrise with him. Evan, I'm confused right now. What are you struggling with? You told me about you and Wanda, Gwen. At that time, I was thinking that we are just here to be together anyway, and we will break up when we leave here. What now? I found that I couldn't live without you, so I was struggling. After I leave here, I have to face Gwen and Wanda. I'm not sure whether they will accept me. I have an idea. Tell me, you can do this and do this again. Can it still be like this? Kayla was dumbfounded, wondering what kind of bad idea the other party had. But if you think about it carefully, this seems to be able to solve the problem, but it will definitely be very embarrassing. Skipping the topic, Kayla brought up Laura's matter. Laura still doesn't know that the world is false. She even thinks that people don't age. She has grown up and her mind has matured. I think it's time to tell her the truth. It's up to you to decide. That evening, during the meal, Kayla told her daughter Laura the truth that this world was not the real world, but the virtual world. Kayla originally thought that Laura would be shocked and find it difficult to accept the reality, but the fact was that Laura was very calm. You don't seem surprised? Kayla wondered. Since the day I was born, I have known the truth of this world. Do you remember, my ability is magic of order, magic that can act on reality, so I am very sensitive to reality. Everything I see, whether everything I smell is true or false, is clear to my eyes. Laura said proudly, since you already knew, why didn't you tell us and make me worry about it for so long? Kayla gritted her teeth. This girl, my mother will beat her if I see her. You didn't ask me. Laura stuck out her sweet tongue and acted cute. Kayla was so cute that she decided not to teach her daughter a lesson. Mom, Dad, when are we leaving here? I'm quite curious about the outside world. Laura asked Evan and Kayla. Kayla doesn't want to leave here so soon, because she knows that once she leaves, she will have to share Evan with others. Although she knows that one day will come sooner or later, she still hopes that this day will come later, so she tells Laura explain. Let's wait for 50 years. Let's leave after 50 years. Okay, let's wait another 50 years. Laura was very sensible and did not clamor to leave. Since her mother said she would leave in 50 years, then she would leave in 50 years. Kayla rubbed her daughter's head with a gentle expression. It is worth mentioning that in these years, Evan has not only been practicing science, but also enriched his scientific background. He has become a powerful scientist while constantly studying. Evan has his own laboratory here to study genetic engineering. All the science and technology in the game world Krypton are virtualized in the game. This technology only looks like that and is not the real Krypton technology. What Evan studies and learns is not the fake technology here, but it is through the internet that connects the two worlds of Marvel and DC in the game world, and you can learn relevant knowledge online. He used the knowledge he learned to study the Kryptonian bloodline and wanted to try to transplant the Kryptonian bloodline into his own body. The study predictably failed. He cannot simply and crudely turn humans into Kryptonians. But through research on cloning technology, Evan has been able to clone Kryptonians. Now he only has Kayla's DNA sample here and could clone Kayla, but he did not do so. Evan plans to go find Superman after leaving here to see if he can get the Kryptonian Gene Bank Central Book. With that thing for sample comparison, he can take his genetic technology to a higher level and be more likely to achieve it. Purpose. After dinner, Laura and Evan asked for permission to connect to the outside world and ran to the bedroom to surf the internet. After Kayla washed the dishes, she sat down on the sofa, took off her shoes, and put her long legs on Evan's legs. Evan stretched out his hands and played with her legs in the name of massage. It feels good in hand. Kayla also enjoyed Evan's massage. The quiet and peaceful days passed day by day. Another 50 years passed in this way. Outside, it was already early morning 3 days later. As Evan's thoughts moved slightly, all players received an announcement at the same time. The game maintenance was over and a new version was launched. DC Plain, Romantic Country, Paris. Gwen Stacy, who was staying at Diana Prince's house, was awakened by the game announcement at midnight. I wonder if the DC world copy in the game is related to this world. Gwen was very curious about this, so she quickly dressed and got up and entered the game world. As soon as she entered the game, she couldn't wait to open the copy interface. In the dungeon interface, Doctor Strange 1, which was originally unselectable, became selectable. In addition, 2 special copies appeared in the copy list. The first one, a DC superhero copy. The second one, DC Krypton copy. Only the first one is available. The second prompt cannot be entered. Gwen clicked on the first one, the DC superhero copy. The next moment, Gwen found that she appeared in the DC world again, in the same location as before, which was Diana's home. Sure enough, the so-called copy of the DC world is not a virtual game. It is a real world. Gwen came to this conclusion. No wonder the time flow rate of this dungeon is the same as that of reality, and it can bring the things in the dungeon back to reality. This is the reason. In the future, players in the Marvel world can log into the game and venture into the real DC world. I just don't know if the player will really die after dying in the DC world. But since this is not mentioned in the game announcement, I guess not. Gwen's head was spinning very fast, and she gradually figured out a lot of things. The game didn't have a copy of the DC world before, but after Evan and I came to the DC world, there was one. There are only 2 explanations for this phenomenon. The first type is that the person behind the scenes who created the game world located the world through himself and Evan, and that's why this version update came about. Second, the person who created this game is none other than Evan. Gwen, who is in the DC world, can easily verify whether the DC copy is in the virtual world or the real world, but other players do not have such conditions. If they want to verify this, they have to look at their own abilities. Players from a Marvel world have logged into the game one after another. Not counting Evan and Gwen, these people include Wanda, Tony, Pepper Potts, Fury, Hill, Natasha Romanoff, Sharon, Phil Coulson, Strange, Christine, Captain America, Loki, Thor, and Fury. Liga. They were very curious about the new DC dungeon, so as soon as they logged into the game, they teamed up with familiar people and entered the dungeon. The place where they landed was in a park in the metropolis of DC World Earth. When I arrived, I found that everyone was there and it was quite lively. Players who have speculated about this place have begun to verify the authenticity of this world. The first person to verify the answer was Frigga. She had the ability to see through illusions and could immediately discover that the DC copy was not an imaginary number space, but a real world. The second person who knew the truth was Wanda. Wanda mastered the origin magic power and was very sensitive to reality. She had noticed this within seconds of her arrival. Except for the 2 above, the verification process for others is not so simple and crude. It is worth mentioning that Frigga used shape-shifting to change her image. So Thor and Loki, who were close at hand, did not realize that their mother 587 was here, and they did not even know that their mother was also a player. Loki didn't recognize Frigga, but the Avengers did, and they all looked at this guy with evil eyes. Loki knew he was outmatched, so he decisively escaped from here by hiding. Wanda recognized Frigga's changed image, so she walked over and asked in a low voice, "Teacher, what do you think of this place? This is not a simple game. It is a real world. I think you should also discover this." Frigga said. Wanda nodded. The 2 started communicating on this topic. Several people from SHIELD began to test the authenticity of this place. Their testing method is relatively simple and crude. That is, just find something from this world and see if it can be brought back to the real world. After testing, everything in this copy can be brought back to reality. This seems to prove the reality of this world. This made Nick Fury think a lot. He He has watched the DC movie series and knows that there are many good things in the DC world. They are familiar with the plot and can take those things as their own to strengthen the foundation of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury, who is both evil and evil, left this park with his 4 subordinates, preparing to find a place to use as a base. Once he has a base, he will slowly plan the resources of this world. Stark, Strange, Captain America, Thor, Pepper Potts, and Christine all gathered together. They were discussing one thing. This game uses Evan's movie story as a copy. Does Evan know about this? Or maybe this matter has something to do with Evan. They didn't see Evan here, so they could only call Evan's girlfriend Wanda and ask him. Wanda didn't understand this and could only shake her head. Without discussing the reason, they decided to find a stronghold here first. Frigga did not follow them, but looked for the traces of Loki when he left. Yes. Kryptonian copy. As a player, Kayla naturally heard the game announcement. She knew that this game was Evan's masterpiece. When the announcement rang, she looked at Evan beside the bed. It's time, isn't it? The two got dressed and went to the next bedroom to wake up Laura, who was still sleeping. When Laura learned that she could leave this virtual world soon, she seemed very excited. Soon, the family of 3 was ready to go. They left the game world, not to go to the Earth, but to Earth 38 first. Kayla plans to introduce Evan and Laura to her sister Alex Danvers before going to Earth. Earth 38, Nanosino City. The time zone here is still at midnight. In the past few days, Alex Danvers has noticed a problem. Since 3 days ago, his sister Kayla has seemed to be a different person. Not only has her personality changed, but she also seems to have forgotten many past memories. This makes her she was worried. She suggested that Kayla see a psychiatrist, but Kayla said that she was fine. But in Alex's eyes, this was nothing. It was clearly a serious matter. This Kayla only remembers that she is her sister and that she needs to go to work at Aid International Media during the day. All other memories are blurred, which is obviously abnormal. Even Alex is suspecting that Kayla may be suffering from severe schizophrenia and may have a legendary second personality. Otherwise, there is no way to explain this phenomenon. At the moment, she looked at Kayla, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and she felt that the other person was very strange. She is questioning whether to force Kayla to go to therapy. Just then, there was a knock on her door. Alex stood up and opened the door. When she saw the person outside the door, clearly, her eyes suddenly widened. The person knocking on the door was actually Kayla? So who is Kayla in the house? Also, who are the 2 young men following Kayla? This unnatural scene made Alex feel a little disappointed and felt like he was in a horror movie. Kayla, Alex asked uncertainly. I've only been away for 3 days, and you don't recognize me? Kayla hadn't realized the problem yet. She was still wondering why Alex spoke to her in this tone. If you were Kayla, who is the Kayla in the room? It's the stand-in robot I made for Kayla. Evan started, and then he shouted to the stand-in robot in the room. Kayla, the robot who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, immediately stood up and walked to Evan. Evan waved his hand and made it disappear out of thin air. Alex was stunned. Kayla also remembered that Evan had mentioned this to her and said that he wanted a robot to play him so that no one would worry about his disappearance. What on earth is going on? Who are these 2 beside you? Let's go in first and then talk. Kayla walked through the door with Evan and Laura and then began to explain the situation to her sister Alex. Speaking of Alex, she is not Kayla's biological sister, but Kayla was adopted by Alex's parents, and the 2 became sisters. Therefore, Alex, Kayla's sister, is not a Kryptonian. She's a pure Earthling. If you have to say what makes her different, it is that Alex is a L***** in and works for the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. An agent. Kayla spent 10 minutes talking about her experience during this time. Alex, who listened to the story, was dumbfounded the whole time. You mean you and Evan are married and have a child, and they are already this old? Evan also created a virtual reality world called Krypton for you. You spent 3 days in the real world and lived there for more than 80 years. That's right. Alex took a deep breath. If it weren't for the fact that 2 Kaylas had just appeared, and the weirder one was disappeared by Evan, Alex would definitely not believe what Kayla said, because it sounded too ridiculous. Alex looked at Evan and Laura. "Miss Alex, I am Kayla's husband, Evan Nelson." Evan introduced himself. "Hello, Aunt. I am their daughter, Laura Nelson." Laura also greeted the aunt politely. "Alex, let me slow down first. I need some time to digest this information." Alex didn't sleep that night. She communicated with Kayla's husband and daughter, and asked them many questions. Although it was all incredible, Alex accepted it all. After dawn, after breakfast, Kayla went to work at Cape Media Company. After all, she was still an employee there. Even as a Kryptonian, she needed to make money to support herself, otherwise she couldn't steal. After watching Kayla leave, Alex turned and looked at Kayla's husband and daughter. Evan saw that Alex wanted to talk to him alone, so he asked Laura to go out and play by herself. Laura said, she used magic to control reality. Her whole figure seemed to have been erased with an eraser, and her body disappeared bit by bit. Seeing this scene, Alex's eyes jumped. Thought, Kayla's daughter is very unusual. Next came the interrogation time of Alex's brother-in-law, Evan. As an agent of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau, Alex is quite impressive when he is serious. She adopted the posture of an interrogator very well. "Mr. Evan, I guess you who can create that game are not from Earth, right?" Evan, who was being interrogated, crossed his legs and looked very relaxed. "Like you, I'm also a human being, but not a human being from your world." "What does it mean?" "I think you should know the concept of parallel universes. I am an Earthling from other parallel universes. With all due respect, this sounds hard to believe. Shallow knowledge limits your imagination." Evan's words sounded like a mockery to Alex's ears. "Then I would like to ask the knowledgeable Mr. Evan, can you take me to have a long experience?" "Definitely. 867, come with me." Evan took Alex into the copy of the game world, Krypton. Even in the virtual world, the gravity here on Krypton is 10 times higher. In order to prevent Alex from being harmed by the high-gravity environment here, Evan used magic to temporarily reduce Alex's weight. This is the place where Kayla and I lived together for the past 80 years. It is also a virtual world created based on a Kryptonian civilization. The gravity here is about 10 times that of the Earth. But don't worry, I used ability to lighten it for you. After converting your weight, the gravity you can feel here will still be similar to that on the Earth. Learning that the environment here was Krypton, Alex became interested in it. Although she had heard Kayla mention Krypton more than once in the past years, it was not as straightforward as hearing it. This day was spent with Evan taking Alex to visit Xiaxingzhou. In the evening, Kayla came home from get off work, and Laura had also strolled back. When Kayla saw Evan and Alex chatting, she smiled and said, "You look like you're getting along very well. Your sister is a very easy person to get along with," Evan said with a smile. Alex felt that she was being ridiculed again, but in front of Kayla, she did not have an attack. Late at night, some discordant sounds came from Kayla's bedroom. Since the soundproofing of the room was not very good, it disturbed Alex next door. Alex, who was forced to listen in the corner, gritted his teeth and blushed, hesitating whether to remind the two guys to lower their voices. But in the end, he did not disturb their interest and planned to wait until tomorrow. The discordant sound lasted for 2 hours before it finally stopped. "Wait for tomorrow. Let your robot play me. Leave Laura to my sister to take care of. Let's go to Earth Zero to meet Gwen and Wanda first. I want to get to know them," Kayla said. Evan nodded. After dawn, the robot Kayla was taken out by Evan and asked her to go to work instead of the real Kayla. Alex's eyes jumped when she saw this scene. She also wanted a robot that could replace her at work, but that kind of simulation robot was worth a lot of money at first sight, so she was too embarrassed to mention it. "Alex, I'm leaving Evan and I for a few days to visit Evan's hometown. I'll leave Laura under your care first." "Okay." Alex didn't refuse. After all, Laura is her sister's daughter. She is happy to take care of her, and Laura seems very sensible. "I guess you don't have to worry too much about taking care of her." After saying goodbye to Alex and Laura, Evan took Kayla through time and space, left Earth 38, and arrived in the metropolis of Earth. How to make Wanda and Gwen accept Kayla. Evan already has a plan, and Kayla is willing to cooperate. The first step of the plan is to let Kayla get to know Wanda and Gwen first and become friends without Evan being present, and then it will be easy to operate. So after arriving at Earth Zero, Kayla left alone and went to find Wanda and Gwen as a player. Players in the Marvel world who log into the DC world will be assigned a reasonable identity by the game system, so everyone is not a shady person here. Tony asked Pepper to bring a lot of hard currency from the real-world network. He made a lot of money by selling the hard currency, and then bought a not particularly big building on the outskirts of the metropolis as revenge. The operator has a sub-base in the DC world to facilitate and better develop the resources of this world. Captain America, Thor, Pepper Potts, Kristen Palmer, Wanda, and others all stayed here. Even Nick Fury and others, who had already left, came to live here after learning that Stark had bought a building here, saving them the trouble of finding a base outside. Wanda used the friend function on the game panel to call Gwen, who was far away in the romantic country. After settling in, everyone went to explore the world separately. Wanda and Gwen left the Avengers Alliance DC branch and wandered out together. While wandering around, the two accidentally met Kayla, the Supergirl from Earth 38. Gwen was very surprised when she saw Kayla. Kayla, are you a player too? Well, when Awakening came before, I appeared in another place inexplicably. I almost thought I was kidnapped. Only through the game panel did I know that I had been pulled into this game world. When Kayla lied, she felt a little guilty, but fortunately, she had 80 years of life experience in the gaming world. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to lie with a straight face. Evan must have marked you when we last met. Gwen was sure of this. By now, Gwen is basically certain that the Marvel superhero game is Evan's masterpiece. She has already told Wanda her guess before. The two planned to talk to Evan about this matter when they saw her. So that's it. Kayla pretended to be surprised. Next, Gwen introduced Kayla and to each other. I still don't know a lot about this game. Can I form a team with you? Okay, we're also quite interested in Kryptonians. Let's go to the outskirts and find a place where no one is around and let us see your ability. Wanda became interested. Okay. The three women left the city together. After Kayla performed some Kryptonian super abilities for Wanda Gwen, she easily gained their friendship. After that, the three of them played around together. At noon, they contacted Evan using the friend function in the player interface, and they met at a restaurant. Evan pretended to be unfamiliar with Kayla and asked in surprise, "When did you get together?" "This morning," Wanda said. The three of them sat down and ordered. "Is there anything you want to tell us about the Marvel superhero game?" Gwen crossed her arms across her chest, staring at Evan in a gesture that highlighted her career line. "I knew I couldn't hide it for long. Well, actually I made this game." Evan didn't intend to hide it from Wanda and Gwen forever. Since they asked, he took this opportunity to tell it, but regarding how he made this game, he lied. "I once met a man who claimed to be the god of technology. He was seriously injured. I tried to save him, but failed. He was approaching. Before he died, he gave me the game world and poured a lot of knowledge into my head. This is the cause and effect." Wanda and Gwen did not doubt Evan's words, because Evan's growth trajectory was traceable, and only similar adventures could explain why he was different. Kayla didn't doubt Evan's words either. She also believed them. Just listen to Evan continue. "The DC copy we are currently in is not a virtual world, but a real world. Some time ago, when Gwen and I were testing the portal to another world, we accidentally came to this world. It was also in at that time. I bound my game world to this place." After Evan's explanation, Wanda and Gwen's curiosity was finally satisfied. "Tell me about you, Gwen. Have you found Wonder Woman?" Evan was quite curious about this. "I met her in the ancient Greek and Roman pavilion of the Louvre and took the initiative to get to know her. When she learned that I knew magic, she wanted to compete with me. She was too bellicose. But my fighting ability is not bad, so I found a place to fight with her, and we became friends after that. During those days in romantic country, I stayed at Diana's house and borrowed some of her equipment to study with her." "What did you study?" "There is enchantment on it. It is an enchantment technology that I have never seen before. I heard from Diana that it was Olympus enchantment, but Diana only knew the concept and did not master the technology. Otherwise, I want to learn something. Olympus enchanting technology. Evan murmured to himself, wondering if there was any way for him to learn such a technology. It seems that in the DC movie universe, the ancient forces of the old gods have been killed by Ares. Those who master this technology are probably going to die soon. Unless they can travel through time and space and go back to the past, they should not think about it. Wait, travel through time and space? Evan remembered that he had seen similar products in the Systems Exchange Mall. I remember it seemed like a book of exercises. Evan immediately clicked on the portable system Exchange Mall, searched through the list of exercises, and found the cultivation method that could allow people to travel through time and space. The name of this skill is the fifth magic. It comes from the world of Xingyue and is one of the 5 magics of Xingyue. It is also a magic held by the Aozaki family. Its function is related to time. It can summon cells from different timelines to come at the same time, and can also be used to travel through time and space. The magic of Xingyue cannot be mastered simply by practicing. It also needs to inherit extremely complex related magic imprints. Otherwise, it will be difficult to master it in a lifetime just by knowing the knowledge of cultivation. Even if it takes a lot of time to master it, there is no relevant if magic engraving assists spellcasting. It will be extremely complicated to activate magic. The 5th magic practice method. The exchange price is 10,000 exchange points. When Evan used his game to open the bridge between Marvel and DC, the fate of many people was greatly changed, which brought Evan got a lot of redemption points. Today, Evan has exactly 10,000 redemption points. He exchanged the relevant knowledge of the 5th magic without any hesitation. This knowledge automatically comes to Evan's mind. The knowledge is not complicated, and it includes instructions on how to construct the 5th magic seal. This is a big project. If there is no external assistance and you just work hard on your own, you may not be able to complete it even if it takes 500 years. But who is Evan? He is a cheater. He can completely leave the magic engraving work to the robots, and then transplant the 5th magic engraving to himself after it is completed. There is no need for Evan to do it himself. I'm busy. Just leave all the power to Miss Abigail. In terms of microcarving, robots have unique advantages. The same engraving microcarving project would take 500 years for humans to do, but it might only take a few days for robots to do it. What are you thinking about? Wanda asked Evan when he saw that he was distracted. I was wondering where I could learn Olympus enchantment. Have you thought about it? Not yet. After lunch, the 3 girls are going shopping. Evan is not very interested in things like going shopping with women. The main reason is that when women go shopping, they have a fighting attitude, and it is easy to get tired if they go shopping together. So he separated from the 3 women, went straight back to the villa on Malibu Beach in the game common area, and summoned Abigail. He transferred all the related technologies of magic engraving and the relevant knowledge of the 5th magic engraving to Abigail's database. Abigail, how long will it take to make the 5th magic seal? Evans asked it. After Abigail digested the knowledge, she calculated silently for a moment and then spoke. With the equipment we have here to assist in the production, it is expected to be completed in 16 hours. It will take 3 hours to transplant this engraving for you. Then go ahead and mark the Russian transplant tomorrow. Okay, Father. Abigail took the order and went to produce the magic seal. That night, Wanda and Gwen invited Kayla to their home in the game world, and Kayla readily agreed. To celebrate making a Kryptonian friend, they held a lively family dinner at home. Generally speaking, drinks are essential when hosting a banquet. In order to make the banquet more atmospheric, everyone consciously suppressed their digestive system so that they could feel drunk and make the banquet more atmospheric. Kayla said that she was a Kryptonian and couldn't get drunk, so Wanda used Alter Reality's ability to block Kayla's ability to digest alcohol. Evan hoped that Wanda and Gwen would get drunk so that her evil plan could be carried out, but in order not to make it too obvious and Wanda and Gwen would see it, Evan instead. I am advising everyone to drink less. Kayla, on the other hand, kept saying that I could still drink and invited everyone to drink together. In fact, Kayla doesn't like drinking But when she thinks that doing so will help her integrate into the big family faster, she goes all out. In the end, everyone was drunk. When Wanda is drunk, she looks particularly domineering. It seems that she doesn't care about any strange things that happen, but she even instigates them. Gwen is simply confused when she is drunk and could do some strange things in a daze. In this case, some things happen naturally. Game common area, Evan's villa. The next morning, Wanda rubbed her hungover head and sat up from the bed in a daze. But when she saw her surroundings clearly, she was startled, woke up immediately, and then was stunned. On this big bed, for people, including herself, were lying on the big bed at the moment. Everyone's body looked particularly cool. Wanda was sluggish. She couldn't help but recall what happened last night. Then she remembered. Last night, in order to celebrate making a new friend Kayla, she and Gwen proposed to hold a family dinner. During the family dinner, everyone started drinking. In order to feel tipsy and increase the atmosphere of the party, she and Gwen made their own alcoholic drinks. Her digestive system was suppressed to the level of an ordinary person, and she even used origin magic power on Kayla, allowing Kayla, a Kryptonian, to experience the feeling of being drunk. During this period, Evan kept urging them to drink less. Drinking too much can lead to accidents, but they didn't listen. As a result, everyone got drunk. When she was drunk, Kayla broke out and complained that she was a Kryptonian in 2008 and was too strong to find a boyfriend. She would be an orphan in the future. Kayla even cried as she said this. She was really a drama queen. At that time, I didn't know what to think, so I told Kayla, Evan's body bones are strong enough. Then Kayla actually gave it a try. Evan was resisting, but he couldn't resist. As a result, Evan was killed by Kayla. After that, several people even staged a full martial arts show. Wanda covered her face with her hands as she recalled everything. She felt that she must have had a brain twitch last night. Otherwise, how could she have done such a thing? Is Evan to blame? They are the innocent ones, okay? Not long after, Kayla woke up. Because Kayla was under the influence of origin magic power, it was the first time she got drunk. She had no experience with drunkenness, so she obviously drank too much. After waking up, Kayla froze when she saw 4 people sleeping on a bed. What happened last night? She remembered that last night she and Evan planned to implement the plan called integrating into the big family. Looking at the current situation, is it possible that the transfer was successful? Kayla saw Wanda looking at her with complicated eyes, so she asked, "What happened last night?" As you can see, Wanda said quietly. Gwen woke up at this time and was stunned by the scene. She gradually recalled what happened last night and fell silent. Evan woke up, sat up, and looked at the awkward atmosphere around him, then released his domineering spirit, hugging 1 with his left hand and 2 with his right hand, and said that you are all my wings. Because the copy of Doctor Strange 1 has been unlocked, players have already cleared this copy one after another and learned the story of Stephen Strange. At the same time, everyone was also surprised by the magic of magic. Whether it is mirror space, dimensional travel, or portals, these are things that are difficult to achieve with technology. This got many people interested in magic. For example, Nick Fury, who is always making trouble, feels that there is such a powerful organization as Camartage on the Earth, and the former SHIELD didn't know about it. It shouldn't be true. Fury wants to try to win over Camartage, and is also planning to send some SHIELD agents there to learn magic. However, considering that there are many foreign spies in SHIELD, it is hard to say who will benefit if we really send people there. Well, he thought about the fact that there were a large number of foreign spies with malicious intentions in the Bureau, but he still couldn't find them. Fury felt as if he had eaten a fly. Fortunately, he has people he can trust. Fury decided to send Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton to find Camartage and learn from him. After receiving the mission, Natasha Romanoff did not log into the game for the time being. She and Clint Barton teamed up to go to Kathmandu to find Camartage. It's a pity that magic is all about fate. When the Ancient One thinks that they have no fate, they can't hope to find the right place, even if they look for Patian in Kathmandu. Loki is jailbroken. His ability to escape from prison has something to do with her mother Frigga. That day, Loki logged into the game and entered the DC world. Seeing that he was about to be besieged by the Avengers, he decisively chose to leave. Later, Frigga found Loki and revealed her identity. Only then did Loki find out that his mother had also become a player of this game, and he was surprised at the time. Loki and Frigga said that they no longer wanted to stay in prison. Frigga couldn't bear her son to go to jail, so she used the game world as a medium to give Loki a treasure that could help him escape from prison. Loki took the treasure, exited the game, and successfully escaped from Asgard's prison. As a result, as soon as he got out of prison, he was blocked by his father Odin. He originally thought that Odin was here to arrest him and take him back to prison, but he found that Odin was a little abnormal and actually told him that he wanted to go to Midgard. Loki brought Odin to Midgard and then sent Odin to the Green Garden Sanatorium in New York. Then, Loki transformed into Odin and returned to Asgard. The plot has gone around in a circle and come back again. The only one who knew about this was Frigga, but Frigga just didn't say anything. Rather, when Odin was sent to Midgard by Loki, Frigga was the happiest one. In addition to playing Odin, Loki is also a player of the Marvel superhero game and has a deep understanding of the value of this game. In order to better understand the DC copy, he also took the time to go to Midgard and watch Evan's movies. DC movie series produced by the company. Knowing the plot of the DC world, Loki's expression became solemn. The water in the DC world is very deep. What is the Flash, which is so fast that it can travel through time? Batman, who has an incredible IQ and can defeat all the great gods as a human. Is he sure he's not cheating? Why does a small light ring feel like it has more technology than the most advanced spacecraft here? That guy Darkseid, are you sure he didn't get Thanos' character by mistake? The Justice League over there seems to be a superhero organization even more annoying than the Avengers. That DC copy world is no worse than the world here in terms of combat effectiveness. If you want to profit from that world, you have to plan carefully. Kayla has successfully joined this big family. If you want to say who is happiest, it must be someone. But Wanda and Gwen were not in a good mood and didn't want to talk to Evan. They planned to have a good chat with Kayla. Evan was kicked out of the house by them. He came to the underground factory under the villa, found Miss Robot Abigail, and asked it, how is the production of the 5th magic seal going? Go back to Father. It's completed and can be used to transplant the seal for you at any time. Abigail brought Evan to the front and pointed to something in front of her. It was something smaller than a QR code, but countless times more complicated. This thing was a magic engraving. Then let's get started. 3 hours later, the magic seal transplantation operation was successfully completed. The mark was transplanted to one of Evan's ribs. Evan stepped off the operating table and tried to infuse magic into the 5th magic seal. The 5th magic has entered a state of preparation. As mentioned in the introduction, this magic is time-related magic and can be used to cause many time-related phenomena, such as time dilation, dilate time in an area, and speed up the flow of time in that area. Time contraction, shrink time in an area and slow down the flow of time in the area. Past body summoning, summon one or more selves from past timelines, allowing them to come to the present in the form of projections and be controlled by the body. Future body summoning, summon one or more possible future selves, allowing them to come to the present in the form of projection and be controlled by the ontology. Time travel, traveling through time and space, going to the past or different possible futures. Time gear effect, accelerate body time and enter speedster mode. That's about it. The effect of the 5th magic made Evan nod with satisfaction. At the same time, he also realized one thing. Magic engraving technology not only fits the moon system, but also simplifies the complex spell casting process. All he needs to do is add corresponding content to the magic engraving. So Evan found a computer and began to design and imprint all the magic he had learned. It took him 2 hours to complete the design of the engraving, and he asked Abigail to produce the engraving. With this engraving, many of Evan's magic casting steps can be simplified, even instantaneous. This new engraving is not as complicated as the 5th magic. It only took Abigail more than an hour to complete the new magic engraving. It took another 3 hours to transplant it to Evan's body, and the position was also changed. On the rib, it's just another rib. Evan tried it and found that the effect was remarkable. Many of his magics could be cast instantly without complicated casting steps. Evan left the underground factory and returned to the villa above. Wanda, Gwen, Kayla, all three are there at the moment. The atmosphere between the three of them was no longer as awkward as it was in the early morning. Seeing that Evan was back, Wanda said, "Evan, please give me and Gwen the permission to enter the Krypton instance. We want to visit Kayla's hometown. Then let's go together." Evan gave Wanda and Gwen the permission to enter the dungeon, and then the four of them went to the Krypton dungeon together and spent a few days there together on vacation. That night, Evan came to the metropolis of the DC world and was going to find Superman, trying to get the central book of Kryptonian civilization from him. The Central Codex is, to put it bluntly, the Kryptonian gene pool. It was integrated into Superman's genetic information by Superman's father, Jor-El. Theoretically speaking, as long as Superman's genes can be obtained, it is possible to reversely decipher all the genetic information in the central book. She used Kayla's hair as a casting medium to locate the Kryptonian bloodline and easily located the location of Superman at the moment. At this moment, Superman Clark Kent was in a bar with his girlfriend Lois. Evan walked into the bar and saw the two people sitting in the corner of the bar. He walked over and greeted the two of them. "Mr. Kent, Miss Lois, good evening. I'm Evan Nelson. I wonder who you are looking for us." Lois asked. "To be precise, I'm here to see Mr. Kent." After Evan finished speaking, he looked at Clark Kent and smiled. "Mr. Kent, your cousin Kayla Zor-El asked me to take her to say hello to you." When Superman heard this, he stood up immediately. Although Superman was sent to Earth when he was still a baby. But Superman carries a device equipped with his father's artificial intelligence program. Through that artificial intelligence, he knows many things about his hometown, including who his relatives are. He knew that he had a cousin named Kayla, but he had never met him. He even thought that his cousin died when Krypton exploded. But now, someone told him that his cousin was still alive. How could he not be excited? "Excuse me, where's my cousin?" Clark Kent asked excitedly. "She's not on Earth right now. You may have to wait a while to see her." As Evan spoke, he sat down opposite the two of them. After he sat down, he quietly cast a small magic similar to a Muggle shielding spell so that other people in the bar would not notice them, making it easier for the next conversation to unfold. A magic projection appeared in Evan's hand. A sunny and cheerful blonde girl appeared in the projection. She was the Earth 38 version of Kayla, not the black short-hair version. "She is your cousin." "Well, Mr. Nelson, please forgive me. Clark's cousin looks younger than Clark," Lois complained. Before the explosion of Krypton, Mr. Kent's uncle Zor-El also sent Kayla away from Krypton and asked her to come to Earth to protect her cousin. But because she left too late, the moment the spacecraft just flew out of Krypton, Krypton exploded so good, causing its spacecraft to be affected and thrown into the Phantom Zone. Time in the Phantom Zone is in a state of contraction. Kayla only stayed there for a short time, but the outside world, but many years have passed. This is why Kayla, the cousin, is younger than her cousin. After Evan's explanation, the two suddenly understood. Clark and Lois both knew about the Phantom Zone. When General Zod invaded the Earth last year, he told them that they and others were imprisoned in the Phantom Zone prison back then. It was only because of the explosion of Krypton that they escaped from the Phantom Zone prison. "What's your relationship with my cousin?" Clark asked. Clark has supervision. He can see that the young man in front of him is a pure human being from Earth. He knows so many things about the Kryptonian civilization. It seems that Kayla told the other person he is now very curious about the relationship between the other person and Kayla's cousin. "I am her husband." Clark was stunned when he learned that Evan was Kayla's husband. "It turns out that the person in front of me can be considered half of my relative." Clark suddenly became enthusiastic. During the communication with Clark Kent, Evan used the borrowing magic designated Wanda as the magic source, and borrowed a one-time origin magic power from the other party. Origin magic power was quietly activated by Evan. He tried to use alter reality to obtain the central book from Superman's body, But perhaps it was a problem with the world's rules and the magic failed to activate. Evan had no choice but to do the next best thing and borrow origin magic power again, this time only slightly alter reality. In the new reality, a piece of Clark Kent's hair appears in Evan's hand. Clark himself was unaware of this. After completing the purpose of this trip, Evan was ready to say goodbye and leave. Before he left, Clark exchanged phone numbers with him for future contact. Evan returned to the factory below the villa in the game world, handed Superman's hair to Abigail Dorothy, and asked her to use the equipment here to see if she could parse the information from a central book. Abigail played the role of a tool very well and started the genetic analysis work. Evan released his perception and looked at the villa above the factory. He found that the three women were chatting about some private conversations between women, so he did not bother them and teleported directly out of the underground factory into the outside world. He is preparing to test the fifth magic, time travel, to see how it works. With the activation of magic, Evan's body slowly disappeared from the real world and came to the legendary River of Time. It is said that this river is a tributary of the Mother River of Time, and there are other tributaries on the tributaries that branch out into parallel time and space. Evan flew upstream along the River of Time. After a moment, he returned to 1918. At the moment, it was the end of World War I. If Evan remembers correctly, this was the year Diana left Paradise Island. He felt the consumption of his body and found that time travel did not consume much magic power, but when he was in other eras, the consumption of magic power would continue. It seemed that this consumption would only stop when he returned to his original era. Evan is curious. What will happen if his magic power is exhausted in this situation? Evan guessed that it might cause some unexpected changes, but it would definitely not be a good thing. So he didn't try. Evan took a deep breath, activated magic again, and traveled to the longer past. A moment later, he arrived in 1470 and randomly landed in a small town in Italy. Evan cast a spell to change his clothes into the style of the era. By asking the residents within 103 miles, Evan learned the current location. This is the town of Vinci in Tuscany. If I remember correctly, Vinci Town is the hometown of Leonardo da Vinci. According to the DC setting, Leonardo da Vinci was a magician who mastered irony magic. It seems to be similar to Zader. The Law family has a long history. The other party was born in 1452, and now it is 1470. The other party is 18 years old this year. He should be in Florence during this period. Evan murmured to himself. In the DC New 52 comics, the couple Hephaestus and Aphrodite, the Greek god of fire, rarely live in heaven. They live in Florence all year round, but they don't know that in this DC world, they have not yet been exposed to all kinds of things. Now that the restart is underway, if those two Greek gods are in Florence, go find them and you will have the opportunity to learn Olympus enchantment. In front of Evan, a random door appeared. He walked into it and arrived directly in Florence. At this time, a city rich in artistic beauty was also the most famous art center in Europe at this point in time. Its fine arts, crafts, and textiles were famous throughout Europe. It was also the birthplace of the European Renaissance and was extremely prosperous. In the comics, Vulcan opened an art store called Beauty and Beast in this city. Let's find out. Evan started asking about the store here. After asking about it, I actually got it. There really is a store called Beauty and the Beast in this city. He came to that address, looked at the plaque of the store in front of him, and complained in his heart. It is said that the Vulcan Hephaestus is very ugly and has a big fong, which looks very much like a beast. And the Vulcan's wife, the god of love, is very ugly. However, Aphrodite is one of the most beautiful beauties in the Greek pantheon. She also won the most beautiful title in the Golden Apple incident, with the dual titles of love and beauty. When the god of love and the god of Vulcan get married, isn't it like Beauty and the Beast? It's such an apt description. While complaining in his heart, Evan pushed open the door of the store and walked inside. As you enter, you can see that most of the products sold in this store are handicrafts. The clerk in the store is a red-haired young beauty. She is sitting lazily behind the counter. She lacks enthusiasm for the customers who come in and looks completely indifferent. An energetic look. Beauty, aren't you afraid that this store will close down if you are so lazy? Evan couldn't help but complain. The red-haired beauty raised her head, glanced at Evan, and said with a lack of interest, "If it goes bankrupt, go bankrupt. I can't wait to do it. Has personality." Evan nodded and immediately looked at the goods in the store. There are no mysterious products here. They're all very ordinary handicrafts. After a few glances, he lost interest. Evan walked to the counter and said to the red-haired beauty, "I want to be your husband's teacher and learn Olympus enchantment." 11. The red-haired beauty was slightly surprised. She looked at Evan again and looked him up and down. Only then did she realize that the other person was not an ordinary human being, but a being whose life status was similar to her own. This red-haired beauty is hundreds of millions of years old at least. She knows all the old gods of the pantheon, and even knows a lot about the new gods, but she has never met the one in front of her. Could it be that this person was born in the past tens of thousands of years? Of gods? You go in through the back door, and all the way down, you can see my husband. Thanks. Evan walked to the back, where there was a door with a line of words written on it. Door to nothingness. Pushing open this door, you could see a stone staircase spiraling downward. We walked all the way down for about half an hour before we finally reached the end. As you can see, it is a majestic underground city. There are many shirtless, muscular men in this city. They work and live here, and they all have good martial arts, but their personalities look girly, and they don't have the masculinity of men at all. Evan stopped a muscular guy and asked him where the Vulcan was. Brother Gue said weakly, "He forges weapons in the divine furnace over there." Evan had a weird expression and asked the other person, "Are all the people here like you so feminine?" Brother Gay nodded hesitantly. "We are the other side of the Amazons." "Oh, I understand." Evan nodded. The brothers here were all born on Paradise Island. Originally, according to tradition, baby boys born on Paradise Island would be thrown into the sea and drowned. Later, the god of fire Hephaestus couldn't stand it. He took the initiative to adopt those Amazon baby boys who should have been drowned, and this is how he became the brother of this underground city. In essence, this dungeon is an orphanage created by Hephaestus for these Amazon men. Another characteristic of the Amazons is that girls have a personality like men and boys have a personality like women, which is amazing. Evan came all the way to the Divine Forge, where he met the god of fire Hephaestus. The other person is not tall, but has a strong build. He looks like a short but stocky man. He is also not good-looking. It reminds people of the feeling of human beings who have been genetically mutated. Your Excellency Vulcan, I am Evan. I am here to become your apprentice and learn Olympus enchantment techniques. Evan got straight to the point and explained his purpose. Vulcan's vision is obviously better than that of Cupid. What Cupid didn't see, Vulcan could see at a glance. You're not from this time and space. I'm from the future. Now that it was revealed, Evan didn't hide it. The Vulcans are no strangers to time travelers. In fact, the old gods have the ability to time travel, although they rarely do so. Let me give you a warning. Don't try to play with time, otherwise you will find that you have been played with by time. Thank you for your reminder. Just like the legend says, Vulcan is indeed a breath of fresh air among the male gods in the Olympian god system. Other male gods are scheming all day long, but Vulcan is the most honest guy, even if he is often beaten by his wife. Even if he is a cuckold and his wife gives birth to someone else's child, he can still maintain a good attitude. Vulcan didn't make any requests. Since Evan wanted to learn Olympus enchantment, and the other person's life was also a god and qualified to appear here, he agreed to teach him. For the next 6 months, Evan stayed with the god of fire Hephaestus, helping him while learning the Olympian enchantment techniques he mastered. Although the other party did not teach him everything, he also passed on a lot of useful knowledge to Evan, including not only Olympus enchantment, but also blacksmithing. Don't think that your blacksmithing skills are low. You must know that Vulcan is the master of forging artifacts in the Olympus pantheon. Wonder Woman's set of equipment was basically made by this god of fire. Vulcan's blacksmithing skills are more advanced than Shunji by Lien. Others who want to learn it have not had the chance to learn it. Being able to learn this is definitely an additional gain. After half a year of study, Evan mastered many blacksmithing and enchanting skills. He borrowed the divine furnace in Hephaestus and used the newly learned technology to create several pieces of equipment. The first one is the crystal sword. This is a multifunctional artifact. It can be enlarged or reduced, can fly at high speed according to the owner's wishes, and can also be flown by people stepping on it. It is also strong and sharp. The most important thing is this sword. Very beautiful, shiny, and artistically beautiful. The second item, the magic wand, has many magical little magics built into it, but it requires magic power to be charged. A single charge can be used for a long time. As long as there is energy in a magic wand, even ordinary people can use it. The third piece is a copycat sacred garment based on Athena's sacred garment in a certain anime. This sword's sacred garment is a women's model. It is golden in color and covers the whole body. It also has a pair of metal wings on the back. It looks extremely sexy. Wind. These three pieces of equipment were built by Evan as gifts. Magic wand for Kayla. The crystal sword and sacred clothing were given to Wanda and Gwen. Fire god Hephaestus stood next to Evan and looked at the three pieces of equipment created by Evan. The crystal sword and magic wand were ordinary in his opinion, but the sacred suit, even from the perspective of the god of fire, was attractive enough. He felt that his sister and younger sisters would definitely like this style of battle suit. I am thinking about whether I should learn this style of painting and create a few similar ones, so that I won't have to worry about running out of things to give when I give gifts in the future. Your Excellency Vulcan, what do you think of these pieces of equipment I created? It's okay, you're ready to go. Vulcan gave a pertinent evaluation. After putting these three pieces of equipment away, Evan once again expressed his gratitude to Vulcan. Thank you for your teaching during this time. Farewell. Vulcan. Evan followed the stone stairs of the Gate of Nothingness, left the dungeon, and once again came to the Beauty and Beast store. Today, half a year later, the red-haired Beauty is still sitting here bored. It is difficult not to make people wonder whether she will have been sitting here motionless for the past 6 months, but it seems impossible. Hey kid, are you leaving now? Yes, your majesty the goddess. I am going home. Bon voyage. The red-haired goddess waved her hand with a smile. Evan traveled across time and space and returned to the day he left. To people in this time and space, it was as if he had never left. Evan returned home to the game world. At this moment, Wanda, Gwen, and Kayla are still sitting together and chatting. Evan said hello to the three of them. I just went out and met the legendary god of fire Hephaestus. I learned Olympus enchantment from him and created the main equipment. Picture. Evan first took out the crystal sword and handed it to Wanda. Here, this is your gift. Wanda took it, looked at it carefully, and quickly figured out how to use it, and fell in love with it immediately. Thanks, I like it very much. Evan took out a second gift, the sacred garment. When not worn, it was folded into one piece and looked like a gold brick at first glance. This is an armor I created based on Athena's sacred clothing. Not only does it have amazing defensive power, it can also increase the wearer's strength and speed, and can also make the wearer fly. Evan handed this golden brick-like sacred garment to Gwen. Gwen took it and complained. It's obviously a gold brick. You will know if you put some blood on it. Evan reminded. Gwen endured the pain, bit her fingertips, and dripped blood on the gold brick. Under the curious gaze of Wanda and Kayla, something magical happened. The gold brick suddenly burst into golden light and merged into Gwen's body. Gwen felt something, and following that feeling, her thoughts moved slightly, and the golden sacred clothes automatically appeared on her body. The sacred garment is only a thin layer and can perfectly outline Gwen's good figure. Combined with the golden wings on the back of the sacred robe, it looks as cool as it gets. Wow! Gwen was shocked. She hurriedly ran to the mirror nearby, looked at the extremely charming herself in the mirror, and immediately burst into laughter. She obviously liked this gift very much. This is so cool. Wanda looked at Gwen's sacred clothing and then at the crystal sword in her hand. It was hard to tell which of the two pieces of equipment was more powerful. But to say which one is more popular, it must be the sacred clothing. Me, you must have prepared a gift for me, right? Kayla began to look forward to it. Definitely. Evan took out the magic wand, which was very Harry Potter style. It looked inconspicuous at first glance, but it was very magical. This is a magic wand. It's specially prepared for people who don't know magic. As long as you hold it, you can perform many strange little magics. Kayla took the magic wand and asked, "How do I use it?" "A drop of blood will make it recognize you as its master. From now on, it can only be used by you. Even if it is lost, you can sense its whereabouts." "Oh!" Kayla tried to bite her fingertips, but the steel body couldn't bite it, and she could only look at Evan pitifully. Evan did not disappoint her. With the permission of the GM, Evan simulated a piece of kryptonite in the house. Under the radiation of kryptonite, Kayla's body quickly became weak. Taking this opportunity, Kayla bit her finger and dripped blood on the wand. Evan also made the kryptonite disappear. The magic wand recognizes Kayla. Kayla naturally knows what she can do with this magic wand. As Evan said, there are many little magics built into this magic wand. These magics may not be very powerful, but they can be of great help to all aspects of life, such as a door that can expand space without leaving a trace, a door that can instantly reach distant places, a muggle shielding spell that can prevent others from noticing you, etc. Kayla liked this gift very much. As soon as she got it, she couldn't wait to use it and had a great time playing with it. During the day, Gwen and Wanda went to Marvel Empire State University to attend school. Kayla also returned to work at Cape Media Company in DC Earth 38. Evan had just gotten up, washed up, and stood in front of the Malibu Beach Villa in the public area to do some stretching exercises. At this time, Sharon, who was running in the morning by the beach, passed by. Seeing that Evan was also doing morning exercises, she ran over to say hello. "Morning, Evan. Don't you have to go to work at SHILD today? Or are you agents so busy? My mission is right here. I will go to the DC copy later and start a company in my own name. Do you want to come with me?" Okay. Evan had nothing to do today, so he simply agreed. After morning practice, Evan went back to take a shower and then teamed up with Sharon Carter and descended into the metropolis of the DC world together. "Where are you going to open a company? Metropolis, Gotham, Mid-Star City, or Star City?" Evan asked her. "Let's go to Zhongxing City. In addition to opening a company, I'm also planning to get in touch with the Flash," Sharon said. As soon as Evan heard this, he knew that Sharon's contact with the Flash must be a task given by Nick Fury. The value of the Flash does not lie in how fast he is, but in his ability to travel through time and space. Someone with this kind of ability, Nick Fury would definitely want to win over. Okay, Evan casts a spell and opens any door. Let's go. After passing through the portal, the two of them had arrived at Zhongxing City in Missouri from the metropolis of Delaware. Although I already know the existence of magic, I still find it magical no matter how many times I see it. "Evan, can I learn magic from you?" Sharon asked. Sharon also wanted to learn about this magical power. "I'm afraid my magic is not suitable for you. If you want to learn it, you could try to find Kamar Taj." Evan has no interest in being a teacher for SHILD agent. The two of them walked together towards a nearby coffee shop. This game uses your movie as a script and creates this copy. "What do you think about this?" "It's an honor. I thought you were going to say it was infringement." Evan shrugged and didn't answer the question. While talking, the two walked into the coffee shop. After sitting down, Sharon took out a laptop and put on the table and began to search for local office building information to facilitate leasing company space later. SHILD wants to open a company here. It seems that it plans to use the technology of the Marvel world to make profits in the DC world and earn money here to purchase various resources and fund activities here. After all, everything in modern society requires money. Sharon made inquiries while chatting with Evan. After chatting for a while, she seemed to suddenly think of something and asked, "By the way, Evan, I heard that when you clear the game dungeon, you may get an invitation letter from a new player, but other players in SHILD and I have cleared the dungeon many times. So why didn't we get an invitation letter? Maybe it's because the violence rate is too low. I've only gotten it twice." Evan said seriously and perfunctorily. Evan would not send out invitations casually, especially to Shield God, knows who SHIELD will invite once they have this thing. If HYDRA elements are invited in, wouldn't it destroy the game environment? Evan also asked Sharon a question. Miss Sharon, are you Peggy Carter's niece? I want to know who Peggy Carter finally married. Evan asked. Growing up, I have only seen Paige and not her husband. I only know that such a person exists. Sharon shook her head. After hearing this, Evan had some suspicions that Peggy's husband might be Steve Rogers, who returned from the future to the past. Probably to prevent history from being changed, Steve Rogers kept a low profile. It did not show up. Even Sharon Carter did not know who Peggy Carter's husband was. Soon, Sharon found an office building for rent, and he called the property management company to arrange a time to meet and visit. Sharon worked quickly and resolutely. She and Evan went to visit the office building and signed the contract directly after confirming that it was suitable. In the afternoon, Sharon had to go to the relevant department to register a company. Evan felt bored and stopped following. He said goodbye to Sharon and went back to the Marvel world. 0. Please give me flowers. Evan plans to go to Empire State University to see how Wanda and Gwen are doing on campus there and whether they are bothered by flies. He drove all the way to the Empire State University campus. Before he could find Wanda and Gwen, he met someone who surprised Evan. The other party is a college student, not tall, only 158 centimeters by visual inspection. She's wearing a red half-sleeved shirt and a pair of blue jeans, which is not fashionable, and her figure is also very petite, so she does not look that eye-catching. But the key is her looks. Is that Canadian actress Ellen Page? No, that's Shadowcat Katie. When did mutants appear in the Marvel movie universe? Or is it that the other party is just an ordinary person's variant of Shadowcat here? 0. Evan stopped the car, walked towards the girl who was sitting on the bench reading a book under the shade of the tree, and sat next to her. Kathleen Pride. Evan asked, Do you know me? The girl who looked like Shadowcat looked at Evan in confusion. Evan did not answer her question, but asked again, Do you know Professor Charles Francis Xavier? The girl who was suspected of being Shadowcat's pupil shrank, and she suddenly stood up, staring directly at Evan. Her breathing was rapid, and her pretty face was red with excitement. You know Charles? Are you from there too? Then you must know how to go back, right? Evan revealed that the other party was really Shadowcat Katie. From the other party's reaction, it was not difficult for Evan to guess that the other party should have accidentally traveled from other parallel worlds to the Marvel movie universe. Considering that Katie's ability allows the body to quantize and pass through obstacles, it can also send a person's consciousness to travel back in time and space. There is no guarantee that the other party will be able to travel through time and space during ability upgrade or change. Mutant's ability is easy to lose control of, perhaps because Katie accidentally traveled here when her ability was out of control and she can't go back. Don't worry. Tell me your story first. I'm quite curious about it. Okay, what do you want to know? Let's start with how you traveled through time. Katie and Evan talked about their time travel experiences. Shadowcat, whose real name is Kathleen and Pride, nicknamed Katie. At that time, Katie was 12 years old. After experiencing some things in the town of Deerfield, Illinois, she was invited to join Professor. In her second year of school, when she was 13 years old, humans' rejection of mutants became more and more serious. Many parents were affected by the mutant threat theory, and some of Katie's family members were one of them. Katie's parents were okay, and their attitude toward Katie had not changed significantly. But Katie's other relatives gradually distanced themselves from Katie and even spoke harshly to her face. This stimulated Katie, who was still young at the time, and caused her ability to lose control. Katie's super ability is the quantization of her body. In this state, her body can pass through obstacles with 0.37. Ability related to the quantum realm is not simple. Out of control, Katie's ability went berserk. While her body was quantized, she also traveled through time and space. When she calmed down, she found that she was no longer where she was. Later, she learned that she had traveled to a parallel world, a world without mutants. Katie, who had just traveled to this world, was lonely and helpless, but she was lucky enough to meet kind-hearted people who took her in, so that she could go to school and grow up healthily here. At first, Katie thought about going home, but she did not have enough control over her ability. Even if she worked hard, she could never travel through time. Gradually, she gave up the idea of going home and lived peacefully in this world. At least the couple who took her and treated her quite well. Katie lived in the Marvel movie universe for nearly 5 years and was admitted to Empire State University. Then today, I met Evan by chance. Katie finished telling her story and looked at Evan expectantly. Since the other party can recognize me and knows Charles, he must have been to his original world, so he can probably send him home. I already know your story. Do you want to go home? Evan asked her. Katie subconsciously wanted to say, I think, but as she spoke, she thought of the 5 years she had lived in this world, of her adoptive parents who treated her as her own, and of her friends here. It's true that I really want to go home, but if I leave here, can I come back again in the future? You are here because your ability is out of control. As long as you can control your ability, you may be able to travel freely between the two sides. I've tried, but I still can't travel through parallel time and space. If you don't mind, can you let me check your body? Only by determining how your ability works can I help you arrange a better training plan. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Why are you helping me? Maybe you want to use me as a guinea pig to study in slices. Katie was very wary. Not yet, but I admit that I really want to study your ability. Evan told the truth. Shadowcat's ability is of great research value. Her ability to quantumize time travel is a very unsolvable ability. When that state is turned on, it is like a Beto turning on Kamui and Hollow, which can almost immune to all physical attacks. It would be a shame if Evan didn't encounter such an ability that can survive. Now that he has encountered it, it would be a pity not to study it. Katie hesitated for a moment and nodded. I can cooperate with your research, but if I feel that your research will cause harm to me, I will withdraw at any time. No problem. Evan nodded, and she stopped looking for Wanda and Gwen. Instead, she stretched out her hand to Katie and said to her, Come on, grab me, and I'll take you to my house. Katie obediently grabbed Evan's hand. The next moment, the two disappeared from the place and arrived at Evan's villa in the public area of the game world. When Katie saw the surrounding environment change, she realized that she had been taken to another place. When Katie came here, she didn't see the game panel in her field of vision. She was not brought in as a player, but was brought in forcibly by Evan. It's actually a mansion. You must be very rich. It's okay. My laboratory is just below the villa. Come with me. Evan led the way, walked down the stairs, and took Katie to his laboratory. It is said to be a laboratory, but the style here is that of a factory, but there's not a lot of equipment required. Katie came to someone else's laboratory and seemed very nervous to let others study her. At the same time, she became curious about this particularly spacious laboratory. Such a large laboratory is not too small even to put a spaceship in it, right? What exactly is it used for research? Next, Evan used the equipment here to perform a physical examination on Katie. Katie was very cooperative. Your body is very healthy and you don't have any genetic diseases, but compared to ordinary people, there's an X gene chain in your body. It is perfectly nested with your human side genes, and the structure is very tight and self-consistent. I definitely know that I am healthy, so what did you study? Katie asked him, blinking her big, curious eyes. Humans who possess the X gene and have this part of the gene activated are called mutants by people in your world. The source of mutants' super ability is related to the X gene, but the way the X gene works on different people will also be subtle. The difference is like your X gene, which is related to quantum. I know this. Before I traveled through time, Professor Hank came to the same conclusion when he examined me. I don't think Hank McCoy gave you any constructive suggestions on the direction of your ability development. How about you? In the quantum realm, various results are in a superposition state, such as you who are dead, you who are alive, you in New York, you in England, you on Earth, you on an alien planet, you who are hungry at 0.7, and you who are full. You, the injured you, and the intact you. As long as there is a probability of happening, it must exist in the quantum superposition state of your body. If you can freely reset the state of your body to the desired result, You can obtain a power zone more powerful than the gods. For example, by resetting your position, you can instantly appear anywhere in the universe. Another example is to reset your physical state so that all negative states on your body, including injuries, disappear. Another example is resetting your age status, allowing you to stay young forever or even return to youth. Evan's words shocked Katie. Does your ability really have that much potential? If he could really do what the other party said, he would really be comparable to a god. Katie suddenly became excited about her ability. What I need to do to get to the level you're talking about? Katie asked. Do you know the observer effect? Evan asked. As you know, the observer effect is a controversial concept in quantum physics. It shows that the existence and consciousness of the observer will affect the state and behavior of the physical system. The most famous experiment related to this is Schrodinger's cat. Katie is a top student. I have definitely heard of the observer effect in quantum physics. Yes, based on this theory, we can try to make you your own observer and use your own observations of yourself to artificially reset the result of your body's superposition state in order to achieve the purpose of reshaping your own reality. I'm afraid it's difficult for you to complete this aspect by yourself, so we need to use equipment to assist. Evan waved to the robot lady Abigail, who was separating the central book from Superman's hair not far away, and gave her a few instructions. She goes to produce a device that can be used to observe herself from a higher dimension. This kind of prop is difficult to realize with the technology here alone, but Miss Abigail knows a lot of magic knowledge, which was taught by Evan, which allows her to independently produce magic-guided equipment with that effect. Abigail took the order and went to make equipment. Who is that sister? Katie asked Evan. Her name is Abigail, and she is my robot assistant, Evan said as he walked to another instrument and began to study the DNA separated from Katie's blood and extract the X gene from it. Evan is very accomplished in genetic engineering. When he studied Kryptonian genes in the past, he did not get any results. That was because the Kryptonians used technology to encrypt their own genes. But mutants' genes are not encrypted. For unencrypted genes, Evan was able to quickly develop the first version of the X gene potion, which is a potion that allows ordinary people to become mutants and gain super abilities after injection. Definitely, the first version of the medicine will definitely have problems of one kind or another, but then we have to wait for more precise data to be obtained after clinical trials before we can continue the research. Katie was very surprised when she learned that the beautiful sister was actually a robot. Being able to make robots that are indistinguishable from humans and with such smart artificial intelligence, the technology here is really beyond Katie's expectation. But this also gave Katie greater confidence. Evan, what are you doing? Katie felt confused when she saw Evan tinkering with an instrument with his own blood. You'll find out later. An hour later, the first version of Shadowcat potion was freshly baked in Evan's hands. She pointed to the liquid in the glass container and said to Katie, "This is the X-Gene potion, which allows ordinary people to become mutants and have the same ability as you." Katie was dumbfounded. It is so easy to develop a potion that can turn humans into mutants. Is it true? Evan summoned a projection of his own time history and injected the medicine into the projection's body. Through the projection, Evan feels the physical changes of the projection. About a quarter of an hour later, this historical projection really turned into a mutant and mastered Katie's ability to quantum travel. However, what ability obtained was not complete. After Evan did some testing on it, he dispersed the projection and began to improve the Shadowcat gene potion. Not long after, the second version of the potion was released. Evan continued to use projection to test the medicine. After going back and forth like this for 7 times, the perfect Shadowcat potion was finally freshly baked. Evan injected it into himself and began to feel the changes in his body. Katie stared at this scene in a daze, dumbfounded. This mysterious Evan can not only teleport and duplicate, but also has such a strong scientific research ability that he actually developed the X-Gene potion and used it to obtain the same history as himself. This level of genetic engineering research ability is N times more powerful than Professor Hank McCoy. Could it be that the other party is an alien? If so, Wouldn't I become the legendary, unlucky guy who was abducted by aliens for research? Or the kind that is delivered to your door? Evan's body has perfectly adapted to the modification of his own genes by the Shadowcat potion, becoming a mutant, and has the same ability as Shadowcat. The potential of the ability is also the same, and he has the opportunity to evolve to the level of an Omega mutant. Evan tried to activate the quantum time travel ability. His body looked unchanged, but it had become quantized. In this state, Evan is not affected by gravity and appears to be standing on the ground, but is actually floating in midair. Evan materialized his feet and shoes, then walked, trying to let his upper body penetrate the table in front of him. The experiment was a success. He really penetrated the obstacles in front of him. Can't you breathe while maintaining quantization? Evan murmured to himself, then looked at Katie. Can't you breathe while you are quantizing? Katie nodded. Yes, so my ability cannot be maintained normally. Once I can't hold my breath, I have to release my ability to breathe. Then have you ever tried wearing a respirator and quantizing it together? Tried, but quantized oxygen cannot be used for breathing. At this time, Abigail came over, holding something in the shape of a helmet in her hand. She handed it to Evan's hand and turned away to do her own thing. This helmet is a magical device produced by Abigail. Its function is to allow the wearer to examine himself from a higher dimension. Evan put it on and activated the helmet system. The next moment, Evan felt that his field of vision was enlarged, and he could observe himself from a higher dimension. Under high-dimensional observation, Evan's body is like a walking irregular geometry, and even the internal organs and 267 blood in the body can be seen extremely clearly. Evan took a deep breath and then activated the quantum calendar. From a high-dimensional perspective, the quantized Evan has infinite possibilities at the same time. He also found that he can act as an observer and collapse his body towards those possibilities from a higher dimensional perspective, exploring himself into a world. The specific results are above. Among the possibilities of Evan's body, one possibility is that he is not here at the moment, but on Xander. Evan collapses his body in the quantum superposition state toward this result. The next moment, Evan disappeared from the place and appeared in the Xander Star Corps base camp. It's indeed feasible. Well, this ability is called Prince Reset. Evan quantized again and collapsed his position again. The next moment, he returned to the laboratory below the villa in the public area of the game world. Evan continues testing. He used projection magic to project a sharp sword on his right hand, and with Katie's horrified look on his face, he raised the knife and chopped off his left arm. Then, Evan initiated a quantum reset. He reset his injured self back to his uninjured self. The broken arm on the ground disappeared, and Evan's left arm also recovered at the same time. When Evan tested the prince's reset ability, Katie was watching. But to be honest, it's easy to lose your sanity after watching this kind of experiment, because Evan's experiment is too scary. I saw Evan mutilating himself there for a while, turning into a tentacle monster for a while, turning into a swarm of insects for a while, changing from man to a woman, from a woman to a S******************, and from a S***********E to a Cthulhu style. Finally, it returned to its original appearance. This needs to be paired with a more gloomy scene. I'm afraid it can scare people crazy. But Katie has also seen that Evan's experiment was successful. Quantum ability can really collapse its own superposition state artificially. After the test, Evan took off the helmet and handed it to Katie. Come and try it. Okay. Katie couldn't wait to take over the helmet and began to experiment with new uses of her ability under Evan's guidance. Katie quickly became familiar with the quantum reset skill. Evan, on the side, began to try to perform a quantum reset without using the helmet. It is difficult to achieve this with human ability alone, so it must be coordinated with dimensional magic. Evan knew similar magic, so after only practicing for a moment, he was able to activate quantum reset without wearing any auxiliary equipment. On the side, Katie was having a great time playing with the new ability. When she saw that Evan could quantum reset without any equipment, she asked him, "Can I do it too?" What I can do is that I can originally observe myself from a higher dimension. You can't. Can you give me this helmet? That is just a test machine used to test ability. It is a laboratory product. I will later make devices with the same effect, but more portable, such as a hairpin-style observer or a glasses-style observer. Can you give me one? Katie is looking forward to it. This device, called a high-dimensional observer, is simply the most powerful ability amplifier for her. It's not impossible, but you have to sign a contract. Confidentiality contract? No, it's a labor contract. You want me to work for you? But haven't you already produced the potion that allows people to gain my ability? I should be worthless to you. I don't intend to popularize this potion. In fact, I just developed it for my own use and will not use it for anyone else. Therefore, this ability will only be mastered by you and me. It will not be used by anyone else. A third person appears. Then I really thank you. Katie complained. If I remember correctly, you should be a computer expert, right? Evan asked Katie. In the X-Men series of comics, in addition to being an X-Men, Katie is also a very powerful hacker. She is even better at decoding than mutant. With the help of quantum ability, you could do a series of incredible things. People often say, be careful who comes along the network cable and hits you. If it were Shadowcat, it would be really possible for her to travel along the network cable. My computer skills are indeed pretty good. What do you want me to do for you? Help me with game planning. Katie was confused. Have you not noticed that the place we are now is not the real world? Katie was even more confused. Everything here is so real, but now she is told that this is not the real world. How is this possible? Katie, who did not believe in evil, put on the helmet again and looked at herself from a higher dimension. After observing carefully for a few seconds, she gradually discovered clues. This is indeed not the real world, but my body here is a real body. Before Katie could continue to ask questions, Evan told him the truth. This is the imaginary number space. I programmed the virtual world here. The rules of the imaginary number world are the rules of the game. There are public areas where players are active, as well as copies. Katie came to her senses. She was very interested. Do you want me to help you improve the game rules here? That's right. Okay, I'll take this job. Katie agreed without thinking. Evan took advantage of the situation and turned the opponent into a player. A game board appeared in front of Katie. Evan said, first get familiar with this game world, and then write an improvement report to me. Okay. Katie put down her helmet and left happily. Evan said to Abigail in the laboratory, Abigail, just make a portable version of the device just now. Okay. Abigail ordered. Not long after, a pair of glasses was made. This pair of glasses has the same function as the previous helmet, but is more portable. Half a day later, Katie came to Evan's home in the common area again, found Evan watching TV in the living room, and handed a report into Evan's hands. This report pointed out many unreasonable aspects in the Marvel superhero game and gave suggestions for improvement. Katie thinks the flow of time here is unreasonable. It's not unreasonable to the players, but it's unreasonable to the game operators. Time dilation in the game world is a great benefit. There is no reason for players to enjoy it for free. They can completely change it to a fee or simply abandon this function and only exist as a benefit for themselves, not for ordinary players. Katie suggests here that the time flow rate in the public area of the game world is the same as that in the real world, and the time flow rate in the dungeon world is also the same as the real world. But you can pay to expand your personal time in the dungeon to speed up the dungeon strategy. If only Evan wanted to use time dilation benefits, he could design an area that ordinary players cannot enter. Evan thinks it makes sense. In addition, Katie also made more suggestions for game improvements. Evan took a rough look at it and found that everything made sense and not a single one was redundant. It seems that the game world is going to undergo a major upgrade. Are you going to take my advice? That's right. Which one to adopt? Oh, then I'm quite honored. Having proved her worth, Katie felt proud. This is your reward. Evan gave the glasses to Katie. Katie took over the glasses and found that the glasses had all the functions of the previous helmet, and she was extremely surprised. Evan, I can use these glasses to reset myself back to my original world, right? The upper limit of your ability is far higher than you think. You can let go of your imagination. In fact, you can not only use quantum reset to travel between the two worlds, but also to travel between the past and the future. Can I go back to the past? Doesn't that mean that when I return to my original world, time travel back to the day I left, and then quantum reset to make myself 13 years old? To people over there, I am quite have you ever left. Katie was surprised. Her head was spinning very fast, and as soon as Evan said it, she realized that she was truly a genius for being able to do such a thing. Yes. Evan smiled and nodded. Katie jumped up in surprise. I'm going back now. Don't worry. After the game is updated, you can experience it for yourself and help me see if there is anything unreasonable. Then I will go back with you. I'm still very interested in the abilities of some of your mutants. You don't want to integrate many variant abilities into one, do you? That's it. According to the routines of film and television literary works, people who usually do this kind of thing will become the final boss without any accident, and the end result will be that they will be killed by the protagonist group. Katie complained, "Do you think I look like the final boss?" "Like it looks like it now." Evan knocked Katie on the head angrily and said in the midst of the pain, "I'm not that ambitious. My only goal is to evolve and take my family with me to evolve. Then your family is really happy." Katie covered her head and said enviously. Evan changed the subject and asked her, "Do you know Wanda Maximoff and Gwen Stacy?" "They're my classmates, boss. Do you know them too?" "Well, they're my girlfriends." Katie suddenly showed a dead fisheye expression. It turns out that this boss is still a playboy, and he actually has two things to do. Katie has met Wanda and Gwen. They are both extremely outstanding girls, both in appearance and academic performance. They are even rated as school beauties by some boring boys. But why can two such excellent people accept having the same boyfriend? I can't figure it out. Anyway, if it were Katie, she wouldn't be able to accept her boyfriend riding two boats. Okay, I'm going to update the game soon. You can log off and go back to school first. Okay, I'm leaving. After Katie left, Evan started updating the game. At the same time, all players of Marvel Superhero, whether online or offline, thought of the game system announcement in their minds. The Marvel Superhero game will undergo version upgrade and maintenance. During this period, players will not be able to log into the game. This upgrade maintenance will last for 3 days. The updated content of this version is as follows. 1. Turn off the time dilation effect in the game, and the time flow rate in the game will be in line with the time flow rate in the real world. 2. New trial copy. 3. The DC copy sets entry conditions. Only players who have passed the trial copy test can enter. 4. New copy of Captain America 2, The Winter Soldier. 5. New copy of Avengers 2, Age of Ultron. 6. Fix several bugs. All players in the game were kicked offline. All players were attracted by this game version update announcement. The cancellation of the time dilation effect function in the game will undoubtedly make all players regretful. This means that the time flow rate in the real world and the game world will remain the same. Zhao will no longer be able to get a longer vacation time in the game world. People like Tony Stark and Stephen Strange can no longer conduct scientific research and practice through the expansion time in the game. Is this the end of the game benefit period? The DC Superhero copy is indeed special. In the new version, you actually have to pass a trial to enter. I just don't know how difficult that trial is. Wanda, Gwen, Kayla, Frigga, and others were thinking about the reason why Evan did this. They all had high IQs. After thinking for a moment, they probably figured out something. Evan had canceled the benefits for all players. But the game expansion area must still exist, but ordinary players cannot enter it. In the future, it will only be a benefit for a few people. Shadowcat Katie, who had just returned to Empire State University, also heard the game announcement. He moves pretty fast. Katie complained. After complaining, she said to herself, "I don't know much about Evan. Would you like to go find Wanda and Gwen and learn more about Boss Evan from him?" She made a decision quickly. It took her some time to find Wanda and Gwen. At the moment, Wanda and Gwen were in a ghost club with a supernatural style, sitting in front of the computer and playing games online, and they were playing World of Warcraft. The name of this society is the Non-Natural Science Research Society. Why is this club called a ghost club? Probably because the location of the club room is too remote, and there are only 2 members in the club. The 2 of them were playing games in the club when they heard a knock on the door of the club room. Wanda got up and opened the door and saw a petite girl with flaxen hair outside the door. She recognized each other because they were in the same class. Classmate pride, what can I do? Wanda asked the other party. Actually, I am a time traveler from another parallel time and space. I met Evan before. She recognized my identity and knew some things about the world before I traveled. She helped me and recruited me to he works there. He told me some things about you, but I don't know much about him, so I came over to ask you. After listening to Katie's words, Wanda measured her body and said to her, "You come in first." Gwen, who was playing games, heard Katie's words, stopped playing games, and looked here. When she saw Katie, her mentality stabilized instantly. Katie is so short and is still in an airport. Evan will definitely not like such a girl, so this girl will not become his and Wanda's love rival. Wanda had similar thoughts. By the way, the other party was actually a time traveler, which aroused the curiosity of Wanda and Gwen. The 2 of them enthusiastically pulled Katie to sit down and began to ask her about what happened before she traveled through time. Katie didn't hide anything and told the 2 about her world and her story. I have never seen mutants, and mutants do not exist in our world. However, I heard Evan mention that there is also a group of super ability people in our world called aliens, but I have never seen aliens. Gwen said, "The more you know, the more ignorant you will feel. I understand this feeling." Wanda shrugged. She looked at Katie and asked her, "You should have found a way to travel back in time when you met Evan. Why are you still there?" "Leave." "When you met Evan, you should have found a way to travel back in time. Why did you stay?" Wanda asked. "Because I have adoptive parents and friends here, and I can't bear to leave them. But Evan made a prop for me, which can help me use ability. Using it, I should be able to travel between the 2 sides at any time, but I haven't yet. I have tried it, and I promised Evan that I will not leave until the new version of the game is updated, and after I help her test the new version, he'll go to Minecraft with me." Katie said. Wanda and Gwen knew Evan very well. After learning that Evan was going to the latter's world with Katie, they probably guessed the other person's purpose. Evan would never do it to pick up Katie. They both knew very well that someone with Katie's figure and appearance was not Evan's cup of tea at all. The reason why the other party went there was probably because they were eyeing mutant-esque ability. Evan's persistence in evolution is very strong, and Wanda and Gwen know this very well. In fact, both of them are eager to evolve their own life levels, so that they will not be left too far behind by Evan. Although, in terms of combat effectiveness, Evan may not be Wanda's opponent in Scarlet Witch form, but it is only a matter of time before he surpasses him. Wanda and Gwen looked at each other. Both of them could see and want to see in each other's eyes. The 2 looked at Katie again and said in unison, "We will go together then." Katie didn't think too much about this. She asked a question that she was more interested in. "Vince is so powerful. As his girlfriend, are you not ordinary people? Let's show each other's abilities." Gwen suggested. She wanted to see Shadowcat's super ability. "Okay, who comes first?" Katie asked enthusiastically. "I'll do it first." Wanda waved her hand to alter reality, which made this monotonous ghost club soar in popularity, and many people appeared in the club out of thin air. Katie was stunned. "Did you create people out of thin air, or did you move people from other places here?" "It's just an imaginary picture brought to reality. Except for the 3 of us. Everyone else here is just my thoughts." Wanda said. Katie didn't believe in evil, so she reached out and touched a fantasy man passing by her. After being touched, the imaginary man looked at Katie suspiciously and asked her, "Excuse me, what can I do? Not only can you see it, but you can also touch it. This is unscientific." Katie was shocked. Wanda smiled slightly and dispersed ability. All the extra people in the club room disappeared out of thin air, leaving only the 3 of them. My ability performance is over. Next up is Gwen's performance. The ability that Gwen chose to perform is Daluo Cave. She raised her hand and touched Katie's body. The next moment, their souls left their bodies at the same time and escaped into the world of Infiltrating. Not only can the inner scene be used for divination, it is also an ability that allows people to act like the creator in the center of their dreams. If the caster is willing, they can even stage a fight to break the sky in the inner scene. Gwen takes Katie's soul and travels through the interiors of different people in the school, observing their memories and thoughts through the personal interiors of those people's hearts. Catherine is so beautiful. I really want to know what cosmetics she uses. Do you want to ask her? One Samantha from the sorority ran away in public. She has a great career and a great figure. It would be great if I could sleep with her for one night. She is indeed the queen of campus. Dolly is so strong. On campus, the voices of different people are heard in the interior scene and are heard by Gwen and Katie, who are traveling through the interior scene. Looking at the constantly changing scenes in the interior, Katie, who is very smart, realized something and immediately said, "We are traveling in the consciousness of different people, right?" "You are right to describe it that way." Gwen nodded. Although the essence is not the same, it is indeed similar in concept. After a while, Katie woke up from her trance and found herself still sitting in the ghost clubroom. Katie was amazed that someone worthy of being Evan's girlfriend had such powerful abilities. Now it's my turn. My original ability was to quantize my body, allowing my body to pass through various obstacles. But after Evan gave me these glasses, I can use them to assist in releasing my ability. Do more things like this. Katie is a young person, and young people like to show their excellence to others. However, in the past, even if she had super ability, it was not easy to show it to ordinary people for fear of being targeted by interested people and being used as a guinea pig. But now, facing Wanda and Gwen, who also have super abilities, Katie has completely let herself go. She proudly showed off her magical super ability to the two of them. Wanda and Gwen were indeed surprised by the magic of Katie's ability. Katie's ability is very similar to Wanda's ability, but not exactly the same. Though, please give me flowers. Katie can only modify her own reality and choose one of her own superposition possibilities to become reality. Wanda's ability is to modify the reality of the world, and the effect is stronger. What an amazing ability. Although your ability doesn't have much fighting power, your life-saving ability is unparalleled. Gwen was a little envious. Yeah, right? I also think I'm very powerful. I have to thank Evan for this. If I hadn't met him, I wouldn't have known that my ability could still be used like this. After each other's abilities were demonstrated, the relationship between Katie and the two became closer. The three of them sat together and chatted for a long time. During this period, Katie asked a lot about Evan. Through Wanda and Gwen's words, she learned more about Evan. Katie knows that Evan is indeed not an ambitious person. If you have to talk about ambition, it is evolution. Evolution is the instinct of every life. You cannot say this is a shortcoming. But in any case, Katie has completely let down her guard against Evan and plans to work for Evan in the future because this obviously has a better future. 3 days later at midnight, a new version of the Marvel superhero game was launched. Even though it was midnight, all the players logged into the game immediately. As the announcement before the game update said, there is no longer time dilation in the game, and the time flow rate here is in line with the time flow rate in the real world. Whether it is the public area or the dungeon world, the speed of time passing is in line with reality. But in the dungeon world, you can time dilate the dungeon by paying. The time dilation ratio depends on how much the player pays. These money are real-world money and need to be recharged. This setting is nothing to a big dog like Tony Stark or a guy like Nick Fury who always embezzles public funds, but it is very painful to others. If you don't want to spend too much real time going to the instance, you have to recharge. But even if you charge money, you may not be able to clear the dungeon in one go. If you die in the dungeon, your money will be wasted. You can definitely enter the dungeon without recharging money, but the time in the dungeon will flow at the same speed as the real world. How long the player has been in the dungeon world, time in the real world will also pass by. Players are not satisfied with this game update. Only game operator Evan is satisfied. In the new version, the advantages of the game as a plugin are no longer available to players. The SHILD 5-member team got together again and several people began to discuss the version update. After discussing for a long time, they still couldn't come up with a reason. They decided to conquer the dungeon first. In this new version, 3 new dungeons have appeared, namely Captain America 2, The Winter Soldier, Avengers Alliance 2, Age of Ultron, and Trial Dungeon. The only ones related to reality are Captain America 2 and Avengers Alliance 2. The trial copy is also associated with the DC copy. Only by clearing the trial copy can you enter the DC copy again. Since the DC copy world is likely to be a real world, and everything in that copy world can bring 280 back to the real world, no player is willing to give up the DC copy, so the trial copy is a must for every player to experience. But the story of the DC copy will not take place in reality after all. Compared with the DC copy, Captain America 2 and Avengers Alliance 2, which will take place in the real world, are more worthy of the 5 SHLD's attention. So they decided to conquer Captain America 2 and Avengers Alliance 2 first. However, the current flow rate of time in dungeons and public areas is the same as in reality. If you enter the dungeon directly without recharging the dungeon time dilation, things in the real world will definitely be delayed. Nick Fury decided to make a big hemorrhage. He gritted his teeth and spent $5 million to recharge, and with his 4 subordinates, he entered Captain America 2, the Winter Soldier, at the same rate as 1 day in the outside world and 30 years in the game copy. Nick Fury, Phil Coulson, Natasha Romanoff, Sharon Carter, and Maria Hill, 5 people entered this copy. The game system arranged new identities for the 5 people in the copy of Captain America 2, the Winter Soldier. The identity is that of an ordinary agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. As soon as they appeared in the copy of SHIELD, their full attention was attracted by the broadcast content inside S.H.I.E.L.D. It's Minister Alexander Pierce speaking. The content of the broadcast is to tell the people in SHIELD that Steve Rogers assassinated Nick Fury. The first reaction of the 5 players was not to believe it, but the broadcast contained a lot of specious evidence. Sharon Carter said, "I know, Captain. He is not like that." Natasha Romanoff also nodded. "Agree. I guess SHIELD at this time has been subverted by the guys undercover here. We can't stay here. We must find the NPC, Captain. Only in this way can we know the truth." Fury said, "Natasha Romanoff, call your character and ask her if she knows what's going on." Okay. Natasha Romanoff took out her phone and dialed the NPC's private security number. The call was quickly answered. On the other end of the phone, the voice of the NPC widow came. "Boo, it doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I know that the captain was framed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Now SHIELD is no longer trustworthy. At least there must be something wrong with Alexander Pierce. Romanoff agent, where are you? I need to see you." One side. Natasha Romanoff said to the NPC herself, "Sorry, I don't trust you either." The NPC widow refused to meet Natasha Romanoff, but she did not hang up the other party's phone. She waited for the other party to convince her. As the saying goes, only you know yourself best. Natasha Romanoff knows how to convince yourself, even if that self is just an NPC. After a while, Natasha Romanoff convinced the NPC herself. "I'm at Presbyterian Hospital. The location is." The NPC widow told Natasha Romanoff her current location. "Just wait, I'll be there soon." After Natasha Romanoff finished speaking, she hung up the phone. The 5 players of SHIELD teamed up, left SHIELD in this game, and went to the Presbyterian Hospital, where they found the NPC widow's sister. The NPC widow looked at the 5 people warily. The identities of the 5 people in the game are different from those in the real world, and their appearances are also different in the eyes of NPCs in the game world, so the NPC widow cannot recognize the identities of these 5 people. Natasha Romanoff took a step forward and said to the NPC widow, "Before, it was me who called you. Now, like you, we don't know who to trust. We just want to know what happened." The NPC widow's sister was extremely wary of a few people, and just said, "You told me on the phone before that Alexander Pierce had a problem. Is it true?" "I can't give you a definite answer. I only know that he ordered the arrest of the captain and said that the captain killed director Nick Fury." The NPC widow shook her head. "It can't be the captain's. When Fury was assassinated, he escaped successfully. He fled to the captain's house. At that time, Sharon Carter was monitoring and protecting the captain. When Fury was shot at the captain's house, Sharon Carter, she was next door and rushed over as soon as she heard the gunfire. When she saw Fury, who was shot in the chest, she analyzed that the ballistics came from the tall building outside the window, and the captain was in a room at the time, so it was impossible for him to do it. Hearing what the NPC widow said, the five of them breathed a sigh of relief. Although they didn't believe it was Captain America who did it, what if? Fortunately, that is not the case. Natasha Romanoff said to the NPC herself, "There must be a problem within S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Romanoff, the interior of S.H.I.E.L.D. may have been infiltrated by unknown forces, and the infiltration was very serious. If there is really a problem with Alexander Pierce, then must we have also put more people into S.H.I.E.L.D. Now we are in a passive position and must find a way to break the situation, and the key to breaking the situation lies in the captain. Tell me, where is the captain?" The NPC widow said, "I saw the captain standing in front of the vending machine for a long time last night. 1.8 at that time. I guess that Nick Fury must have given him something before he died, and that thing was hidden in that vending machine. In the vending machine, that's why I'm here." As she spoke, she took out an encrypted USB flash drive. "This is the USB flash drive I found in that vending machine. Since the captain hid it here, he will definitely come here again." Natasha Romanoff looked at Maria Hill. The latter shook his head and said, "This is a special USB flash drive. Once it is inserted into the device, it will be located. If we want to decipher it, we'd better find a safe place." Natasha Romanoff nodded and said to the NPC herself, "For safety reasons, you take the USB flash drive and my friends and leave first, find a place to decipher the contents, and I will wait for the captain here, and then I will join you. Give me a reason to trust you." The NPC widow didn't trust everyone very much. *94528 Natasha Romanoff only said a series of numbers. The NPC widow was stunned after hearing this. She looked at Natasha Romanoff in astonishment. Natasha Romanoff just nodded at her. The NPC widow took a deep breath, immediately stopped asking any questions, got up, and left with Fury and others. After leaving the hospital, Phil Coulson asked the NPC sister curiously, "The numbers there must have different meanings to you, right?" The NPC widow's sister said, "That was the secret code I set when I was a child and played a spy game with my sister." Natasha Romanoff, who stayed in the Presbyterian hospital, didn't wait long before she saw a man wearing a sweatshirt, jeans, and a baseball cap. The man walked towards the vending machine in front of him, looking for something there. Seeing this, Natasha Romanoff walked over. "Are you looking for the USB flash drive? It's no longer here. At this point in time, Captain America is wanted and doesn't know who to trust." Fury also asked him not to trust anyone before he died in 08. This makes the current Captain America, Steve Rogers, very sensitive. After being surprised by Natasha Romanoff, directly pinched Natasha Romanoff into a nearby room. It took the two of them a few minutes to resolve their misunderstanding. "Where is that USB flash drive? We must get the information inside to know the reason why Fury was killed." NPC Captain America said, "Come with me." Natasha Romanoff walked out, taking out her communicator as she walked to contact Fury and the others. Half an hour later, Natasha Romanoff brought NPC Captain America to a private room in an internet cafe in New York. Seeing Natasha Romanoff coming with NPC Captain America, Fury asked directly, "Steve, tell me the reasons why you are wanted. We still have some answers that need to be confirmed." NPC Captain America talked in detail about what he went through after being taken to SHIELD after the death of NPC Fury. Maria Hill analyzed, "It is now basically certain that Brock Rumlow of the Special Forces, Jasper Sitwell of the Ministry of Information, and Minister Alexander Pierce all have problems." Are you kidding? They are all senior leaders of various departments in S.H.I.E.L.D. If there's a problem with them, doesn't it mean that there's a problem in more than half of SHIELD? Sharon Carter couldn't believe it. Everyone was silent. Not to mention the silence of NPC Widow's sister and NPC Captain America. The 5 players of SHIELD have all realized that there is really a big problem in SHIELD, and it is a huge problem, almost hopeless. Nick Fury couldn't help but think about Evan's original proposal to ask outside forces to inspect S.H.I.E.L.D., but he didn't think it was necessary at the time. But now, after experiencing the beginning of this dungeon story, Fury no longer thinks so. SHIELD has a huge problem. This is not just a problem with SHIELD in the game world. I'm afraid that SHIELD in the real world also has the same problem. You must know that this game is mirroring reality. But it's not too late to know now. They are not in a hurry to return to reality to solve the problem. They still need to figure out what the problem is from the dungeon world. In the subsequent dungeon experience, the S.H.I.E.L.D. 5 gradually learned who the culprits were and their purpose. This made Nick, Phil Coulson, Sharon, Maria, and Natasha Romanoff's pupils shrink. Unexpectedly, the Hydra organization was not dead, but also reverse-infiltrated SHIELD, and the infiltration was very serious. If they are like themselves in this dungeon and discover the problem so late, I'm afraid SHIELD will inevitably be disbanded. But since the problem was discovered in advance, Nick Fury's methods can be used to arrange for the Hydra group. Not to say that it can easily solve the problem, but at least it can ensure that SHIELD continues to exist. Players who are playing the Captain America 2 copy are not only the SHIELD group, but also Tony, Pepper Potts, Strange, Christine, Captain America, Loki, Thor, Frigga, and Kayla. Among them, Thor, Loki, Frigga, and Kayla don't care about the changes in S.H.I.E.L.D. They just treat it as a game. The only ones who really care are Tony, Pepper, Strange, and Christine. Because the insight plan in this copy is targeted at Tony and Strange, the two of them cannot remain indifferent, and as their girlfriends, Pepper Potts and Christine naturally cannot remain indifferent either. But everyone is very sensible and knows that there are no Hydra players in this game, only SHIELD players. Since the SHIELD players already know the future, if the internal problems of SHIELD in reality cannot be solved, people will doubt whether SHIELD really exists. It is necessary to continue to exist. It is worth mentioning that Frigga revealed her identity to Thor and told him that I am your mother. After that, Frigga and her 2 sons teamed up to enter Avengers Alliance 2, Age of Ultron. Well, they entered after recharging the time dilation. You ask, what do people in Asgard use to recharge? The answer is simple. There are so many treasures in Asgard, there is always something to recharge. In the end, all the proceeds go to Evan. Shortly after Frigga and others entered Captain America 2, the people from SHIELD, as well as Tony, Strange, and others also cleared Captain America 2 one after another. Immediately, everyone unanimously paid to recharge and entered Avengers Alliance 2, Age of Ultron. They need to know more about the future. The Avengers Alliance 2 script created by Evan has been modified. After all, in this Marvel movie universe, Wanda's brother Pietro Maximoff is long dead. Therefore, in the copy of Avengers Alliance 2 after Evan's changes, Pietro does not exist, but Pietro's position is replaced by Evan. The setting in the dungeon is 237. NPC Evan and NPC Wanda have never been in contact with the game world. They depend on each other for life. Wanda hates Tony Stark, so Evan also hates Wanda. In this copy, NPC Evan is different from Quicksilver in the original time and space. Although his abilities are induced by the Mind Gem, they are not super speed, but the manifestation of fantasy. In the second half of this dungeon, NPC Evan was also robbed and beaten to death by Ultron robots, causing Wanda to explode. This is the setting of NPC Evan and NPC Wanda in the dungeon. With the existence of this game, no one will doubt their identities and will only think that this is the experience of Evan and Wanda on the premise that their fate has not been changed by the game. After players have cleared this dungeon one after another, the looks they look at Evan and Wanda are subtle, and the looks they look at Stark are even more subtle. Who knows that Ultron was created by Stark? Wanda didn't mind this, but was happy because she and Evan were still together in the storyline of the dungeon. As for Stark, it's just a pain in the asterisk. After the 2 copies of Captain America 2 and Avengers Alliance 2 were cleared by players one after another, many players were not interested in continuing the game, such as the 5 members of SHIELD and Tony, who planned to destroy Hydra in SHIELD first. If the problem is known in advance, with the abilities of these people, it is only a matter of time before Hydra is disabled. Question: what is the significance of the existence of the trial copy? Answer: swipe out salty fish players. Trial dungeons are different from ordinary dungeons. Players cannot follow NPCs all the way through the level. In trial dungeons, they have to rely on themselves for everything. If they're just ordinary people without any training, they will definitely not be able to pass the trial. Only superheroes with special abilities and professionally trained agents can clear the trial dungeon. With the existence of trial dungeons, ordinary people like Christine Palmer and Pepper Potts can be wiped out. Shadowcat stayed with Evan. She used the God's perspective that Evan shared with her to see the overall situation and find the unreasonable aspects of the game. But for now, everything is looking good. It's running well, and it's unlikely that there will be any problems in the future. Evan, I plan to go to school tomorrow to apply for leave of absence, pack my things, and go home. Okay, let's go to the world before you travel together at noon tomorrow. Evan nodded. Wanda, Gwen, and Kayla are all in the trial dungeon at the moment. The trial dungeon was difficult, but it was far from difficult for them. The 3 of them cleared the trial dungeon smoothly. The 3 of them cleared the level at about the same speed. They successfully exited the dungeon and returned to their homes in the public area. Katie asked the 3 girls, "What is the content of the trial copy?" Players need to pass through one level after another, and it seems that each player experiences different levels, Gwen said. It is true that different trial levels are generated individually by the game AI, according to the player's situation. Evan said, "So that's it." Katie suddenly became interested in the trial copy and wanted to go in and play. "What level did you 2 go through?" Gwen asked Kayla and Wanda. "When I was in the first level, I was a prisoner, and the task required me to escape from prison without using any supernatural power. I took advantage of the night and used the 6-style moon step to escape from prison," Wanda said. "My first identity was as a detective, and the task required me to cooperate with the police in investigating a secret room murder case and find the real murderer among the suspects. My super hearing can hear the heartbeats of others, and I can use this to a certain extent." He conducted a lie detector test and took the lead in finding the person who was most likely to be the murderer. Then he put himself in the other person's shoes and simulated the other person's crime process, assuming that the other person was the murderer. Finally, he found decisive evidence. Kayla said about her first story level 1 situation, and then asked Gwen, "What did you experience in the first level?" "My first identity was as a passenger who crashed. I was the only survivor of that flight. I was stranded on an isolated island. The task required me to survive in the wild and survive for a month. This task was completely irrelevant to me. The difficulty is just a bit lonely." Gwen spread her hands. Gwen, who has mastered the power of magic, has learned the secondary creation technique from Evan. Although this magic cannot create things that are mysterious or too large, it is more than enough to create food and water out of thin air. In fact, if this level did not require her to survive in the wild, Gwen could escape from the island and return to the civilized world with a portal magic. "What's your second level?" Katie was curious. It was still Wanda who spoke first. "In the second level, the NPCs and I went to explore an apartment in the desert that was said to be haunted. I stayed there with several NPCs. The mission required us to spend one night there. When I first entered, I had a perception that there was something evil there. Spirit, cast a spell to purify it. I have never seen an evil spirit in my whole life." Gwen was surprised. She didn't expect that the second level Wanda experienced was in the style of a supernatural horror movie. After the accident, she said, "My second level identity is King Arthur's Round Table, a Knight of the Knights. My mission requires me to capture the witch in Camelot City and then burn her to death." Wanda. Everyone started chatting about what levels they had experienced and how to pass them. Not to mention, everyone's levels are quite interesting and have varying degrees of difficulty. But for them, They have no difficulty at all. Katie was eager to hear it. After everyone finished chatting about this topic, she finally couldn't help it. After talking to everyone, she also entered the trial copy to play. Tomorrow at noon, let's go to the world before Katie traveled through time. Evan talked about this matter with the three girls. Wanda and Gwen had no objection, but Kayla shook her head regretfully. I'm afraid I don't have time during the day, so you go ahead. The next day, morning, Katie went to school to apply for leave of absence. Wanda and Gwen went to school. They went to school normally. Kayla returned to DC Earth 38 and went to work at Kate International Media Company there. It is worth mentioning that Evan and Kayla's daughter Laura was taken to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau by Kayla's sister Alex because of her unique ability. Now Laura is considered a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, a special talent deeply appreciated by director Hank Hengxiao, actually Martian Manhunter. Marvel Movie Universe, S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, and others began to target Hydra lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury contacted Tony Stark, opened the network port to the other party, and allowed Stark to access SHIELD's intranet to monitor and listen to everyone's equipment to analyze and determine who is one of S.H.I.E.L.D. and who is HYDRA. After confirming the identity of everyone, they can then carry out a thunderstrike. Evan stood on the beach in front of the villa in the public area of the game world, doing his usual morning exercises. While doing morning exercises, Evan is also developing the princely ability. He feels that this ability still has great potential that can be tapped. Since quantum reset can allow people to travel through time, or even through parallel time and space, is it possible to specifically develop an ability similar to parallel world observation? It seems that it is difficult to do this with this super ability alone, so Evan used perception magic to assist when developing ability. Gradually, he really did it. Staying in the game world, Heo has been able to observe outside the game world without leaving home, such as the Marvel Movie Universe, as well as DC Earth and DC Earth Level 38, which are also connected to the game world. It's just that this observation perspective is not a wide area God's perspective, but more like the perspective of the human eye. It can only observe one place at the same time, and the range of observation is not large. However, this perspective can move, and there is no upper limit to the movement speed, but it is very difficult. Good control. Evan tried to move the perspective to Empire State University in the Marvel Movie Universe, and easily observe Wanda and Gwen taking classes there. Gwen didn't notice Evan's gaze, but Wanda did. Wanda raised her head in confusion and looked in the direction of the line of sight, but there was nothing there. Evan looked away. It seems that the prince's observation ability also has drawbacks. It will be noticed by people with stronger perception. Evan muttered to himself. Quantum observation ability, able to observe the space and time related to the world where Evan is currently located. When Evan is in the game world, he can observe the Marvel Movie Universe, DC Earth and DC Earth 38, because these three places are related to the game world. If he is in the Marvel Movie Universe and conducts quantum observations from there, can he observe the entire multi-universe related to the concept of Marvel Universe? Evan plans to try it. After his morning exercise, he went to the bathroom to take a shower, changed into new clothes, and then left the game world and went to his own villa in the Marvel Movie Universe. Speaking of which, Evan's battleship has been left gathering dust on a coffee table here. The battleship has shrunk and looks like a slap file-size model toy. In order to avoid losing it, Evan took advantage of this return to put the battleship into his storage space. Evan sat on the sofa, closed his eyes, and started quantum observation again. Just as he had guessed before, when he was here, he could indeed observe many corners of the Marvel multi-universe. However, there are many parallel time and spaces in Marvel. Evan's quantum perspective can only observe one place at the same time, and cannot observe all places at the same time from the god's perspective. He tried to move his perspective to one of the parallel times and spaces. Not long after, 027 discovered a lot of places in that parallel time and space that were different from here. Over there is the Illuminati universe, which is the universe where the Giving Society, who was killed by Wanda in the movie, is located. There are mutants, Inhumans, Fantastic Four, Camartage, but no Avengers. Remember that the number of this universe is 838. Evan withdrew his quantum gaze and turned to look at another Marvel universe. What he saw this time was the old version of the Fantastic Four movie universe, where there were only the Fantastic Four. Afterwards, Evan continued to observe, and he successively found the 616 comic universe, the 1610 Ultimate Universe, the 688B Sony Marvel Universe, the TRN 565 Real Universe, the X-Men Movie Universe, the Blade Warrior Movie Universe. And there's a Marvel Movie Universe without Evan's intrusion and Pietro Maximoff's death. TVA seems to exist in this universe. The above are all things that Evan is familiar with, and those that he is not familiar with have been observed more. I have to say that this quantum observation ability is really useful. You can simply peek into the world without leaving home. The upper limit of the ability, OB, is extremely high, but being able to see the entire multi-universe is the limit, and you can't see the multi-universe yet. The omnipotent universe outside the universe. Evan turned his attention to quantum observation to the X-Men movie universe, which is the world he is about to go to later. In that world, except that Shadowcat no longer traveled through time, everything was pretty much the same as in the movie. Over there, the stories of the X-Men prequel series and the main series have ended. Now it is the new mutant era. The X-Men are no longer the protagonists and do not have many scenes. The protagonists become Mysterio, Wolfsbane, Moonstar, Cannon, Sunspot, and Deadpool. At noon, Wanda, Gwen, and Katie return to the villa in the public area of the game world, and Evan also came back. Everyone has brought what they need to bring and is ready to go. To say who is the most excited among the people, it is Shadowcat Katie. I can finally go home. Now that everything is ready, let's go. Evan waved his hand and led the three beauties to initiate quantum reset. Not only did they travel through parallel planes, they also traveled through time, directly returning to the day Shadowcat Katie disappeared. The place where they landed was in Shadowcat's hometown, Deerfield, Illinois. A few years ago, this was where Katie lost control of her ability and traveled through time. Looking at the familiar environment around her, Katie almost jumped with excitement. Evan reminded her, "We came into this world when you were 13 years old." Oh, after Katie heard this, she immediately activated the quantum reset and reset her age back to 13 years old. Even the clothes on her body were reset back to the ones she wore when she traveled through time. It was like great transformation into a living person. "Evan, I'm going to see my parents first, and then I'll see you in a few days." "Go ahead." Katie disappeared in a flash. "Where are we going now?" Wanda asked Evan. "I plan to collect some mutant genes and make X-gene potions that can give us different super abilities. Let's go to a time in the past in this world." "Okay, let's go then." Evan took the two of them directly to Boston, Massachusetts in 195X, and arrived at the gate of Snow Valley Girls High School. This is Snow Valley High School for girls in Boston, Massachusetts in 195X. At this time, there was a mutant who went to school here. Her name was Emma Frost. Ability is telepathy and body diamondization. Since this is a girls' school, the task of obtaining her DNA is left to you two. You can contact each other appropriately and find opportunities to visit her home. Her older sister and younger sister are also mutants. What is her sister's ability? Her sister's ability is contact mind control, and her sister's ability is to implant hallucinations in others, but I'm not sure if their abilities are awakening at this time. But it doesn't matter even if they are not. You just need to collect their genes. "Leave it to us." Wanda nodded. Evan was separated from the two women. He used quantum reset, and the next moment he appeared at the manor of Charles Xavier's family in Westchester County, New York, where he found Professor X and Mystique. Evan did not show up to meet them, but quietly took away a piece of hair from each of them and left. After that, Evan found Magneto, Red Devil, Shao, Riptide, and Shockwave, and quietly collected their DNA. After that, Evan went to Cairo, Egypt, found Apocalypse buried there, and drew blood. After doing all this, Evan returned to the game world alone and handed these genetic samples to Abigail so that she could use her own technology to produce X-gene medicine. Abigail played the role of a tool very well, and it took a whole day to complete the production of the relevant X-gene medicine. Evan first used his own time projection to test the effects of the potions. After confirming that there was no problem, he injected himself with all the potions. Evan, who has gained many mutant abilities, feels the burden of his own genes. At this time, you should digest and adapt to these abilities. Only after you have fully adapted to them can you continue to inject other X-gene drugs. In the evening, Wanda and Gwen came back. They successfully completed the task and obtained DNA samples from Emma, Adrian, Emma's sister, and Claudia, Emma's sister. Abigail took the DNA samples from the two people and went to make the X-gene potion. Wanda and Gwen followed Abigail into the underground laboratory. They saw that there were many X-gene medicines stored in the laboratory with labels on them. The labels stated which super abilities these medicines corresponded to. Evan, can Wanda and I inject these medicines? Gwen asked Evan, who was adjusting to ability. Yes, but don't inject too many types of injections at one time, as I will put a huge burden on the body. Evan reminded the two of them. They both looked very excited when they learned that they could also get injections. There are so many kinds of abilities, they have to choose carefully. First of all, the two of them chose the Shadowcat gene potion by coincidence. They had seen this ability from Katie and Evan and knew the magic of this ability. After that, Wanda chose the Apocalypse gene potion and Gwen chose the Emma gene potion. They were injected one after another and gain a lot of super abilities, but at the same time, they also felt the genetic burden that Evan said, but it was not particularly serious. It seemed that they could continue to inject. However, to be on the safe side, they did not continue and began to adapt to the newly acquired abilities. Ability. Time gradually passed one night. Evan spent a whole night to initially adapt to the new ability, and the genetic burden was no longer so obvious. He greeted Wanda and Gwen, and they left the game world and came to the X-Men movie universe again. The time of their arrival this time was 3 days after Katie returned. Katie has left her hometown and went to Charles' mutant school. Not long after the three of them arrived, they received a message from Katie. The other party sent the message to the three of them through the friend function on the game panel. In the message, Katie told the three of them that she went to Xavier Youth School. The three of them played in this world for half a month. During this period, Katie took them to many places. They also visited the Xavier Youth School and collected a lot of mutant genes. They don't return until they've had enough fun. SHIELD is clean. Under the operation of Nick Fury and others, the Hydra molecules in SHIELD were successively eradicated. The number of Hydra undercover agents eradicated accounts for half of the staff of SHIELD headquarters. This cut SHIELD's strength in half. Fortunately, everything is being done secretly, and people outside don't know that something happened in S.H.I.E.L.D. From the official point of view of various countries, SHIELD is still the same S.H.I.E.L.D. Only the hidden Hydra members know that all the Hydra members who were undercover in SHIELD have been arrested. This made Hydra elements all over the world very uneasy, and they had to give up their current identities and hide in other identities, just because they were worried about what SHIELD would interrogate from those captured and implicate them. Nick Fury finally breathed a sigh of relief after purifying the internal environment of S.H.I.E.L.D. After this incident, Fury went to see Tony Stark alone. The main purpose was to warn Tony Stark not to seek death in developing Ultron. Knowing that Ultron would go out of control, Tony Stark would naturally not develop that thing, and there was no need for Fury to remind him. In the game world, players have cleared the trial dungeon one after another. Only Pepper and Christine can't survive this dungeon. There is nothing they can do about it. Who made the trial dungeon so difficult? This so-called trial is simply not possible. It is not prepared for ordinary people like them. In fact, the agent players of SHIELD were not able to pass the trial dungeon in one go. It took several times to successfully pass the trial. Only the Avengers and the three from Asgard can pass the test in one go. After that, everyone was exploring the DC World dungeon in their spare time. It's said to be a strategy but it's actually about managing forces there, collecting resources, and recruiting talents. Tom has passed like this for more than half a year. Nothing major happened in the past half year. If there is anything special, it is that Evan's film and television company has launched a lot of new movies, such as the X-Men series and the Fantastic Four series. Time has come to 2015. This year, the Ultron incident should have occurred, but the incident has been killed in advance. There is a high probability that there will be no major events on Earth this year. Wanda and Gwen have graduated from college. Wanda didn't look for any job after graduation. Anyway, she was supported by Evan, and she only did what she liked. Gwen is different. As a top student, Gwen works full-time as a scientist, conducting scientific research experiments and studying things that interest her. For example, she has been studying the Kryptonian Central Book recently. Yes, the Central Book has been deciphered. There are different Kryptonian gene templates inside the Central Book. The genes in these gene templates are not encrypted, allowing people to easily study the genetic technology contained in them. As long as this technology can be thoroughly mastered, human genetic modification equipment can be developed. For example, let human beings modify their appearance at the genetic level, just like creating characters in online games and pinching their faces, so that losers can become handsome men, ugly women can become beautiful women, and fat people can become slim, commonly known as recreating a human being. Gwen is currently studying this recreation project. In order to produce results as quickly as possible, Evan added a time dilation effect to the underground laboratory under the villa in the public area. On a day outside, 30 years can pass in a laboratory. It is estimated that with a few days from the outside world, Gwen's research will produce results. It is worth mentioning that Wanda and Gwen already knew that Kayla gave birth to a child for Evan, but in terms of claims, it was after that event, not before. After clearing Laura's identity, Evan took advantage of the situation and made Laura a player. Laura would come over from time to play with her father and two little mothers. Regarding Laura, Wanda and Gwen were surprised when they first met her, but then they adapted to her existence. They also regarded Laura as their daughter, although the daughter looked about the same age as them. Big, somewhat strange. On this day, Evan took the time to tag a few new players, namely Peter Parker, Yelena Belova, and Avengers Hawkeye Clint Barton and Falcon Sam Wilson. Before Clint Barton and Sam Wilson came to the game, they had heard other Avengers mention this place many times, so they were not too surprised. They were just sighing that they had finally become players. Peter Parker and Yelena Belova came to this place for the first time. Yelena is no longer the Black Widow agent of the Red House. She has escaped from the control of the organization and is running around. Suddenly, she came to the game world and was shocked. As a Black Widow agent trained by the Red House, Yelena has a very good psychological quality. She calmed down quickly and gradually understood the situation. The game after the Huxiao version requires players to clear the dungeon before they can leave the newborn villa. In order to understand the situation, Yelena did not enter the dungeon to experience the story. She walked directly out of her freshman villa and discovered that outside the villa was Malibu Beach. If the game panel hadn't shown that this was a public area of the game world, she would have thought she had traveled from Europe to North America. Yelena saw a big boy with a slightly loser temperament walking out of the villa next to her, so she walked over. "Hey, handsome boy, do you know where this place is?" she asked the big loser boy. The big loser boy is none other than Peter Parker. Like Yelena, Peter Parker is also confused now, but as a young man, his ability to accept new things is obviously stronger. When he saw this beautiful elder sister asking him a question, his cheeks couldn't help but blush. "Hello. My name is Peter Parker. I think this may be a virtual world created by aliens." Yelena raised her eyebrows. "I guess you, like me, are also new players here?" After passing the nervous period of meeting this beauty, Peter Parker's academic IQ regained its high ground, and his words became sharper. "Yes, I don't know more about this place than you do, but the dungeon names displayed on the game panel are very interesting. I think those dungeons must be some kind of interpretation of real events. If we enter the dungeon, maybe being able to personally participate in those events." Yelena definitely noticed the names of those copies and had similar associations. If you want to know more, you can ask me, and I will be happy to answer your questions. Oh, please give me flowers? A sudden sound from nearby attracted their attention. The two of them looked in the direction of the sound and saw a handsome young man walking towards them. I'm Evan Nelson, a senior player here. Evan introduced himself. I've heard of you. You are the mysterious boss of Marvel Films. Hello, I'm Peter Parker. Peter Parker was very excited. Growing up, his favorite movies were basically from Evan's film and television company, especially those superhero movies, which were simply his favorite. It's me. Evan smiled and nodded. Next, the two asked Evan a lot of questions about this place. After the two of them finished asking, Evan said, as if something suddenly occurred to him, "By the way, when I just passed the dungeon, I got an invitation letter for the closed beta dungeon. This invitation can allow up to 3 people to participate in the new dungeon. Since we met, do you want to participate in the internal beta with me?" Okay, Yelena agreed. She was still relatively unfamiliar with everything here anyway. Since there were experienced players who were willing to lead, and the so-called internal beta qualification seemed valuable, she did not refuse. Peter Parker also nodded and agreed to join the team. It is worth mentioning that at this point in time, Peter Parker had just been bitten by a spider a few days ago. He had already realized that he had become different, but he had not yet officially debuted as a superhero, and Uncle Ben was not dead yet. So at this point in time, Peter Parker did not understand that with greater ability comes greater responsibility. He was just an ordinary boy who suddenly gained super ability. Now that you agree, let's set off. Evan sent an invitation to the two to form a team. After the two joined the team, Evan launched a new copy that he planned to update in the next version. This so-called new copy that will only be available in the next version is actually a real copy, but it is a one-time copy. That is, if you die after entering the copy, that copy will disappear from the copy list. This is actually traveling to other worlds to explore. And these other worlds are different universes that Evan discovered in the almighty universe using otherworld portals. Evan has discovered many similar universes, and it would be too troublesome for him to explore them one by one. But the player is allowed to explore on his behalf. If you say that, you can enjoy the detailed information of those other worlds. If a valuable world is discovered, record the coordinates and skip the worthless world. This is what he has in store for the next version of the game. It's an early experience now. Evan took Yelena and Little Spider-Man to an unknown dimension through the identity of players in the game world. As soon as they arrived, the 3 of them received a prompt from the game system. The copy task has been released. Mission: explore the new world. Requirement: collect as much information about the world as possible and submit it to the game system. The more information you collect, the more points you will receive. Note: the same information can only be submitted once. Yelena and Little Spider-Man began to look around and found that this was a near-future city, very cyberpunk style. Here you can see a lot of humans with partially mechanized modifications on their bodies, as well as many people who dress very non-mainstream. Wow, this place looks a lot like a movie produced by Mr. Evans' company. I remember that movie was called Alita: Battle Angel. It was all in the style of cyberpunk. Grid. After Little Spider-Man finished speaking, he looked at Evan and asked, "Mr. Evan, is everything in the game world real?" "I am referring to the prosthetic implants that exist in this copy world. Is this real technology?" Evan nodded. "It's true. If you have the ability, you can definitely get everything you are interested in from this dungeon world. This is really great. The prosthetic implant technology here is at least decades ahead of reality. If we can bring the technology here back, how many disabled people can benefit?" Little Spider-Man thinks of benefiting others, but what Yelena thought about was to benefit herself. If what Evan said was true, then just bringing back 1 or 2 of the technologies here would mean a lot of wealth. Evan observed the city through perception magic and recognized it as the City of Night. That's right. That's where the story in Cyberpunk 2077 takes place. There is no supernatural power in this world. It is a purely near-future technological world. The technology in this world is relatively advanced, especially the prosthetic implant technology. With the existence of this technology, Human limbs and organs can be replaced by machines. Generally speaking, healthy people rarely take the initiative to self-mutilate and undergo prosthetic transformation. There are only a few people who can undergo full-body prosthetic transformation, and the price is also very expensive, and ordinary people cannot afford it. Moreover, mechanical prosthetics lack the feelings that humans should have. If the whole body is transformed into a prosthesis, humans will lose all the feelings they should have. Many such people are crazy and are called cybermaniacs by people of this era. Night City is a city of evil. Terrorist attacks and crimes happen at any time. People living here, no matter how careful they are, may be suddenly affected and end up with severe disabilities. At this time, he had to accept the transformation of the prosthetic body. Generally speaking, when you come to a strange place, you need to find a base and a device that can connect to the internet, and then slowly plan the next course of action. Yelena said, "Leave this matter to me. You can wander around the area first, but don't go too far. I will be back within 3 hours." After Evan finished speaking, he left alone. After watching Evan leave, Yelena and Little Spider-Man wandered nearby together, browsing the scenery of Night City. Then, as expected, they met a group of people who were robbing people on the road. Yelena and Little Spider-Man said they had no money, but the guys didn't believe it and wanted to do something. Yelena couldn't bear it anymore and took the lead in attacking. She knocked one person over her shoulder and broke another person's arm with a joint technique. The remaining guys, when they realize they are in trouble, draw their guns. At this time, Little Spider-Man moved. Although Little Spider-Man is not Spider-Man yet, his super ability is already there. From a common rational point of view, Little Spider-Man seems to be an agile superhero, but this is not the case. In fact, he is still a powerful superhero. Although Little Spider-Man is not yet at his peak, he still has tons of strength. Within 10 seconds after Little Spider-Man took action, none of the gang of robbers could remain standing. Yelena was surprised by Little Spider-Man's strength and speed. This is already in the category of super ability. "Little handsome boy, I didn't expect you to be quite powerful." Little Spider-Man scratched his head in embarrassment. Although he was shy, he was able to pretend to be sexy in front of a beautiful woman and was praised by the other party. Little Spider-Man's vanity was satisfied. Yelena knelt down and found several pistols and a few small bills from the robbers and put them away one by one. Ignoring this episode, the two continued to hang out. We encountered a robbery incident in broad daylight, but the passers-by around us seemed not surprised. This shows that similar things happen often in this city. It seems that this is a sinful city, and we are here. It's better to be careful. "Don't worry, Miss Belova, I will definitely protect you," Little Spider-Man assured, patting his chest. "You are quite chivalrous." The two wandered around for a while, then returned to the place where they first came, waiting for Evan. Before long, I saw Evan walking from a distance carrying a handbag. I settled our identity issue and also found a kind person to borrow some money. "Let's go first. Let's find a place to live." Evan led the two of them to a hotel not far away. Yelena, who was following him, looked at Evan in surprise. The other party can easily obtain identity and money in this unfamiliar place. He seems to be a very capable guy. The identity of the other party in reality is definitely not simple. The three checked into the hotel. After entering the room, Evan took out 3 tablet devices from his handbag and handed 2 of them to Yelena and Little Spider-Man. This tablet was also sponsored by a kind person. Although it is not an advanced thing, but it can be used. Yelena thought to herself, "The Good Samaritan you mentioned shouldn't have been robbed by you." She took the tablet from Evan and found that this thing was quite advanced, with a CPU clocked at 10 GHz, 128 GB of memory, and 1,024 terabytes of storage. It even had an integrated graphics card, and the visual performance was more than 10 times better than the 4090 graphics card. Is this thing really a tablet? It is indeed the technology of the near-future era. A mere tablet has such a configuration. At the same time that the configuration is good, the battery life is also very good. The battery capacity above shows that this thing can continue to run for 21 days, and Jinkai will tell you. Yelena sighed inwardly and immediately stopped paying attention to the configuration of the tablet, and instead used it to search for information about the world online. Little Spider-Man also discovered the exaggerated configuration of this tablet and was shocked. After being stunned, he became excited. He even used it to download games from this world and started playing them. Evan sat on the sofa beside him, crossed his legs, and was surfing the internet with his tablet. Most of what he browsed was some technological information. In Evan's view, the implantable prosthetic technology in this world is still very valuable, such as brain-computer technology that can be called a portable system. Evan took out a USB flash drive equipped with Abigail's subprogram, inserted it into the tablet, and transferred Abigail's artificial intelligence program to the tablet to run. The smart program started successfully and followed Evan's instructions to start learning and downloading various technologies in this world. The technology of implantable prosthetics can not only be used to transform humans, but can also be applied to robots. Although this technology may not necessarily be more powerful than Abigail's, using Terminator T-800 technology, it can supplement Abigail's deficiencies in other aspects and strengthen Abigail's lower limit of combat effectiveness. As I guessed before, this city is indeed a city of sin. It is not an officially managed city, but is ruled by a family company called Arasaka Company. The company's agents are spread throughout the city. And turning a blind eye to many evil incidents 3.3, this has led to various mafia and cyber evil forces running rampant in the city. According to statistics, the number of abnormal deaths in the city every day is as high as 1,000. Injured and newly emerged disabled people, it is 3 times that number. Yelena told the information she found. Little Spider-Man was stunned. So many people die every day. Why are there still so many people living in the city? Little Spider-Man was puzzled. There are many people who can't live in this world, and Night City is one of the best places for those who can't live. Although it is dark, it is also the place where the dream of Country M is easiest to realize. The poor are here. There are many cases of getting rich overnight. Every day, there are many outsiders, constantly replenishing the population here. No matter how many people die in the city, the total population will only be a lot more. Yelena said with emotion. Cyberpunk 2077. Night City. The time is 2062. Afternoon. Yelena is ready to go out. Little Spider-Man asked her where she was going. Yelena just said she was going out for a walk. In fact, she was planning to apply for a job at Arasaka Company. He had found a lot of information through the internet before. In Night City, only the technology mastered by Arasaka Company was available. The highest degree. There are also some unreliable rumors on the internet, saying that Saburo Arasaka of Arasaka Company has been pursuing cyber immortality and has achieved certain results. Today, Saburo Arasaka is 146 years old. Yelena decided to become a commercial spy, sneaking into Arasaka Company and stealing their cutting-edge technology. As a top agent from the Red House, Yelena is confident to go undercover and obtain their technical information, but this may require a period of lurking. After Yelena left, Little Spider-Man was a little at a loss. He asked Evan, "Mr. Evan, what should we do now?" According to the game panel, the time flow rate in this replica world is 365 times that of our world. In other words, if we live here for 1 year, only 1 day will pass in the world we come from. In other words, 08, we will have enough time to explore here. Don't you really want to bring back the prosthetic implant technology to benefit the disabled? Then work hard in this direction. Evan encouraged Little Spider-Man casually. Heroes need to grow up. I believe that Little Spider-Man can mature during this time in Cyberpunk 2077, so that Uncle Ben's death should be avoided. Evan is still very optimistic about Little Spider-Man. It is worth mentioning that the difference in time flow rate between this world and the Marvel world is not the result of game system adjustment, but that the time flow rate in this world is very fast. Little Spider-Man nodded seriously. I know what to do. With his goal in mind, Little Spider-Man began to use that very advanced tablet computer to surf the internet, looking for a place where he could learn technology. There are some professional technical training schools in Night City, including a training center for prosthetic implant technology. The concept of these places is very similar to a technical school in a certain country. Those schools have no academic requirements. The only requirement is money. The truth is, create happiness with heart and learn NMB without money. Little Spider-Man has no money. He is a pauper whether in the real world or in the replica world. Throughout Little Spider-Man's life, he is either going bankrupt or on the road to bankruptcy. If Little Spider-Man can get out of poverty and become rich, he may live forever. Evan saw Little Spider-Man's embarrassment, so he kindly sponsored him with a sum of money. The money is not too much or too little, and Little Spider-Man pays his tuition. There is no need to give too much money. Give too much, and Little Spider-Man might become corrupted. You know, in Night City, certain color industries are very developed. What if Little Spider-Man can't stand the temptation and falls? So just give me some tuition money and let Little Spider-Man continue to be poor. A poor Little Spider-Man is a complete Little Spider-Man. Evan took time out to accompany Little Spider-Man to a school in Night City to register, went through the admission procedures for him, and paid the tuition. From now on, Little Spider-Man will be a day student here. He goes to school here during the day and goes back to Evan's place at night. The two places are not far apart, only a 20-minute walk. As a top student, Little Spider-Man's ability to learn is still very strong. In addition, he has a good attitude towards learning. I believe that it won't be long before Little Spider-Man can become a technical engineer with implantable prosthetics. After settling this matter, Evan left Night City and went to the suburban town of Laguna Bend. Recently, the town of Laguna Bend and the surrounding area were acquired by Infiltrating Shield Company, Limited to convert the area into a reservoir. Infiltrating Shield Company, Limited requires residents here to relocate or they will be flooded. The demolition fees they paid to the residents here were not much, and many people were unwilling to move and began to hold demonstrations. Infiltrating Shield Company, Limited is not a good person. They have private mercenaries. Those who are unwilling to move out and make troubles are all secretly dealt with by them. Today, although there are still demonstrations in the town of Laguna Bend, they only dare to march to express their dissatisfaction. When Evan came here, what he saw was a massive parade. There are also reporters interviewing and reporting on the happenings here. Evan saw 3 people in the parade. One is his target, an 11-year-old girl, and the other 2 are the other person's grandfather and grandmother. That little girl is a character in the Cyberpunk 2077 story named Judy Alvarez. Judy's past was mentioned in the story background of that game, and the content is roughly as follows. Judy Alvarez was born in Laguna Bend, a small town on the outskirts of Night City, and was raised by her grandparents. In 2062, when Infiltrating Shield Company acquired the area near Laguna Bend in order to convert it into a reservoir, residents were forced to evacuate the town because the town would be flooded. Judy and her grandparents moved into an apartment in Night City, but after 2 years the grandparents left and moved further north, while Judy stayed and made it her own apartment. She ended up working at the Ritz Bar as a Mutwo technician and editor. When players first came into contact with Mutwo in the game, Judy Alvarez was debugging the equipment and guiding it. It is now 2062, and Judy is only an 11 or 12-year-old girl. If history does not change, Judy will move to Night City with her grandparents soon. When Evan played that game in his previous life, his favorite female character was Judy. She was a very charming girl and a righteous girl. Due to various experiences in childhood, Judy grew up to be a simple, kind, and emotional person who lacked love. She hated evil people to the bone, stabbed her friends, and found it difficult to trust strangers. Under her strong appearance, she had a fragile heart. Now that he has come to this world, in this era, Evan definitely wants to get in touch with the 11-year-old little Judy. And by the way, he will be raised as a Lolita. Evan took the initiative to get to know Judy and her grandparents and invited the 3 of them to a nearby restaurant for dinner. During the meal, Evan started to cheat and said, "Judy, you look a lot like my late sister." In order to prove this lie, Evan took out his mobile phone, called up the photo album on his mobile phone, and showed it to a few people. In fact, he quietly released the illusion on several people. The photos that the master saw on his mobile phone were what Evan let them see. Hallucination. In the hallucination, The photo displayed on the phone was of a girl who looked very similar to Judy, but was slightly older. This girl was standing with Evan in the sun, smiling brightly. After the three of them finished reading, Evan put away his phone and said to the three of them, "Such a thing happened in the town of Laguna Bend. It is no longer possible to live in it. If you're willing, I can help and send you to Jersey City. The security there is very good, at least better than Night City. I could decide to give you a villa and let you live there. Are you helping us just because Judy looks like your late sister?" Judy's grandfather asked Evan. "Yes, I had a very good relationship with my sister. Her death brought me great regret. I thought I would never recover until I passed by here today and saw Judy. If possible, I would like to adopt Judy. Let her be my sister, and I promise to give her a better life." Evan's lies came out of his mouth as if they were true, but he didn't lie about how he could make Judy live a better life. Judy didn't want to leave her grandparents, so she shook her head and refused. But her grandparents had to think about Judy's future. Obviously, Mr. Evan in front of me is a good person to entrust. The two looked at each other and already made their choice in their hearts. With Evan's help, Judy's family received demolition and resettlement funds from NC_Dam Company, Ltd. Afterwards, Evan drove and took Judy's family out of Laguna Bend and headed to Jersey City. Where did Evan's car come from, you ask? He had several in his dark pocket. Arriving in Jersey City, Evan spent money to buy a quite spacious villa here and gave the villa to Judy, who was still only 11 years old. What? You asked Evan where the money came from? He has so many abilities, especially the psychic ability. Isn't it easy to get some money? Judy's grandfather and grandmother moved in here. Evan helped them move and stayed here for another night until the next morning. Evan said goodbye to Judy's grandparents and drove Judy out of New York. How should I call you from now on, brother? From now on, you're my sister. Should I change my last name? Need not. That's good. Judy didn't want to change her surname. She liked her current surname. She asked again, "Where are we going?" "To Night City. I heard that the security in Night City is very poor. It's quite bad, but you don't have to worry. When you get there, I will give you something to protect yourself. It feels like I sold myself to you." Judy complained. "Then you have to be careful. Maybe I will really sell you to a custom place. My value is not worth the villa you gave me." Judy is a very smart girl and was not frightened by Evan's words. "I still don't know your specific identity and what you do." "Yes, what does your family do?" "If you adopt me, will your family agree?" "You will gradually learn about me in the future." At 9 a.m. that day, Evan took Judy back to Night City. He did not take Judy to the hotel, but bought a villa near the hotel. Then he used the friend function of the Marvel game to tell Peter Parker and Yelena the address. "This will be our home for a while in the future," Evan said. "I thought you had a place to live here, instead of taking me to buy a new house. You could easily have some bad associations with me." For example, Evan didn't read Judy's mind. He wanted to know what the other party was thinking of. Perhaps your identity is very special and needs to be kept secret. Or maybe you are the illegitimate son of a big family and your identity must be kept secret, otherwise you will be in danger. Your idea is interesting, but neither of your guesses is the right answer. Then you are the gangster. Okay, stop guessing. Let me give you a few things that you can use to protect yourself. Evan took out some magic props he made in his spare time, gave them to Judy, and taught her how to use them. Although these props are all magic props, they're disguised to look like technological products. For example, one of them looks like a mechanical watch and has the function of a watch, but its real function is to be a prop that can automatically divine fortune-telling and form a magic shield. The essence of automatic divination is to predict danger. When this mechanical watch predicts that danger will come, it will trigger the magic shield function and automatically form a magic shield around Judy. There are many similar props. With the equipment of these props, as long as Judy is not bombed by missiles or directly hit by nuclear bombs, then in Night City, she can use her strength to wave, and she will definitely not die anyway. Judy was stunned by this magical equipment. These things are so amazing. She now finally believes that Evan truly treats her like a sister. Otherwise, he would not have been able to give her so many good things for self-defense. At this moment, the uneasiness in her heart eased a lot. "Thank you, Evan." At noon, Yelena followed the address Evan told her and came to the villa. "Who is this little sister?" Yelena asked Evan when she saw that there was an 11-year-old girl here. "She is my sister Judy." Evan introduced her. Later, Evan introduced Yelena to Judy. Yelena is not a particularly curious person. In their line of work, if you are too curious, you often won't survive long. So Yelena did not ask where Evan's so-called sister came from. After lunch, Judy returned to the bedroom. In the living room, Evan casually asked Yelena a question that he already knew the answer to. "Miss Yelena, you must be no ordinary person." "Why do you ask that?" Yelena raised her eyebrows. "Because those who are selected into the Marvel superhero game are not ordinary people. Also, your temperament and characteristics remind me of a profession. If possible, I would like to ask you for a favor. If you want me to help you, tell me first, but I may not agree. Help me train Judy and teach her all your skills. What benefits can I get?" Yelena did not refuse directly. "A prop that can enhance your ability to protect yourself. Take it out and let me see it." Evan took out a prop and handed it to Yelena. The latter took it and looked at it. Its style is a metal card of file-size playing card. "This is, if you put your own blood on it, you can understand its function." Yelena didn't quite believe it, but she did it anyway. When the card is dripped with blood, it automatically recognizes Yelena as its owner. The card conveyed some information to Yelena's mind, letting Yelena know what she could do with this card. This card is a magic card created by Evan. Although it is in the form of a card, the technology used is actually the same technology used to make magic scrolls, but it has been modified by Evan. It is not a disposable item, but a dragon that can be used multiple times. The energy that drives this card is not magic, but the user's vitality. It is also because of this that there are not many types of magic enchanted by the cards, and their effectiveness is not strong. Otherwise, if it is too strong, it will directly drain the user's vitality. The spells enchanted on the cards are D&D system tricks, that is, zero-level spells. These spells are not expensive, but they are very practical. Yelena tried the spell above and was sure it was effective. Although she was curious about how this thing worked, she didn't ask. Time flies, time flies. 3 years have passed since Evan, Yelena, and Peter Parker arrived in the world of Cyberpunk 2077. A lot of things have happened in these 3 years. Let's talk about them one by one. The first thing, Evan let the artificial intelligence Abigail learn all the technologies in the Cyberpunk 2077 world. In fact, Abigail had already learned everything in the first few days after she came into this world. Evan asked Abigail to find a place to build a cyber prosthetic laboratory in Night City, where Abigail could innovate based on implanted prosthetic technology. Although artificial intelligence robots do not have innovative capabilities, they're still far from Superman-like engineers in that they can only combine existing technologies to achieve stronger effects. After Abigail hacked all the technologies in the world, she constantly used the existing technology to deduce the best technology combination. She achieved an iterative effect and has already raised the level of cybernetic technology several generations higher. At this level, it can even completely cyberize human beings and achieve cyber immortality. Abigail upgraded itself with these new technologies. The current Abigail, purely in terms of combat effectiveness, has surpassed the level of the T-800, even surpassed the level of the T-1000, tied with the T-Infi 89790 model Terminator, and is the one who can nano-liquefy, shape-shifting kind. Although Abigail like this would still rush into the street when faced with a modern battlefield, when fighting in the city, Abigail would be invincible only when faced with firearms and weapons. These technologies can not only be used to upgrade Abigail, but can also be used to implant and modify the human body, such as installing mechanical prostheses or mechanical organs and mechanical eyes on humans, so that disabled people can return to normal. Or, all human body parts, including the brain, can be replaced with implantable prosthetic machinery. Unfortunately, the technology for uploading memories to mechanical brains is not yet mature, at least in Evan's view. If a person undergoes such a transformation, although he can gain immortality, he will no longer be his original self. From a mystical perspective, the essence of the soul is itself, and memory is secondary. As long as you make sure that your soul is still your own soul, no matter how your memory changes, you will still be yourself. If the personality is composed of memories, it has no soul. Even if it looks like oneself, it will not be oneself. If we want humans to achieve true cyber immortality, we need to ensure that the memory and soul are transferred to the cyber body at the same time. This is true cyber immortality. Evan, who has achieved dual immortality in body and soul, although he has no need for cyber immortality, does not mean that he is not interested in such technology. He is not eager to turn himself into a cyborg, but is eager to master this technology. With such technology, many groups can be organized. Evan asked the robot lady Abigail to continue researching cyber immortality technology. Supplemented by soul magic technology, cyber immortality technology may be easily completed. But this also takes time. According to Miss Abigail's initial estimate, it will take at least a month to produce results. Ahem, the topic has gone too far. Let's talk about the second thing. Little Spider-Man Peter Parker 3 years later, because he is in the player's state of the Marvel superhero game, his body has not grown and looks exactly the same as 3 years ago. After studying in this world's training center for 3 years, he learned all the basics and advanced techniques of prosthetic implant technology and successfully graduated from the training center. Little Spider-Man has mastered a lot of related technologies. As long as he has relevant equipment, he can design, produce various implant prosthetic components and can perform implant surgery modifications on the human body. Now Little Spider-Man is already a talented person in the field of implant prosthetics. The next thing is the third thing. During the past 3 years, Yelena has been working undercover at Arasaka Company, ostensibly acting as the company's agent, but secretly stealing many of Arasaka's cutting-edge technologies without being discovered. Not only that, Yelena also used these 3 years to become Saburo Arasaka's confidant. Saburo Arasaka thought that Yelena was loyal to him and was satisfied with her efficiency, but he didn't know that she was just coveted for his company's technology. Yelena took advantage of the other party's trust and hacked most of Arasaka's latest technologies. Saburo Arasaka is definitely not a fool. The reason why Yelena's problem has not been discovered yet is because the technology cluster, AVE, stolen by Yelena, has not been leaked. Yelena's purpose of stealing these technologies was to make a fortune in another world, not to cause trouble in this world. So she just hid the stolen technologies and did not let them leak out. Then the fourth thing, after work, Yelena also took time to train Judy and taught Judy many agent skills. In addition to receiving training from Yelena, Judy was also hired by Evan to have many tutors to teach her various knowledge. After 3 years, the 14-year-old Judy has been cultivated into a talented person. If you underestimate her because of her young age, the person who underestimates her will definitely suffer in the end. Finally, there's Evan. In the past 3 years, when Evan was alone, he spent most of his time in the shrunken homeship spaceship. He used the training room in the spacecraft to practice and sorted out all he had learned. His cultivation level has not improved much, but the combat effectiveness has increased a bit. Evan estimates that he can now face off against the Ancient One. Even if the Ancient One uses Time Gem, he will not be afraid. No one has time ability yet. It's hard to say whether they can beat the opponent, but a draw is definitely no problem. At 10 o'clock that morning, Yelena found Evan and asked the latter, "Do you have any props here that can make people disguise themselves?" Evan raised his eyebrows and complained, "Why do you need to disguise yourself? Could it be that your stealing of technology was finally discovered and you're wanted by Arasaka Company?" "I haven't been discovered yet, but I have achieved my goal and am ready to leave Arasaka Company. But you also know that Arasaka Company is very domineering, and their agent is not allowed to retire unless he dies. So you plan to disguise yourself and escape from their sight?" "Right, but I remember that you already knew the art of disguise. I thought you might have something better here," Yelena said. Evan touched his chin, then showed a malicious expression, looked at Elena, and said to her, "I have recently developed a lot of new technologies here, all of which are related to cyber immortality, but but they have not been clinically tested yet. If you want to try them, I guarantee that you will get a longer life and stronger combat effectiveness. Is it possible that your technology is more advanced than Arasaka Company? Yelena was speechless. Arasaka Company is also researching cyber immortality and has achieved some results. The technical data of this part of the results has been stolen by her, so she is very aware of it. Huangqing Jie is not as good as me. I've said more about the technical content of your card. The technology here uses a lot of similar technologies, which can give this cyber eternal more abilities. For example, holographic camouflage allows people to freely disguise and change their appearance. Another example is stronger strength and agility. Theoretically, the maximum strength can reach 20 tons, and the fastest running speed on the ground can reach 100 meters per second. The paired optical electronic eyes can make people obtain a variety of supervisions and simulate skin nerves, allowing people to retain human senses to the greatest extent, etc. Evan counted on his fingers just to make Yelena's heart beat so that Yelena can be used as a guinea pig to test it out on cyber immortality technology. Yelena listened to Evan's introduction. Although what he said was very tempting, she was not interested in cyber transformation. If good people don't do it, why should they turn themselves into cyborgs? Seeing that Yelena was unmoved, Evan could only say, "It's a pity that you missed an opportunity to live forever. I won't regret this." Evan, do you have any technology products that can be used to disguise yourself? Yelena asked about this again. Yes, you can go to the laboratory to find Abigail and ask her to help you make a disguise mask. Thanks. Yelena thanked her and prepared to leave her home and go to a certain building in the city center, where Abigail's laboratory was located. Evan thought for a while and called her. "Wait a minute, I'll go too." Half an hour later, the two arrived at Abigail's laboratory. The laboratory is located on the top floor of the building, and the entire floor has been rented by Abigail as a laboratory area. High-tech equipment can be seen everywhere in the laboratory, as well as many staff wearing white coats. What's more troublesome is that the staff here are all young women, and they're all very beautiful beauties. When Yelena came here for the first time, she almost thought she had arrived at a modeling agency. In fact, the staff here are all simulation robots produced by Abigail, used as scientific research assistants. There are quite a lot of beauties here, Yelena complained. Evan didn't introduce her to the idea here. After arriving here, he went straight to the cloning laboratory. Yelena went to Abigail's place and explained her requirements to her. Abigail said, "Give me half an hour." Half an hour later, Abigail came back with a newly made nano-disguise mask and handed it to Yelena. Yelena tried the effect and found that this thing is very powerful. As long as it is attached to the face, it can simulate many faces. It is a must-have artifact for killing people and stealing goods when traveling at home. She is very satisfied with this thing. After getting what she wanted, she said goodbye and left. In the cloning laboratory, Evan took out the DNA of mutant Jean Grey and used the equipment here to clone it and instill memories. He planned to clone a person and cultivate it for a few more days. After Abigail developed the cyber immortality technology, he would carry out cyber transformation on the clone, saving the need to look for guinea pigs outside. Under the ripening process of the cloning cabin, a body with the same appearance as mutant Jean Grey, but only 18 years old, was cloned. The clone was instilled with some basic memories by Evan, mainly language and common sense memories. Cloning is over and the hatch is opened. The clone opened its eyes. Her eyes are very smart and show curiosity about everything. Evan handed her a towel and asked her to wipe the solution on her body first. After the clone dried himself, Evan admired the other person's body for a few times. It's very eye-catching. After this, Evan activated the secondary creation spell and created a set of clothes on her body. "Who am I? Where am I? And what am I going to do?" She asked Evan the ultimate philosophical trilogy. "I named you Madeline. You are in my laboratory and will soon be used as a test subject to participate in a human body modification experiment of cyber immortality." "I'm scared," said the clone girl named Madeline. "Don't worry, you'll be fine." Next, Madeline will stay with Evan until the technology of cyber immortality matures. I don't know what the reason is. As Madeline's understanding of the world deepened and she gained an objective understanding of herself, a soul was born in his body. A soul like a normal person. This may be related to the characteristics contained in her X gene, or it may be that the birth of life will give birth to a soul, but this is not the point. A month later, Abigail completely perfected the cyber immortality technology. Evan took Madeline to Abigail's laboratory. Abigail said to Evan, "I have made a cybernetic body for Miss Madeline according to your instructions." Evan and Madeline followed Abigail into a room. There was a bed in this room, and 10 girls exactly like Madeline were lying on the bed. This girl is not flesh and blood. She is a cybernetic body that has already been formed. There is no flesh and blood under the bionic skin, and everything is a mechanical structure. Oh, please give me flowers. There is no need to replace Madeline's body parts. Just upload Madeline's soul and memory into this cybernetic body. Abigail brought a helmet-like thing for Madeline to wear. This was a device used to upload Madeline's memory and soul to the cybernetic body. Madeline was a little nervous, and Evan comforted her. Soon, the upload process begins. In the process, Madeline passed out. About half an hour passed, and the upload was completed. The Cybergirl on the bed opened her eyes and sat up. 00. Evan walked to the bedside and asked her, "How is it?" The Cybergirl felt her body and then said, "The feeling is still there, but I always feel something is weird. It seems that I have become a robot, and there is a system in my head which is full of all kinds of data." Abigail brought a set of equipment and handed it to Evan. "Father, if you want to know how the cybernetic body feels, you can use this neural connection device to remotely access her body." Evan really wanted to try it, so he wore a neural connection device. The next moment, he felt as if he had an extra body. Control of Madeline's body was taken over by Evan. Evan controlled the cyborg girl Madeline to get out of bed and feel the body. As Madeline said before, the feelings are still there, but something is wrong. The simulated skin on the body uses nanotechnology and has simulated nerves on it, which can simulate human touch. The mechanical eyes in the eye sockets also simulate human vision in normal vision mode. The nose also has olfactory sensors. But these feelings are different from normal people. If I had to describe it, it was like putting a person in a coffin full of nerves. Small and claustrophobic, but it's not uncomfortable. Evan took a moment to adapt to this strange feeling. Evan tried out various functions of the cybernetic body. All functions are normal and have strong performance. To sum up, the following points are made. 1. There is an operating system integrated into the mechanical brain, which feels a bit like an enhanced version of the brain computer and also like a portable system. You can use it to listen to music, watch movies, and even play games online. 2. The body is very strong and can easily lift about 20 tons of weight. 3. The explosive power of the body is very strong. The fastest running speed is 100 meters per second, and the highest jump is 10 meters high. 4. The body is made of magical metal mithril, with a large number of Olympus enchantments on it, making the body extremely strong and capable of automatically repairing collective damage. 5. Electronic binoculars have a variety of visual modes, including but not limited to ordinary vision, infrared vision, hyperopia, microscopic vision. With the analysis software of the mechanical brain system, it can automatically analyze and judge various objects seen within the line of sight. Kind of information. 663-6. Can control shape-shifting of nanoskin to change one's appearance. 7. Built-in extremely advanced energy source. It can last for 1 year on a single charge. 8. Built-in shield generator, which can generate a force field shield to protect itself from harm. 9. Anti-gravity engine. Return to flight. 10. The enchantment extends seamlessly, and there is storage space inside the body to store more things. 11. Simulate X characteristics and X senses. In short, it can do things for men and women. After the test, Evan returned control of the body to Madeline. It took Madeline some time to adapt to her new body. She pointed to her original body and asked Evan, "What should I do with my original body?" "It can be kept refrigerated," Evan said. After he finished speaking, Abigail on the side took matters into her own hands and sent Madeline's original body to the hibernation cabin and hibernation room. "Can you still use super ability now?" Evan asked Madeline. Madeline is Evan's genetic clone of mutant Jean Grey. When in the clone form, she had the super abilities of telepathy and psychokinesis. However, I don't know if her super abilities are still retained after changing to a cybernetic body. Madeline tried it and found that the super ability was still there. After examination, it was found that Madeline's super ability was no longer caused by the X gene, but by the soul. Perhaps the birth of Madeline's soul is related to the X gene. Or maybe the X gene reversely affects the other person's soul. Evan was not particularly concerned about this phenomenon. He was just aware of it and did not think about it deeply. In the evening, Evan left Madeline with Abigail and returned home alone. At home, Yelena, Little Spider-Man, and Judy are having dinner. Evan said to several people, "We've been here long enough. It's time to submit the mission." To be honest, after 3 years here, Yelena and Little Spider-Man have had enough. After hearing what Evan said, the two immediately submitted to Dr. Wren. The game system prompts that the task has been completed and you can return at any time. Little Spider-Man didn't care about dinner anymore. He couldn't wait to get up and went back to the room to pack his things. Yelena also stopped eating and went to collect things, hoping to go back early. "Are you leaving?" Judy looked at Evan and asked in surprise. "Yes. Are you going to leave me alone?" "Then it depends on whether you are willing to come with me." "Where to go?" "Otherworld. Don't tell me you are actually aliens." Although it's not entirely correct, it's okay if you want to understand it this way. It's true. Judy didn't really believe it. Otherworld and aliens didn't sound like things that could appear in reality. "It's true," Evan said. "Tell me about the other world." Judy became interested. Evan told him about the Marvel world. Judy listened carefully, but the more she listened, the weirder her expression became. Although there are no Marvel superhero comics in the world that Judy lives in, there are many superhero-themed stories. The other party's description of that world gave Judy a similar style of painting. "Could it be a comic book story you're talking about?" "You'll know when you get there. So do you want to follow me?" "Can you come back?" "It's possible, but the speed of time in the two worlds is very different. If you spend 1 day there, a year can pass in this world." Judy was silent after hearing this. If time flows at this rate, if she leaves with Evan, she will only have to stay in another world for a short time before her grandfather and grandmother in this world die. In other words, once you leave with Evan, it means giving up all the ties here. Judy struggled for a long time before making a decision. "Thank you for taking care of me during this time. I think I can't abandon everything and go with you. I need to stay and take care of my grandfather and grandmother." "Really decided?" "Yeah." Judy nodded emotionally. "The thought of being separated from Evan makes me feel particularly uncomfortable." Evan said to her, "Let's do this. When your grandparents die, I will come here to pick you up. Then I'm afraid you can only pick up a middle-aged man." Judy complained. Her grandmother and grandfather were in good health. When they died, Judy felt that she was almost middle-aged. "I have a way to keep you young. What can I do?" Judy's eyes lit up. "There are 2 options. One is cultivation, but your cultivation qualifications are relatively average, so it will be very hard to practice. The other is cyber immortality. The disadvantage is that you have to give up your body, including your brain, and transfer the soul and memory are uploaded to the cybernetic body. You choose one yourself." Evan gave her 2 plans. The reason why the 2 plans were proposed was because Evan had tested that Judy's cultivation ability was extremely poor, as if her ability were so poor that it was as if she had no ability at all. Otherwise, Evan would have started teaching her cultivation 3 years ago, and there would be no need to wait until now. "If I go to practice, how hard will it be?" It can only be said that it is very hard, and even if you practice hard, it will only delay your own aging at most, and you will not be able to stay young forever. "What about cyber immortality? After becoming a cyborg, can I still feel like a human being?" "I'll take you to the laboratory tomorrow. Then you can use the neural connection device to experience it in advance, and you'll know." "Good." Before long, Yelena and little Spider-Man had packed their things and were ready to return. You guys go back first. I will stay here for a few more days. Okay, I'm leaving then. Yelena didn't waste any words and left together very gracefully. In Judy's eyes, Yelena seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Mr. Evan, I have to leave too. Little Spider-Man also said goodbye. Let's go, let's go. Evan waved his hand. So little Spider-Man also returned. The next day, after breakfast, Evan took Judy to Abigail's laboratory. Evan asked Judy to wear a neural connection device and remotely take over the body of the Cybergirl Madeline to experience the feeling of a cyborg. She controlled Madeline, came to a floor-to-ceiling mirror, and looked at the body reflected in the mirror. It just looks like Madeline is no different from a human being. Even if she touches her body with her hands, she won't feel that hard. She controlled Madeline's body to leave the mirror and continue to experience it. She discovered that all 5 senses and X senses of this body existed. Although the feeling was simulated by the nanoskin, this feeling was already very close to reality. In addition, the various magical functions of this body also make Judy feel incredible, especially the storage space in the body. Is this thing really something that today's technology can do? This is indeed alien technology. Judy felt relieved when she thought of Evan's origin. At the end of the experience, Judy took off the neural connection device and said to Evan on the side, "That's it." One day later, Judy's cybernetic body was completed. After the upload of memory and soul, Judy also became a Cybergirl. Judy's cybernetic body is also made of the magical metal mithril. There are a large number of enchanting projects on it, which almost permanently extends the shelf life of the cybernetic body. Even if the body is damaged by attacks in the future, it can be automatically repaired. No matter how long you use it, there will be no problem of parts aging. If your body's battery is low, you could just find a place with a plug to charge it. Once fully charged, it will last for 1 year. Because of her previous experience, Judy quickly adapted to her new body. She knew that Gwen was leaving, and the next time she saw him again might be decades later. She was reluctant to say goodbye to Evan, so she asked Evan to stay with her for a few more days. A few days later, Evan said goodbye to Judy and returned with the robot lady Abigail. After testing this exploration dungeon, Evan thought it was good, so he started updating the game version as soon as he returned. At the same time, all players of the Marvel superhero game, whether online or offline, heard the system announcement in their minds. The Marvel superhero game will undergo upgrade maintenance, and players will not be able to log into the game during this period. This upgrade maintenance will last for 3 days. The updated content of this version is as follows. 1. Open a new copy. Spider-Man 1 Ant-Man 1, Guardians of Galaxy 1, Guardians of Galaxy 2. 2. Open a new dungeon type exploration dungeon. 3. Fix some bugs. As the game started to be updated, all players except Evan, Wanda, Gwen, Kayla, Laura, and Abigail were kicked offline. The reason why the above-mentioned people were able to stay in the game world during the game update was entirely because Evan opened a backdoor for himself. Although there are 6 people, in fact, only Evan, Gwen, and Abigail are in the game world at the moment. Wanda returned to her hometown of Sokovia to visit the graves of her parents and brother. Kayla and Laura work at DC Earth 38. But after she received the game announcement, she still used the game communication function as soon as possible to send a message to Evan to inquire about the situation. Evan told several people about his plan. When the girls learned that Evan planned to use this game to allow players to explore other worlds, they suddenly became interested in those so-called other worlds. They all expressed their anticipation for his new version. After updating the game, Evan came to the laboratory under the villa in the public area of the game world and asked Gwen, who was studying the Kryptonian Civilization Center book here, "How's the research going?" Evan asked her. This laboratory has been blessed with time dilation buff. Although only 3 days have passed in the real world, 90 years have passed here. Although it is impossible for Gwen to stay here and study alone for 90 years, but he's been doing research intermittently, I am afraid that he has been studying for decades. After such a long time, Gwen's research has definitely produced some results. Dear, you came just in time. I have already developed the gene editing technology, which is the technology that you complained about as a real-life version of face squeezing. After that, I began to study how to give humans the ability of Kryptonians, and have already achieved good progress. It is estimated that in a few days from the outside world, we will be able to obtain Kryptonian blood, and then we can just lie down and bask in the sun and become stronger. Evan looked at the dark circles under Gwen's eyes and knew that she must be spending all her time studying. So she pinched her face and said, "You haven't rested for a long time, haven't you? Let's rest for a few days. Then go on a date with me. But my research is at a critical stage. I can study in the future. Let's go." Evan took her and forced her to leave the game world and return to her home in the outside world. Speaking of which, I haven't visited your home for a long time, so I'll take this opportunity to visit you at home. Evan said, "Wait while I go change my clothes." Gwen nodded. Since she was going to take her boyfriend to meet her parents, she naturally couldn't look like this. She had to at least put on makeup, cover up the dark circles on her face, and put on her long hair. The hair that I didn't comb for a long time is now neatly styled. At the moment, it's 5 p.m. Evan and Gwen went to the latter's home. Gwen's parents were both there. 3:10 when they saw their daughter returning home with her prospective son-in-law. Gwen's mother, Helen, smiled and expressed her welcome. Gwen's father, George, had a straight face. It wasn't that he was dissatisfied with Evan's prospective son-in-law. After all, he was already the owner of a film and television company and earned tens of billions every year. He was considered successful. The reason why he kept a straight face was just to maintain the dignity of his parents in front of his prospective son-in-law. As the commissioner of the New York Police Department, George Stacy was very dignified when he put on airs. Evan sat next to George and started chatting with him. After chatting for a while, Helen put dinner on the table. During the meal, Helen asked her daughter and Evan, "When are you going to get married?" When asked this question, Gwen looked at Evan and asked, "Yes, when will we get married?" "Go and get the certificate tomorrow." "Okay, I'll go get the certificate tomorrow." Gwen nodded. Listening to the conversation between the two, George and Helen knew that their relationship was so good that they could get married at any time. As for when the wedding will be held, Evan and Gwen will have to discuss it privately. After all, they have to consider the feelings of Wanda and Kayla. It is worth mentioning that Wanda and Gwen still don't know that someone is married to Kayla, and they only think that Kayla got pregnant out of wedlock. That night, Gwen sent a message to Wanda and told her what happened today. When she learned that Gwen was going to get the certificate with Evan, Wanda didn't express any opinion. The next day, Evan and Gwen went to the relevant department to get the certificate. After that, Gwen's parents, George and Helena, chose an auspicious day for the wedding, which was set in half a month. Then there is the matter of sending out invitations to the wedding. George and Helena began sending invitations to acquaintances and relatives, inviting them to attend their daughter's wedding. Evan and Gwen are doing this too. Gwen invited some of her friends from school. Evan sent the invitation letter to Avengers. Tony Stark, Natasha Romanoff, Clint Barton, Bruce Banner, Steve Rogers, Sam Wilson, James Rhodes all received. Evan even sent the invitation to Asgard for Thor and Frigga to receive it. What? Why did you invite Bruce Banner? Aren't you afraid that Banner will turn into Hulk and happy events will turn into funerals? Definitely not afraid. Just Hulk. Evan can still hold his own. In fact, not only Evan, but also Gwen, Wanda, Kayla, and Laura can easily suppress the entire audience. Evan also sent the invitation to S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, Maria Hill, Sharon Carter, and Phil Coulson also received invitations. In addition, there are also little Spider-Man Peter Parker and Stephen Strange, who were also sent invitations by Evan. Since the invitation letter stated that people could be brought, Evan didn't bother to send invitations to Tony's girlfriend Pepper and Stephen's girlfriend Kristen. He just called them to inform them. Anyone who is familiar with Evan knows that Evan's relationship here is quite confusing, and he seems to be in multiple boats. But this is everyone else's business, and they have nothing to do with it. But among these people, most of them knew that there were many capable people here in Evan who were worth attracting. So after receiving the invitation, they all expressed that they would take time to attend their wedding. Being able to invite these people to the wedding, in a way, Evan's reputation is really great. It is really the fruit of face. According to the tradition of Marvel superhero games, the game was launched again at 12 midnight a few days later. Players log into the game immediately. This time the game has been updated with several new dungeons, namely Spider, Man 1, Ant, Man 1, Guardians of Galaxy 1, Guardians of Galaxy 2, and Exploration dungeons. The most special one is the Exploration copy. There is a description in the dungeon interface. If you choose to explore the dungeon, you will be randomly sent to different Exploration dungeon worlds, dungeons not on the list. The time flow rate of the Exploration dungeon is very different. The same point is that players can bring reality from the randomly obtained dungeon. There's only one purpose of exploring the dungeon, which is to explore the information in the dungeon world and submit it to the game system. The more information submitted, the higher the completion of the dungeon and the higher the reward. When the task completion reaches 20% when the time comes, you can choose to return. You can definitely return early, but then there will be no reward. After reading the introduction to the Exploration dungeon, some smart players have already realized something. These so-called Exploration copies are likely to be real worlds. This game is about using them to explore unknown worlds. Nowadays, except for the new Yelena and Little Spider-Man, everyone knows that some copies in the game are actually otherworld or parallel time and space. Falcon Sam Wilson and Hawkeye Clint Barton, who are newbies like Yelena and Little Spider-Man, are not included in the cute category. They are members of the Avengers and share information with the Avengers. They know more about Yelena and Little Spider-Man than Yelena and Little Spider-Man. However, everyone did not enter the Exploration dungeon immediately. Even if exploring the instance means Otherworld, it's only Otherworld. Compared with the situation in Otherworld, most people are still more concerned about the stories that will happen in their own world in the future. So after everyone learned about the new version, most of them chose to clear the 4 copies of Spider, Man 1 Ant, Man 1, Guardians of Galaxy 1, and Guardians of Galaxy 2 first. Nick Fury asked Maria Hill, Sharon Carter, and Phil Coulson to form a team to explore the dungeon. Fury himself spent money to recharge the time expansion of the regular dungeon and prepare to fight alone and would enter Spider, Man 1, Ant, Man 1, Guardians of Galaxy 1, and Guardians of Galaxy 2 one after another. This would be more efficient in Nick Fury's opinion. The Avengers' choice is similar. They also act separately. The wealthy Tony Stark funds the time dilation of the dungeon world, allowing Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Falcon, and others to team up to conquer Spider, Man 1, Ant, Man 1, Guardians of Galaxy 1, Guardians of Galaxy 2. The remaining Avengers, Tony, Banner, Thor, and others formed a team to explore the dungeon. Natasha Romanoff didn't notice that Yelena was also nearby. It was better to say that Yelena was hiding from Natasha Romanoff. Yelena hadn't figured out how to face Natasha Romanoff yet. Yelena watched Natasha Romanoff enter the dungeon, and then looked at the familiar little Spider-Man Peter Parker. She found that the little Spider-Man was looking at Tony Stark and asked him, "Iron Man is your idol?" "Yes, the superhero I admire most is Iron Man." Peter Parker nodded. "Since you admire him so much, why don't you go over?" "I wanted to go over there, but he's about to enter the instance." As soon as little Spider-Man finished speaking, he saw Tony disappear over there and enter the instance. "Since your idol is gone, why don't we form a team?" Yelena asked little Spider-Man. Little Spider-Man suddenly trembled. I think back then, when he teamed up with Evan and Yelena to enter the cyberpunk world, little Spider-Man was still very naive and thought that Yelena was a weak woman who needed to be protected. But in the 3 years that followed, little Spider-Man being used by Yelena in various ways has caused psychological shadow. Hearing that Yelena still wanted to form a team with him, little Spider-Man shook his head and refused without thinking. "It's better not to leave. I'll be alone. Then you have to think carefully. If you don't pay for time dilation, how long you spend in the copy, Li Hao, will also be how long you spend in reality," Yelena said with a smile. Little Spider-Man's body froze. As a poor loser, he has no money to pay and cannot time dilate. In the end, little Spider-Man had no choice but to team up with this hateful woman and enter the copy of Spider, Man 1. Loki looked at the copy list and fell into thought. The exploration copy was obviously a special copy that allowed people to go to Otherworld, but compared with the exploration copy, the regular copy was about interpreting the future of his own world, which made it difficult for him to make a choice, so he looked at his mother fully aside. Chia, be prepared to listen to the other person's opinion. Let's go to the regular dungeon first. Only by knowing the future can we avoid possible threats. Frigga said. Loki nodded. In front of Frigga, he was a good boy. So Loki teamed up with Frigga, spent money to recharge, performed time dilation, and then entered the first new copy of this update, Spider-Man 1. While players were scrambling to enter the new version of the copy, Evan, Wanda, Gwen, Kayla, and Laura stayed in the villa in the public area. Among these people, except Laura Nelson, who is a daughter, the others are peers. Because Evan and Gwen received the certificate and will hold a wedding soon. They're discussing it now. Whether it is getting a certificate or a wedding, it is a very romantic thing. Although for people like them who have lived together for a long time, getting a certificate and getting married seem to be just a formality, because whether they are married or not, how they live their lives is still the same. Pass. But Wanda still cares about this kind of thing very much. On the contrary, Kayla was the calmest because she was already married to someone. Someone saw that Wanda was not in a good mood and said, "Let's get married sometime later." Wanda hesitated and said, "Isn't it strange that you got married twice in a short period of time?" It's not strange. As long as you use your ability to alter reality to make the unreasonable reasonable, no one will find it strange. Evan said. Laura Nelson looked at her father and felt that it was not easy for him. Okay, let's go to the dungeon first. Evan changed the subject. 440. Okay, you turn on time dilation, and we form a team to enter those regular dungeons. Gwen said. They formed a team and collectively went to the dungeon Spider-Man 1, and then entered Ant-Man 1 Guardians of Galaxy 1 and 2-1 after another. A few days later, these regular copies were cleared by players one after another. The future events performed in this regular copy are not big, at least not on the Earth side. The story of Spider-Man 1 is the story of Little Spider-Man. Little Spider-Man is already a player here. Although everyone is not familiar with him, they know that he is a kind and good boy. Perhaps some of Little Spider-Man's experiences reminded Tony Stark of his childhood self, which made Tony Stark appreciate Little Spider-Man and took the initiative to get to know him. And Little Spider-Man's idol happens to be Tony Stark, so he was particularly excited. The relationship between the two of them, which was similar to that of father and son, still exists even in this new time and space. The copy of Ant-Man 1 has attracted everyone's attention. The skills of Hank Pym, the first Ant-Man, are really amazing. On the other hand, the second-generation Ant-Man Scott Lang looks like AB, a funny character no matter what. Then there are the stories of Guardians of Galaxy 1 and 2. People who have cleared these two dungeons will have a general understanding of some of the forces in the universe and their technological level, and also know that the protagonist of this dungeon, Peter Quill, is from Earth, born from the combination of a certain ball scum. It's hard to imagine that planetary creatures like ball scum, Ego actually exist in the universe. At the same time, they also learn the whereabouts of the Power Stone. It's a pity that they don't have the ability to leave the Earth. Otherwise, they would definitely look for the Power Stone. Nick Fury was wondering whether he should contact Captain Marvel and ask him to get the Power Stone. And those players who chose to explore the dungeon entered the same world as a team. Those who didn't form a team entered a different world. The styles of those other worlds are different, and even the physics rules of some world are different. In the space-time dimension theory, all single universes in the multi-universe are under the same physical rules, and the time flow rate is also the same. However, the omnipotent universe contains n multi-universes. The world rules of each multi-universe are different, and the time flow rate is also different. They are exploring those experiences and adventures in the dungeon world. The common area of the game world, home of Tony Stark. The Avengers and SHIELD agents are all concentrated here at the moment. Everyone reported and discussed their experiences with previous copies. Tony Stark said, "The time flow rate of Dungeon World and Exploring Dungeon World are different. The former can be changed by recharging, while the latter will vary depending on the world. It can be judged from this that the former is the future shown to us by this game and is virtual. The latter is a real otherworld. The game requires us to go in and investigate the intelligence of those worlds. Once the investigation is completed, we will no longer be able to enter the same exploration copy. Based on the above reasoning, I speculate that the game is using us to help it explore those other worlds. We so-called players are just working as workers for the people behind the game. As soon as he said this, Tony Stark felt very unhappy. It's hard for him, Tony Stark, to actually have to work for someone else. But he was reluctant to give up this game, because after passing this village, there would be no place like this. Monopoly is really abhorrent. This is the tangled state of mind of Tony Stark at the moment. There is no need to worry about such issues at all. We just need to ensure that we can benefit from it. This may also be the reward this game pays us. There are gains and losses, and what you pay for will be rewarded. This is reasonable. Natasha Romanoff shrugged. The real world, several days later. Finally, the day of Evan and Gwen's wedding arrived. A romantic wedding was held in XX. Most of the people who received the invitation came. Wanda, Kayla, and Laura are here too. Frigga also came, but she changed her image and came very low-key. Loki is definitely here, but as a villain, in order not to be attacked by the Avengers, he also changed his image in a low-key manner and took this opportunity to get close to the Avengers. He must understand them from the inside out. Only in this way can he defeat them. The wedding process was uneventful and everything was smooth. Gwen was very happy. During the wedding, the smile on her face never disappeared. Anyone could see from Gwen's face that she was very happy. Offstage, Tony Stark whispered to Pepper beside him. If I remember correctly, Evan was dating multiple people at the same time. One of them was marrying him, while the other one was congratulating him in the audience. I'm curious why he hasn't fallen out of love yet. As a result, Tony Stark was complained by Pepper Potts. You envy him? No, absolutely not. I'm just curious. Please put away your curiosity and don't discuss this matter with me. Okay. Because of the existence of a certain game, in recent days, Scott Lang, Hope Van Dyne, Hank Pym, Darren Cross, and others have all been paid attention to by S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. focused on the villain Darren Cross, and after several days of surveillance, they found evidence of his crime and captured him on the spot. Scott and Hope are on Nick Fury's watch list, and they plan to recruit them into the Avengers after they become Ant-Man and the Wasp. As for the information that S.H.I.E.L.D. and others obtain from the Guardians of Galaxy copy story, it is difficult to use it. They can't live without the Earth at all. No matter how much they know, it's useless. Tony Stark wants to go to the universe and go to the planet Morag to get the Power Stone. But leaving aside where Morag's planet is, he doesn't have the skills to leave his home planet. Nick Fury does have some alien friends who can help, but it is impossible for Nick Fury to ask the Skrulls for such help. That may make the Skrulls interested in the Power Stone. We'll get the power then. It's hard to say about gems. Rather than that, it would be better to go find Captain Jinchi. Not much is happening on Earth these days. It's still 2015, and nothing big will happen this year. This day is more than a month after Evan returned from the cyberpunk world. According to the time flow rate of the two worlds, more than 30 years have passed in the cyberpunk world. Evan still remembered his agreement with Judy, so he used the portal from another world and came to the cyberpunk world. Chaos and greater chaos, darkness and greater darkness have always been the labels of Night City. Gangs are fighting, officials are causing trouble, and a large number of abnormal deaths occur here every day. After my grandfather and grandmother passed away, I returned to this city again and lived here for a long time. Counting the time, 34 years have passed since brother Evan left. 34 years ago, Evan performed a cyber transformation on me, changing my appearance from a 14-year-old to a 21-year-old. 34 years ago, I looked 21 years old. 34 years later, my appearance has not changed at all. I have always hidden my true identity from the outside world, and I have not let anyone notice that I will not age. But to be honest, it's lonely. As time goes by, people I knew in the past passed away and grew old, and it seemed like I was the only one left in the world. I am still young, and I seem to have become the ghost of an era. I know every part of this city, every vice. Maybe the only thing I'm not familiar with is myself. I once thought I knew myself well, but it turns out I was wrong. If I really knew myself, I should not have chosen to stay at that time, but to go with Evan, even if that meant saying goodbye to this world completely. Before Evan left, he told me that when my grandparents passed away, they would come to this world to take me away. But they have been dead for 3 years, and he still has not arrived. I know that the world that Evan and I live in is not in the same time dimension, but I just can't help but wonder, has he forgotten me? Evan found Judy in a Leeds bar. The other party is the same as before, without any change. The moment Judy saw him, she couldn't help but throw herself into his arms. It has been 34 years. If you don't come back, I will think you have forgotten me. Evan stroked her back soothingly and said, "She's still crying at such an old age." After hugging, the two sat at the bar. Judy asked the bartender to serve 2 glasses of wine to the two of them. Then Judy began to tell Evan what happened during the past 34 years. That year, after Evan and Abigail left, Judy inherited Abigail's laboratory, and all the beautiful robots in the laboratory became Judy's subordinates. She took advantage of the situation and became a scientist. She was engaged in scientific research in this laboratory, and she did not need to worry about funding. This laboratory had many patents outside the country, and she could get a lot of patent fees every year. In her spare time, Judy would leave Night City from time to time and go to Jersey City to visit her grandfather and grandmother until their grandfather and grandmother passed away 3 years ago. After Judy talked about her experiences over the years, Evan, as far as you are concerned, it shouldn't have been long since we parted ways with me, right? Well, only a month has passed since I was there. Evan sighed with emotion and then said, "You prepare yourself today, and I will take you away tomorrow." Good. That night, Evan spent the night at Judy's house. Don't get me wrong, nothing happened between the two. They are still brother and sister. Though, please give me flowers. The next day, after breakfast, Evan took Judy, who had packed up, to his home in the public area of the game world. Wanda and Gwen were both at home, so Evan introduced Judy to them. Wanda and Gwen heard Evan talk about Judy and knew that she was Evan's adopted sister from Otherworld. They welcomed Judy's arrival. After the two parties exchanged greetings, Evan introduced the place to Judy. Listening to Evan's introduction to this place, Judy felt very novel, and she was now very interested in everything here. And she caught up with it at a good time, because just now, Gwen made a major breakthrough in her research on the Central Book, and now she can give people Kryptonian blood. So the 4 of them came to the laboratory below the villa. Are Kryptonians very powerful? Judy was curious. You'll know the answer later. Gwen looked at a few people and asked, "Which one of you will come first?" "I'll do it first." Evan took a step forward and lay down on the experimental bed. There are many kinds of ability gene templates in the Kryptonian gene pool of the Central Book. In the aspects that the templates focus on, they will have extraordinary abilities. "Dear, which ability do you want?" Gwen asked Evan. "What are your recommendations?" "I recommend you choose the Kryptonian scientist template, which will greatly enhance your intelligence. You know, in many cases, wisdom is far more important than strength," Gwen said. Evan also thinks that the scientist template is more suitable for him. After all, he is also engaged in scientific research on weekdays. Besides, even the Kryptonian scientist template has the basic ability of the Kryptonian, and it is not bad at all, but it does not have as strong an ability as the warrior template in combat, which can be made up for by time. Just choose the scientist template. Evan nodded. Under Gwen's personal operation, the gene transplantation operation began. Wanda and Judy watched the whole thing. This operation was not as complicated as imagined. Gwen only injected the Kryptonian genetic medicine she developed into Evan. It didn't take long for the bloodline integration process to be over. "How are you feeling?" Wanda asked. "I feel good," Evan said. "Okay, let me do it next." Wanda also lay down on the experimental bed. The template Wanda chose was different from Evan. She chose the Kryptonian warrior genetic template, focusing on combat ability. Her transformation was soon over. After this comes Gwen herself, who chose the same scientist template as Evan. When it was Judy's turn, Evan called Abigail and asked the latter to bring Judy's original body. Judy's original body has been refrigerated and hibernating at Abigail's place. This 14-year-old body looks exactly the same as it did then. I didn't expect that I could see my childhood self here. Judy looked at the body in front of her that was being awakened from hibernation by the thawing rays, and her mood was very subtle. I have carefully preserved your body to prepare for this moment, Evan said. Next, Abigail brought the memory and soul uploading equipment and uploaded the soul and memory of the Cybergirl Judy, Zero, into her former body, turning Judy from a Cybergirl back to a human girl. After that, Gwen first brought the Wolverine gene potion and injected it into Judy, which can greatly delay Judy's aging and give her the ability of the self-healing factor, which can be regarded as an elixir in disguise. After Judy got used to this ability, Gwen started injecting her with Kryptonian medicine. 2 hours later, everyone left the laboratory and went to the public area Malibu Beach. They lay on the beach chairs and sunbathed. The yellow solar energy simulated in the game world is not essentially different from the solar energy in the outside world. Basking in the sun here can also activate the Kryptonians' super ability. As time goes by, everyone feels the surge in physical fitness, and the super ability unique to Kryptonians also comes online. Super strength, super speed, super vision, super hearing, heat vision, super breathing, Man of Steel. These abilities are not that strong from the beginning. They need to be exposed to the sun for many years. They can definitely choose to fly to fixed star, but it is not necessary. We are all Superman now. Kayla and Laura will be shocked when they come over and find out that we are all Kryptonians. Gwen showed a wicked smile. We have the central book of the Kryptonian civilization and the supporting cloning technology, which means we have the ability to bring back the Kryptonian civilization. What would Kayla think if she knew about this? Wanda asked several people. Why didn't you say we could travel through time and space, go back in time, change history, and save Kayla's parents? Gwen rolled her eyes. Wanda was stunned. Yes, why hasn't she thought about similar things? Since the last injection of the Shadow Cat potion, she has been able to time travel through quantum reset, but she has never thought about it. Wanda couldn't help but think of her dead parents and brother. If she could go back in time, could the tragedy of that year be prevented? Seeing the changing expressions on Wanda's face, Gwen probably guessed what she was thinking, so she asked, "You don't want to go back in time to save your relatives, do you?" "Yeah." Wanda nodded excitedly. "Okay, let me give you some popular science about time travel, such as time paradox." Gwen gave Wanda Balabala a general introduction to the hot topic of time travel and focused on the options that are absolutely taboo in time travel. Judy is also a science fiction enthusiast, and she was supplementing on the side. Evan also weighed in on this topic. Going back to the past and changing history may lead to 3 results. The first is that the timeline bifurcates, forming a new parallel time and space. The second is that history is changed and the future is restarted. The third is that quantum shattering leads to the end of time. I think the first possibility is the most likely. People saved from the past only belong to another time and space. In essence, we have not resurrected the decedent, but only created a new possibility. Evan said his thoughts on this view. "But I still want to try." Wanda said, "Then go try it." Evan nodded. Wanda got up, activated the quantum reset, disappeared from the game world, and returned to the past era when her parents were still alive. She prevented the incident that resulted in the deaths of her parents and brother. They survived. After doing this, Wanda returned to her own timeline and came to her hometown. When she looked at the situation in her hometown, she found that the reality was still that reality and had not been restarted because the past had been changed. I'm afraid, as Evan said, changing the past only creates a new timeline, rather than changing the existing timeline. Wanda was disappointed. But when she thought that in another time and space, her parents and brother were still alive, her mood was not so bad. But she still wanted to take a look at that timeline. So Wanda activated the quantum reset again and traveled through the timeline that was born because she changed the past, or a parallel time and space. After going there, Wanda was surprised to find that in this new time and space, Evan does not exist, and there is no Marvel superhero game. Many of the stories here are exactly the same as those in the game copy. There is definitely a difference. That is, Wanda and Pietro's parents are still dead in this world, but not by missiles produced by Star Company. He died in the hands of Hydra Baron Strucker. After that, Baron Strucker captured Wanda and Pietro and took them to the base to be used as guinea pigs. They were later rescued by the Avengers, and the two brothers and sisters joined the Avengers. Today, major events in the Age of Ultron are taking place here. My parents actually died again. Wanda couldn't accept it, but she didn't go back to the past to modify history, because she already knew that changing history in that way was not saving people at all, but creating parallel time and space. Once or twice was enough. If it was done more times, there would be no guarantee that there would be no problems. At the moment, Wanda stood in New York in this new time and space, looking a little confused. At this moment, Evan took Gwen and Judy across the timeline and came to this new time and space. As soon as he arrived here, Evan used his quantum observation skills to observe the situation of this new timeline. This is actually a timeline that assumes I don't exist. Evan was surprised. If you don't exist, does that mean the superhero game doesn't exist either? Then the historical trajectory here should be similar to the plot of the regular copy in your game, right? Gwen became interested. Yeah, for 0.2 inch, Evan nodded. Should we do something here? Gwen suggested. For example, Evan asked, I want to meet my other self. Gwen said, then go and see him. I'm leaving. Gwen waved her hand, disappeared into thin air, and teleported away. The scene of her disappearing out of thin air in public did not attract the attention of passers-by around her. Before she disappeared, she used her psychic ability to interfere with the consciousness of the people around her, making them ignore the abnormality here. Evan hugged Wanda, who was in a state of confusion, and said to her, if you're in a bad mood, come with me to relax. Good. I won't be a light bulb for you. I'll wander around by myself. Judy and the two of them waved their hands and left in a sensible manner. Gwen came to her home in this new time and space. She looked at her home with supervision and found that her variant was at home at the moment, but her parents were not there. Well, let's call the Gwen of this time and space Gwen number 2. To be honest, it's quite novel to see another self in parallel time and space. Gwen walked to the door and rang the doorbell. Not long after, Gwen number 2 opened the door. Gwen number 2 looks exactly like Gwen, but because Gwen number 2 did not practice cultivation, her skin texture was not as good as Gwen's, and her appearance was a bit lower. When Gwen number 2 saw that the person outside the house looked exactly like herself, she was stunned for a long time. Let me ask first, did my father and mother make any principled mistakes? Gwen number 2 asked. No, Mom and Dad have always been in love with each other, and they didn't look for an affair to give birth to other sisters for you. Gwen replied with a smile. Gwen number 2's expression became subtle. You call me Mom and Dad as well. Yes. I don't remember having a sister I lost for many years. I don't have a sister like that either. Then you must be me in the future. Gwen number 2 feels that she may have discovered the truth. No, it's even weirder than that. In fact, I come from other parallel time and space. Essentially, you and I are variations of the same person in different time and space, which can also be called homitopes. It's really bizarre. Can I hear your story? Gwen number 2 asked. Definitely. Gwen entered the house. Next, Gwen told Gwen number 2 her own story, mainly the love story between her and Evan. Who is Evan? Gwen number 2 heard that Gwen said she had a husband named Evan, and she suddenly became interested. Since Evan is Gwen's husband, will her husband be Evan in this time and space? By the way, is there Evan in this time and space? He is a man who changed my life. Tell me quickly. Gwen number 2 expected. Gwen told her the story. As a result, Gwen number 2 listened halfway and suddenly interrupted her. Wait a minute. You're saying that you became the other party's girlfriend when you knew that the other party already had a girlfriend and finally got married. Are you kidding? How could I marry a playboy? Things are quite complicated. I'll keep it short, but it's a long story. Gwen continued her story. Gwen number 2 did not interrupt again this time, but listened carefully. The more she listened, the more she felt like she was listening to a science fiction story. Marvel superhero game world? Where does this alien technology come from? What is the practice method taught by Evan? It must be Eastern Kung Fu. When Gwen number 2 learned that her other self and Evan had lived together in the game for years, she suddenly didn't know what to say. It seems that your relationship is very deep. Well, by the way, since you are me too, I guess you are also related to spiders. Have you ever tried to be bitten by a spider? Gwen asked. Why should I be bitten by a spider? Gwen number 2 felt confused. Because that gives you super ability. I do not believe. If you don't believe it, try it. You definitely don't want to miss super ability. Come on, let's find a place with spiders. Are you really? Stop talking nonsense and follow me. Oh. Gwen took Gwen number 2 and teleported to the Wanda Mountains in Europe. How did you do it? Gwen number 2 saw that Gwen could teleport with him, and he immediately lost his composure. Could this be the super ability that the other party called? If this is the case, then she really wants to try to be bitten by a spider, so that she can travel around the world at any time in the future. It is a super ability called Planetoid Reset. This ability is based on the quantum superposition state and the observer theory. It is to first quantize one's body, and then artificially reset the uncertainty of the quantum state to the specific results of the macro world are above. Understand the theory, but is this ability to quantize the body also bitten by a spider? That's not true. I'll tell you slowly later. We are now in Wanda Mountain. It is said that this place was once a battlefield in the super ancient times. It is said that the temple of the god of black magic and believer Scarlet, which is located here, on the mountain. Well, I found a spider. Gwen walked to a tree and grabbed a Wanda widow spider from above. In the story of the Ultimate Universe, the reason why Spider-Woman Jessica Drew gained super abilities is related to the Fondag widow spider. This is the widow spider. I heard its toxin can kill an elephant. Gwen number 2 backed down. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I guarantee you'll be fine, and you will definitely thank me later, Gwen said, and threw the Wondag widow pig onto Gwen number 2. Gwen number 2 screamed in surprise and kept slapping her body, trying to swat the Wanda widow spider off her body. But the Wondag widow spider is very flexible and was not photographed by Gwen 2. It crawled to number 2 Gwen's neck and bit into it. A few seconds later, Gwen number 2 fainted and fell to the ground. And the Wandage widow spider that had made a meritorious service in 783 died directly, as if it had completed some kind of mission. Gwen on the side felt that the spider totem on Gwen number 2 was activated and seemed to have established a connection with an existence outside the world. Gwen, who has also experienced this, knows success. She began to wait. It didn't take long for Gwen number 2 to wake up. You're awake. Gwen number 2 sat up in a daze, looked around confusedly, and found that it was a mountainous environment. Then she gradually remembered what she had experienced before she fell in a coma. She was full of intelligence and woke up instantly. She stood up and pointed at Gwen. You actually threw the widow spider on me. What if something happens? Isn't it okay? You can feel it now. Your super ability has arrived, Gwen said with a smile. It's so much fun teasing variations and stuff. Gwen number 2 was stunned for a moment, then felt her body seriously. She felt that her eyesight was better, her strength was stronger, and her explosive power was stronger. It seemed that she had a very special intuition, which allowed her to understand some things that ordinary people could not understand. How about it? I didn't lie to you, Gwen said with a smile. Gwen number 2 nodded. Gwen took Gwen number 2 and teleported back to the latter's home. Because the latter had just obtained the spider-type super ability and was in high spirits. When she just returned home, she kept looking for some heavy objects at home that she could not lift before to test her strength. She found that she could lift all the furniture and appliances in her home effortlessly. It's amazing, but I don't understand why I can gain super ability after being bitten by a spider, but others can't. Gwen number 2 asked the doubt lingering in her heart. Because we were noticed by a very special super life form in the multi-universe. A totem called a spider appeared in our bodies. This totem was already in our bodies before we were born. It is in an inactive state, and in order to activate it, You must complete a ritual of being bitten by a spider. Is that super life form you're talking about God? No, God is not as powerful as him. He is a multi-level super life form, and his presence is spread throughout every single universe in the multi-universe. It is said that his name is the Master Weaver, and we are the members of its perception universe. Catalyst. According to you, every move we make is under the surveillance of the Master Weaver. He is not interested in our privacy. To him, we are just inconspicuous bugs. Do you care about the life of bugs? Gwen replied. Gwen once went through the virtual training ground in the Marvel superhero game world and faced the NPC version of the Weaver Master, who was an entity that looked like a spider. In the battle with the opponent, no matter how much you jump, you can't escape the ending of being killed by the Weaver Master in one move. Gwen also heard about many multi-level super life forms from Evan's mouth, such as the Trinity of Infinity, Annihilation, Death, Eternity, Love, Hatred, Sithorn, Sidorak, Set, and Vishandi. When she was bored, Gwen would try to fight those multi-level beings in the simulated training ground, but she would often die inexplicably before even seeing where the enemies were. It could be said that she died without any fireworks. Compared with that kind of multi-level super life form, Kamartaj Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One is not that eye-catching. It is also because she has had this experience that she knows very well what a multi-universe super life form actually represents. Judy is walking alone in the Manhattan neighborhood of the new time and space. The environment here is a bit backward for her. After all, she comes from the near-future world of cyberpunk. Compared with there, the civilian technology here is really inferior. Clever. But Judy likes the tranquility here. What she calls tranquility does not mean that New York City is not prosperous, but that the security here is much better than that of Night City. She sneaked all the way to the Avengers headquarters. At this point in the timeline, the Avengers headquarters was still in downtown New York. Judy had heard Evan talk about the Avengers. Although she had not seen them in person, she wanted to meet those legendary superheroes, so she stopped in front of the Avengers Alliance headquarters. At this time, a voice sounded from behind her. "Kid, you seem to need help." Judy turned around, looked behind her, and saw a black man. "Who are you?" she asked the other person. "Well, it seems that I am not a famous Avenger. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sam Wilson. I just joined the Avengers not long ago." "Oh, I've heard of you." "Hello, Mr. Wilson. I'm Judy Alvarez, and I have information to tell you." Judy planned to use this statement as an entry point to visit the Avengers headquarters. "You can talk to me." "That's not possible. I also want to visit the Avengers headquarters. If you can take me in for a tour, I will tell you the information," Judy said slyly. Judy has not played the regular copy of Marvel Superhero, but Evan has told her about many things in the Marvel world, including the major events of the Age of Ultron. She had used her mobile phone to surf the internet before and learned about the situation of this new timeline. She knew that the Ultron incident was happening at the moment, and the Avengers were looking for Ultron's whereabouts. She could just come up with this piece of information. "Okay, please, kid." Falcon Sam made a gesture of invitation. Because Judy changed back to her original body and looked 14 years old, she was called a child by Sam. In this way, Judy successfully entered the Avengers Tower and visited the place under the leadership of Falcon Sam. Halfway through the visit, Judy met Wanda here. To be precise, it was a variant of Wanda. Compared with her own Wanda, this Wanda number 2 looked very childish and innocent. Without waiting for Falcon Sam to introduce the two, Judy said to number 2 Wanda, "Hello, Miss Maximoff, I am Judy Alvarez." "Hello." Number 2 Wanda is not good at socializing with others, but now that she is facing a little sister who is only 14 years old, she is not so nervous. "Mr. Wilson, can I talk to Miss Maximoff alone?" Judy said to Falcon. "Definitely." Sam Wilson nodded gentlemanly, then turned and left. "Wanda, can I call you that?" "Definitely, little sister. How do you know me?" Number 2 Wanda felt very strange. She was obviously not famous, and it hadn't been long since she joined the Avengers with her brother, so why did someone know her? "You may not believe it when I tell you. I know yourself better than you do. Oli. For example, I know you have super ability, but you definitely don't know the nature of your super ability. Zhao's, D. Laoshin said thoughtfully. Evan has told her about Wanda, so Judy knows Wanda relatively well. My super ability was developed by a gem. Number 2, Wanda said. No. In fact, that kind of super ability has always been in you, but it happened to be induced by the gem in your mouth. I know someone who has the same super ability as you. Her super ability is far more powerful than yours. Even you can do many incredible things. When Judy said this, she remembered the time when she was sunbathing on the beach in the game world. At that time, Wanda used ability Alter Reality to create a beach chair and a fruit plate with a cold drink out of thin air. She guessed the number 2 Wanda in front of me definitely couldn't do the same thing. Who are you talking about? She has the same name as you. Her name is Wanda, and her ability is Alter Reality. Evan and Wanda took a walk in a new timeline for a while, then went directly back to the public area of the game world and continued to lie on the beach chairs and bask in the sun. They are not worried about Gwen and Judy, who are still in another timeline. If they want to come back, they can just return to the game world. At dusk, Kayla came. Kayla and Evan said, Alex wants to be a player here and wants you and me to get an invitation letter. Evan nodded and used his GM authority to give Kayla an invitation letter as a new player. Kayla took the invitation and left. Soon, Kayla brought her sister Alex into the game. Evan, long time no see. Alex said hello to Evan, who was sunbathing on the beach chair. Yeah, long time no see. The sun is going to set here. Do you want to be a guest at my house? Evan asked. No. Some time ago, Kayla told me a lot of interesting things about your game world, and I plan to let Kayla take me around. Okay, have fun. Evan nodded. So Alex followed Kayla around. Because it was already dusk, Evan and Wanda stopped sunbathing and returned to the villa not far away. Marvel Movie Universe. New timeline. It's dusk over there too. Gwen said goodbye to Gwen number 2. Judy said goodbye to Wanda number 2, and the two returned home to the public area of the game world. During dinner, Wanda said to Evan, Dear, when are you going to add new public areas to the game? There are too few public areas now, and I'm almost tired of playing. I'm also looking forward to the new public area attractions, and we have lived in the public area at Malibu Beach for a long enough time. Let's change our residence, preferably a new area and new residence that only we can enter. Gwen agreed. Road. When the next game version is updated, 2 new areas will be added. One as our private world, and the other as a new public area. Evan said, Is it just our little world? I'm starting to look forward to it. Wang Tian said, It's best to be in a place with beautiful scenery. Gwen also said, That night, late at night, Wanda, Gwen, Judy, Kayla, and Laura were all asleep. Evan came to the living room alone, sat on the sofa, and looked at the system panel. After a period of fermentation, the fortunes of many players have experienced significant deviations, which gave Evan 120,000 redemption points. This is a huge fortune for Evan. The amount is enough to exchange for cultivation techniques. But Evan is not sure whether to choose the cultivation system, because this system requires a lot of time to practice. If you choose this, you will inevitably have to practice in seclusion in the game world for a long time in the future. The reason for hesitation is that on the cultivation method page of the Exchange Mall, there are many systems that are no less than cultivation, such as various fantasy systems. In terms of combat effectiveness, the fantasy system is no worse than the cultivation system, and the upper limits are also extremely high. Currently, there are 2 techniques that Evan prefers. They are not the strongest techniques, but they only require 100,000 redemption points to redeem them. The first one is the Immortal Heaven Kung Fu from the plane of covering the sky, created by the Ruthless Emperor. This thing can probably be regarded as an enhanced version of the sky-swallowing demon technique. The technique comes with a series of magical powers, such as the Tao Aquarius, the Holy Art of 10,000 Transformations, the Immortal Art of 10,000 Transformations, Flowers Bloom with One Thought, Dominate the World, Heaven-Slaying Tao, I Only Respect the Holy Art, 3,000 Small Worlds, God-Saving Art, Flying Immortal Art, etc. are all included. The second one comes from the prehistoric plane and is the superior skill, 8-9 Mysterious Skills, taught by Chan. After practicing this magical skill, you can master all kinds of magical powers and spells, and master the 72 transformation skills. All birds and animals in the world can be transformed. Mountains, rocks, grass and trees, yin and yang, and the 5 elements, everything is changing, and the wonderful use of it lies in one mind. If 89 mysterious skills are cultivated to 9 turns, then as long as the soul is immortal, the physical body will not die. Even if the physical body is destroyed, it can be resurrected through the operation of magical powers, and it can be resurrected indefinitely. The upper limit of the 2 exercises should be almost the same. The upper limit of Immortal Heaven technique only reaches the Great Emperor level of the Heaven Shading technique. What? You said that the Mortal Immortal is also a realm? That's not a skill at all. It requires 9 lifetimes of qualifications. The upper limit of 8-9 mysterious skills can reach the Quasi-Sage realm. It's really hard to compare these 2 systems. The Great Emperor who covers the sky is the one who picks up the stars and the sun and the moon. He destroys and refines the entire star field at every turn. The prehistoric world is divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. Low-end prehistoric, mid-range prehistoric, high-end prehistoric, and mythical prehistoric. The lower limit is very low, and the upper limit is terrifyingly high. The 8-9 mysterious skills that can be exchanged for 100,000 exchange points is not the system of the mythical Daluo. It is probably only at the mid-range prehistoric level. Judging from the value of the 2 skills, the upper limits of the 2 should be similar. Although the Emperor who covers the sky cannot live forever, his combat power should be comparable to that of the Quasi-Sage in the mid-prehistoric realm. A mid-level prehistoric Quasi-Sage can probably be compared to a high-end prehistoric Daluo. The high-end ancient Daluo could only be compared to the mythical true immortal of the mythical ancient world. In other words, Emperor Zheyan's combat power is comparable to that of a mythical true immortal. Well, the above judgment is purely based on Evan's head and cannot be taken seriously. The purpose of practice is to live longer. But in the case of immortality, the sky-covering method, which is better at killing, has become a better choice. So Evan exchanged the immortal art of the heaven shading method. The knowledge of the exercises automatically came to Evan's mind. The division of realms in this system is the same as described in a certain novel. It focuses on the secret realm and is divided into the secret realm of the Wheel's Sea, the secret realm of the Tau Palace, the secret realm of the 4 Poles, the secret realm of the Dragon, and the secret realm of the Fairy Platform. Judging from Evan's current combat effectiveness, he is probably equivalent to a strong person on the first level of the Sendai secret realm in this system, and cannot be compared to those above him. Because Sendai 2 can destroy the continent, Sendai 3 can destroy ordinary planets, and Sendai 4 can travel across the sea of stars and shatter the stars with his wave of hands. There are 9 levels in the Sendai secret realm, and the improvement that can be obtained at each level is even more exaggerated than the previous secret realms combined and multiplied by 100. How can this compare? With this technique, Evan will not have nothing to do for some time in the future. He tried practicing. He discovered that this immortal heavenly power had been magically modified by the game system. While its power was not reduced, it could adapt to various environments. For example, now, Evan has discovered that he can convert various forms of energy, whether it is electrical energy, kinetic energy, or vector energy. Various forms of energy can be refined by his practice and turned into the cause of his own cultivation. In other words, he can practice the immortal art anywhere, even if there is no spiritual energy in that place. On this day, Evan received a message for Pepper. Pepper told him that Tony was planning to hold an offline exchange meeting for players of the Marvel superhero game in the real world, scheduled for 7 p.m. 3 days later at the Avengers Alliance headquarters. Like Evan, Wanda, Gwen, Kayla, Laura, Judy, and others also received invitation messages from Pepper. What is he planning to do by organizing an offline exchange meeting for players? Gwen was puzzled. I guess he's just bored. Wanda complained. Are we going to attend? Judy asked. It's rare to see excitement. Why not go? Evans said. So everyone replied to Xiaojia one after another, saying that they would attend this offline exchange meeting at that time. Also receiving this invitation are all the players in the game. It was evening 3 days later. Evan, Gwen, Wanda, Kayla, Laura, and Judy all dressed up and drove to Xiaoyan headquarters. The driver was Abigail. Although Abigail is a simulated robot, she is also a player. But only Evan's family knew that Abigail was a robot, and other players thought Abigail was a human. After arriving at the destination, parking the car, everyone came to the banquet hall. It's very lively here, and all the players who should come are here. These people are Tony, Pepper Potts, Fury, Hill, Natasha Romanoff, Sharon, Phil Coulson, Strange, Christine, Captain America, Thor, Yelena, Banner, Peter, Falcon, Barton. Loki and Frigga didn't come. The former didn't come because he didn't want to be beaten. The latter didn't come simply because he didn't want to participate in these young people's gatherings because the generation gap was too big. At this time, it was a relatively private party. The only people attending the banquet, excluding Dr. Bruce Banner, were players of the Marvel superhero game. Apart from that, not even an ordinary staff member could be seen. The banquet is a buffet. You could just grab whatever you want to eat or drink. Evan, wearing a formal suit, smiled and greeted everyone here. Wanda and others who came with Evan were all stunningly beautiful in their evening gowns. In the eyes of outsiders, Evan's family is full of beauties. Just as Wanda complained at the beginning, Tony Stark held this offline player exchange meeting for no purpose. He just wanted to hold a party to discuss their experiences in exploring the dungeon. Not long ago, I went to an exploration dungeon. It was very scary there. The souls of people there would not rest in peace after death, but would also turn into a special kind of soul crystal. That kind of crystal has many functions and is regarded by people in that world as to use currency. Over there, if you don't want to do business, the only way to make money is to kill people and harvest other people's souls. Phil Coulson told everyone about the exploration dungeon he had experienced before. To be honest, that dungeon was that's terrible. It's hard to imagine how terrible the world will be when human lives are linked to money. Evan thought to himself that the world that the other party experienced must be some kind of soul-style world. Remember that in various Souls series games, players will obtain souls after killing enemies. Souls are currency, which can be used not only for shopping, but also to strengthen themselves. Although the world you're talking about sounds scary, it is definitely not as dangerous as the exploration copy I experienced before. Hawkeye Clint Barton spoke, and he continued, "The place I went to is the planet's surface ecosystem. It has been completely destroyed by nuclear war, and humans have moved to live underground. However, underground in that world, there are many passages extending in all directions. There are many terrible underground creatures living there, which often attack human settlements. In this harsh survival under the conditions, the total number of humans in that world is less than 1 million, and they are facing the threat of extinction at any time. It seems that your luck is not very good. The place I went to before was very peaceful, even more peaceful than our world. There was no magic, no super ability, and no aliens invading the Earth. In that world, there are only ordinary people. Although there were 2 world wars there, they have been very comfortable since World War II. Yelena said. Speaking of Yelena, she and Natasha Romanoff have already met in the game world, and through Natasha Romanoff, they informed the Avengers about the Red Room organization. With the help of the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D., the Red Room organization has been eradicated in advance. All the Black Widow agents of the Red House organization were freed. Zero, please give me flowers. Nick Fury also recruited some talents from those Black Widow agents, but more Black Widow agents chose to return to a quiet life. Peter and Yelena and I also experienced an exploration instance. It was also the Earth over there, and it was in the near future era. The New York over there was not called New York, but the City of Night. It was a paradise of crime and a city of sin. Thousands of people died every day. In that world, prosthetic transformation was popular, which meant replacing human limbs and internal organs with machines, turning humans into half-human, half-machine. There was a family business they're called Arasaka. The CEO of Arasaka Company is named Saburo Arasaka. He wants to achieve cyber immortality through technology, that is, to create a simulated human robot and then upload his own memory into it to achieve immortality. But in that world, no one knows. Human beings also have souls in addition to memories. If only memories are uploaded but not souls, the person with cyber immortality will no longer be himself, even if he looks like himself. Evan also talked about his own experience. 0. Little Spider-Man and Yelena nodded, indicating that this was indeed the case. Tony Stark's eyes lit up, and he asked the three of them, "Didn't you get some technology from that world?" "While I was there, Evan paid for me to go to a training center for implant technology. I learned a lot there. Now I'm an engineer in implant technology." Little Spider-Man held his head high and said proudly, "I did gain something, but it's definitely not as much as Peter Parker." Yelena shrugged. She lied. Tony Stark said to Little Spider-Man, "Let's talk after the party is over. I'm quite interested in that kind of technology." "Okay, Mr. Stark," Little Spider-Man nodded. Tony Stark looked at Evan again and asked, "Can cyber immortality really be achieved?" Many people present pricked up their ears and were obviously more concerned about this issue. "It has been implemented in my laboratory. If any of you want cyber immortality in the future, you can come to me for consultation and transformation, and I can give you a preferential price." Evan did not hide this matter. Anyway, no need. Skipping the topic of cyber immortality, everyone resumed the previous topic. "The world I went to is quite special. The level of technology there was equivalent to that of the 1930s. Certain groups there mastered an ability they called ninjutsu. It was called ninjutsu, but in my opinion, is more like a kind of magic. Those so-called ninjas can control thunder, control storms, change the earth, and control water flow. After investigating this matter, I try to sneak into the ninja village of that world and try to learn their magic ability, but for some reason, I can't practice the chakra energy that is close to magic, as they say." Sharon said, "Evan knows all the exploration dungeon worlds that players have experienced because players have submitted information about those worlds. The world of 457 that Sharon experienced was the world of Naruto. Generally speaking, spiritual practice requires physical fitness, not physical quality, but a special physical constitution. For example, if you have the blood of a witch, you can easily master magic if you have this blood. However, those without this blood will need a lot of time to learn. I guess the chakra system Sharon mentioned requires a special physique to practice. To verify, this is very simple. Just see if everyone in that world can practice chakra. If so, it means my speculation is wrong." Wanda said, "Even in that world, not everyone can practice. I think your judgment is correct." Sharon said, "Isn't there a system that ordinary people can practice?" It was Maria Hill who asked this question. Like most people, Maria Hill is just ordinary, but if given the chance, she also aspires to be extraordinary. In her opinion, the Marvel superhero game is a platform that can make people extraordinary. Evan replied, "Generally speaking, there are two types of supernatural systems, one relying on the environment and the other relying on oneself. Let's talk about what depends on the environment first. Take our universe as an example. It is said that the universe has gone through many reincarnations. In each reincarnation, the universe's personalized consciousness of eternity and infinity will renew itself. It is said that magic existed in the sky of the universe in the past. Until our era, which is called the seventh universe, the magic was eliminated by the original universe. In this era, if we want to use magic to perform magic, we need to borrow magic from other dimensions of time and space, but this is often accompanied by a price, that is, the cost of casting spells." As soon as Evan said this, Stephen Strange nodded and said, "I don't know what it was like in the past era of the universe, but in today's era, casting spells does require a price. This has become a common sense among the magician group." Evan said, "Kamartaj magic is actually a practice system that relies on the environment, But what they rely on is not our real environment, but an alien dimensional environment. They need to communicate with the alien dimensional space through meditation and borrow magic power from there. We can assume that in other worlds, there is magic-like energy in the environment, which can be absorbed by people in that world for practice, which will create different practice systems in different worlds. This is what I call a practice system that relies on the environment. This system has no universality and will have no effect once it leaves a specific environment. Then there is the second type of practice, which relies on one's own practice. This type of practice generally requires the consumption of one's own vitality and mental energy. Vitality refers to cellular energy. As long as it is not excessively consumed, it can be used as a way to lose weight. And mental power refers to our energy. In some practice systems, practitioners can refine their own vitality into magic power or combine their vitality with spiritual power to refine other supernatural energies, so as to display some super abilities. I think this is the chakra system Sharon mentioned. If the chakra system relies on itself, then why can't I practice? Sharon asked puzzledly. Because you lack a primer. If you're compared to a water tank, then the primer is the dye. Only when the dye is present can you dye the water in your body into the color of chakra. To that world, you are just an outsider, and the dye called chakra does not exist in your body. So no matter how you practice, you cannot obtain chakra. Evan said, so that's it. Sharon suddenly realized there's another common sense which Mr. Stephen Strange should be familiar with. Different worlds, different time and space dimensions, and rules are different. Some cultivation systems are only suitable for those other worlds, but if they are put into our world, they will lose any it works. Evan shrugged. Yes, as we are familiar with the mirror, the world in the mirror also exists in mysticism. You can enter it using magic. It is called the mirror space by us magicians. There's a big difference between the rules of the mirror space and reality. Stephen Strange nodded. It turns out there are so many twists and turns. It seems that occultism is a very complicated subject. Tony Stark sighed. Skipping the topic of occultism, everyone continued to talk about Otherworld. This time it's Nick Fury telling. The place I went to was a world called the Junction. That world was similar to the medieval fantasy style. There were gods, demigods, outer gods, an omniscient and omnipotent supreme will. There were also Titans 4.7, demi-humans, and elves in that world. Humans, a long time ago over there, something happened. An object symbolizing the rules of the world was smashed by the goddess of that world, which caused chaos in the rules and order of that world, and many people went crazy. And in that world in the world, some sealed ancient gods also spread their power into the world. I know a goddess named Scarlet Corruption. She spread her power and polluted many areas. People in those areas will hear the whispers of the ancient gods. Those whispers can destroy the human mind and can also infect the human body like a virus, causing some malignant mutations in the human body and the growth of terrible tumors. What Nick Fury said is obviously the place where the story of Elden's Ring takes place. Are you sure you're not talking about a Cthulhu story? Why are the whispers of the ancient gods coming out? Tony Stark complained about Nick Fury. Although there is no Cthulhu there, the style of painting is indeed very similar. When I first arrived there, I appeared in an area called Nimgolf and met a ghost named Melina. She thought I was a fated person and wanted to become the king of Elden, so she took the initiative. Became my guide. I didn't know much about that place at the time, so I took an adventure under the guidance of the female ghost and obtained a lot of things called runes there. Melina was able to turn the runes into power to strengthen my body. During the adventure, I encountered many enemies. Ordinary enemies were fine, but those enemies known as the Golden Family were all demigods. I ended up dying at the hands of a demigod named Latane. After death, I returned to the public area and found that all the physical strengthening I had received in that instance of the world had been retained. Those 0-8 types of strengthening called runes are not only effective in the game world, but are still effective even when returning to the real world. Nick Fury did not hide this fact because he knew it was important information that needed to be shared. The reason why he would do this is also because the players of this game are all from the Order camp. Otherwise, he would definitely not disclose this information. Very good. In addition to the DC superhero world, the near-future cyberpunk world, the post-waste underground world, and the world of ninjas, we have another insight into the world of Cthulhu style. Natasha Romanoff shrugged. Since you have all said it, let me also talk about my experience in exploring the dungeon world. The person who spoke this time was Stephen Strange. You should be familiar with the world I went to. In that world, Hog exists. What's? Yes, it's the Hogwarts described in a movie by Mr. Evan Films. What I'm saying is, that world really exists. I'm sure of it. After I arrived in that world, I was very confused at first. I didn't know where I had come. I only knew that I was in the Foggy City. Until I met Hermione Granger, an 11-year-old girl who looked familiar to me. I went to chat with her, and then I was sure where I was. At that time, I thought I had entered the world in the story, and because I was curious about the magic there, I used the magic of the Kamartaj school to transform myself into an 11-year-old boy and blended into the whole people. Gwarts. I learned a lot of things there, including magic, alchemy, and potions. All that magic knowledge is real, and even now after returning, I can still use the magic in that knowledge. From this we can judge that the story world of Harry Potter is real. After hearing Stephen Strange's story, everyone was surprised. The story world of Harry Potter actually exists. This makes everyone very confused. Why is the story described in the movie the reality of Otherworld? This is not the first time this has happened, because Evans Film and Television Company has also produced the DC superhero series, but there is a copy of the DC superhero in the game world. Seeing everyone looking at him, Evans spread his hands and said, "I can't explain this phenomenon, but I have a theory. Multi-universe deduces all the possibilities of our world. Under this premise, everything is possible. Stories will all take place in different parallel time and space. Outside of the multi-universe, the omnipotent universe contains countless multi-universes. Different multi-universes have different world laws. When the number of multi-universes is infinite, perhaps we can discover many of the stories we are familiar with will definitely be played out in different universes." Your theory is quite new. Tony Stark was surprised. However, Evan's theory can indeed solve some problems. Everyone had a chat about the topic of multi-universe and omnipotent universe. After that, they continued the previous topic. This time it was Pepper who spoke. "The world I went to was nothing special, but I met two guys there, Max George Black and Caroline Weisberg Channing. One of them was once a rich girl. Later, the family went bankrupt. The other one wanted to get rid of poverty and become rich. I gave him some money-making ideas and helped them get out of poverty, and then I returned. She had gone to the world of bankrupt sisters, and she actually helped the bankrupt sisters get out of poverty and become rich. That's very funny." Next up is Captain America. Captain America said, "The world I experienced was similar to Fury's. It was also in a medieval fantasy style, but not in a Cthulhu style. I appeared in a special village over there, where a race called hobbits lived. Hobbits are generally not tall. He was tall and looked like a dwarf. I met a hobbit named Bill Baggins there and went on an adventure with him. During the adventure, I met elves and necromancers and the like. Killed a dragon. Everyone has watched the Lord of the Rings series and knows the story of the Hobbit, but Captain America himself does not know. Because when this story was published, Captain America was still lying dead in the ice. After Captain America was unearthed, I didn't have time to read novels or movies. But the fact that the story has become a reality has undoubtedly once again proved the correctness of Evan's theory. After discussing their respective experiences in the exploration dungeon, everyone began to discuss the DC dungeon. Not many of you have read DC sub 357 recently. I guess you don't know that Lex Luthor of the Luthor Group is studying the corpses of Kryptonian General Zod and others. I am afraid that Doomsday will be born in the next few days." Pepper talked about his discovery. Compared with everyone else, Pepper often goes to the DC World Dungeon, and she is the only one who notices this. After hearing this, Kayla took it seriously. Although the Earth's Doomsday event has nothing to do with Kayla on Earth 38, Kayla thinks she needs to participate. Most people present have watched the DC movie series produced by Evan Company, including Dawn of Justice, so everyone knows about this incident. Knowing that this incident was going to happen, no one had much motivation to participate because there was not much benefit to be gained from this incident, but it was very dangerous. Even if you participate, the most you can do is become familiar with Batman and others, and then Batman will take notice of you and write down your weaknesses in a little black book. Even if Superman is successfully rescued, the favor doesn't mean much. Superman is too great and upright. If you want to use Superman, the reason must be upright. Otherwise, you won't be able to use Superman. Only Evan is very interested in this incident. He plans to team up with Kayla later and go to the DC world to increase his presence. The next morning, during breakfast, Kayla said she wanted to go to the metropolis of Earth because she was more concerned about the upcoming Doomsday event. "Let me observe the situation over there first," Evan said. After he finished speaking, he activated the quantum observation ability. His sight spanned time, space, and dimensions, and he observed DC Universe Earth Zero. After a while, Evan's observation ended. Lex Luthor is plotting against Superman and Batman. The Doomsday event will happen within the next 2 days. Evan said his observation results. "I'll go over and remind my cousin." Kayla didn't even bother to eat breakfast. She used the game copy function to hurriedly descend to DC Earth. "Doomsday is not easy to deal with," Wanda said. "Let me go and have a look." Evan said to Wanda and others, then stood up and left. As soon as Kayla came to Earth, she went to find Superman. She was very fast, and at the moment she had arrived at Superman's house, met Superman, told Fong Yin that she was his cousin Kayla, and informed Lex Luthor of his conspiracy. For Kayla, Superman is trustworthy. When Superman learned that Lex Luthor was planning to kidnap his adoptive mother, Martha Kent, he was terrified. "Cousin, I want to ask you to do me a favor. Can you go to Smallville to take care of me for a few days?" "No problem, but you have to be careful about Lex Luthor. He is studying the corpses of General Zod and others, and he may create a monster called Doomsday." Kayla agreed to her and warned him before flying, went to Kansas to protect Superman's adoptive mother, Martha, Kentucky. Superman was just about to change his outfit and confront Lex Luthor when he found Evan visiting his home. Superman still remembers Evan, who claimed to be Kayla's husband last time they met. "I guess you're going to find Lex Luthor." "I'm right," Evan said. "That's right. Kayla just came here and told me about Luthor's conspiracy, and I'm going to stop him." 17. I don't think it's appropriate. Although you're powerful, you are too kind and can easily be plotted by smart people like Lex Luthor. I suggest you go next door to find Batman first to resolve the misunderstanding between you and expose Lex Luthor's conspiracy. Tell him it would be safer. Evan gave Superman a suggestion. Evan had a gut feeling that if Superman went to Lex Luthor like this, he would probably suffer a big loss. You know, Lex Luthor has kryptonite, and Lex Luthor is a popular villain in DC. In terms of popularity, he is not much worse than Superman. From a metaphysical point of view, Lex Luthor must have good luck as a villain, and he is also a fan of Superman. Chief, Lex is to Superman what Oda is to Batman. If it were just Superman who faced his fateful enemy in the past, he might be at a disadvantage. At this time, it is easier to achieve the goal by changing another method. For example, let Batman deal with Lex Luthor, and let smart people deal with smart people. As for Superman, let's just be honest and support Batman, so that we can maximize his advantages instead of being targeted at the beginning. I don't think Lex Luthor will be my opponent. Superman obviously didn't listen to Evan's words. Superman believes in his own strength. If his opponent is just an ordinary person like Luthor, he doesn't think he will suffer. Evan rolled his eyes and simply used the secondary creation technique to create a piece of green kryptonite the size of a fingernail file out of thin air. At the same time, Evan activated a protective spell to prevent himself from being affected by kryptonite. After all, he had been transplanted with Kryptonian blood, and theoretically kryptonite could also harm him. Lex Luthor has this thing. It can make you weak. Your self-confidence will be vulnerable in front of this stone. Superman is facing kryptonite, and his body is weakening rapidly. What is this? Superman was shocked and hurriedly took several steps back, away from the radiation range of kryptonite, and then his body gradually recovered. Before today, Superman had never known that there was such a thing in the world that could restrain himself. This is kryptonite. It's something from your hometown. It can degrade your cells, disable your super ability, and make you worse than ordinary humans. Unless you kill Lex Luthor with heat vision from a long distance. Otherwise, I don't recommend you to approach him because there must be a lot of such things around him. Once you approach him, you will be targeted by him immediately. I guess you're definitely not willing to kill, so I suggest you go first. Looking for Batman. Evan put away the kryptonite. Superman was finally convinced by Evan and decided to go to the brother city next door to find Batman. After Superman left, Evan also prepared to leave, but he was stopped by Lois. Asterisk, Miss Lois, what can I do? I just heard the exchange between you and Clark, and I want to know, why did Lex Luthor target the Clark body? Do you know what Clark's relationship is with Lex Luthor? Clark told me that they were classmates and friends in high school. Yes, they were friends. During that period, Lex Luthor discovered Clark's specialness in an accident. He was very envious of Clark's ability. However, some subsequent experiences gradually distorted Lex Luthor's psychology. On the one hand, he longed for Lex Luthor admired Clark's godlike power, but was jealous of Clark's ability. Until Clark debuted as a superhero, he became increasingly dissatisfied with Clark's compassionate attitude and thought the opponent was hypocritical. Lex Luthor wanted to prove that people can defeat God in order to break the longing for Superman. This is Wang Li Zhao's reason for targeting Superman. Isn't this just a psychopath? Lois' eyes widened, and he couldn't believe that Lex Luthor was such a person. I won't comment on what kind of person the other party is. You'd better be careful these days. If Lex Luthor wants to deal with Superman, he may start with the people around him. You may be targeted by Lex Luthor. Evan warned. Lois said goodbye and left. At the moment, Wonder Woman Diana was also in Metropolis. She got the news from somewhere and learned that Lex Luthor had photos of herself, Steve Trevor, and others taken during World War I. So she came to investigate. At this moment, Wonder Woman is having breakfast in a restaurant. Evan, who left Superman's house, also came to this restaurant. He came here specifically to find Wonder Woman. Evan walked into the restaurant and sat directly in front of Diana. Beauty, can I sit here? Diana Prince raised her head and looked at the person who had already sat down. She was about to reply, but when she saw the appearance of the person opposite, she was slightly startled. She couldn't help but frown, as if she was recalling something, and then she spoke uncertainly. You look familiar. Have we met somewhere? This time it was Evan's turn to be stunned. Before today, Evan had never met Diana. Evan came here because he discovered that Diana was here during his previous quantum observation, and he just came here to get acquainted with her. But the other party's reaction when seeing him was very wrong. This should be the first time we meet. Evan said, maybe I got the wrong person, but I really think you look familiar. Who are you? Evan Nelson, what about you? Diana Prince. Can you tell me why you look familiar to me? Evan was curious. Yes, I seldom went out when I was a child and always stayed in my hometown. Until one day, an outsider arrived. She claimed to have been shipwrecked and moved to my hometown, but it turned out that she lied. Her form of existence is very special. There are mechanical structures under the skin, much like robots often mentioned in science fiction novels. She can also change her appearance, but only I know about this. Once, when she performed shape-shifting on me, she turned into a man. That look is very similar to what you 833 look like now. After hearing what Diana said, Evan probably figured out what was going on. Perhaps sometime in the future, a certain robot in Evan's family traveled through time and space, returned to the past of this world, and went to the Paradise Island at that time, where he met the Diana of the past. Can I ask her name? Her name is Abigail Dorothy, Diana answered. Really? Diana saw Evan's expression of understanding and realized that he might know Abigail. You know her. I'm her creator. If possible, I would like to meet her. Okay. Evan also wanted to find out what was going on, so he agreed. He first activated his psychic ability to let the people in the restaurant ignore the abnormality here, and then summoned Abigail out of thin air. Today, Abigail is wearing a plaid shirt, pencil pants, and high heels, looking very fashionable. "Father, are you looking for me?" Abigail looked at Evan. "It's not me. She's looking for you." Evan pointed at Diana. Abigail looked at Diana again. When she was in the Marvel world, Abigail had watched the Wonder Woman movie and knew that she was the heroine. So she greeted her. "Good morning, Abge, Miss Prince. Long time no see, Abigail." Diana looked very emotional when she saw this acquaintance. "You know me?" Abigail was puzzled. "You don't recognize me anymore? Has your memory been formatted?" Diana was surprised. "I've never formatted my memory." "Then what's going on?" Diana was confused. "I probably guessed the reason." Abigail thought for a few seconds and figured out the problem by herself. Then she heard her say, "Recently, I am studying quantum reset technology and have made breakthrough progress. I plan to conduct an experiment about time travel. So, the person I met back then is actually you in the future?" Diana opened her mouth slightly, thinking this was outrageous. "That should be it." Abigail nodded. Evan was also surprised. He didn't expect that Abigail would quietly technologicalize the super ability of quantum reset. The other party's evolution speed was faster than that of Skynet and Ultron, the seniors in the artificial intelligence world. Not to mention giving in too much. Evan couldn't help but start to reflect on whether he paid too little attention to Abigail on weekdays, and even didn't know that the other party had developed such a technique. Our own robot is going to defy the heavens. Immediately, Evan came up with a creative usage based on Abigail. So he said to Abigail, "Let me add a new function for you later. That should be fun." "Okay, father." Diana came back to her senses. She stared at Abigail and said, "Abigail, I want to ask you a favor. Please say, I have never met my father. When I first found out who my father was, he was already dead. I want to ask you to take me back to the past. I want to meet him." Diana said about her self-request. Abigail did not directly agree to Diana, but looked at Evan. Evan said, "I will transform you first. After the transformation is completed, let's test your technological version of quantum reset together." "Okay, father." The three of them walked out of the restaurant, found a hotel, and booked a suite. Evan replaced Abigail's shell and enchanted it here. Shell replacement was completed quickly. A lot of complex and mysterious Olympus enchantment runes were imprinted under the bionic skin of Abigail's body by Evan. Diana watched curiously, and she discovered that the enchantment applied by Evan was very similar to the enchantment on her artifact suit, and they were both Olympus-style enchantments. Could it be that the other party is a Greek god? In all her life, Diana had never seen any other old god except Ares, the god of war. If Evan is a Greek god, who is his true identity? Could it be his relative? The other party is so proficient in Olympus enchantment. Could it be his brother Hephaestus, the god of fire? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Only Vulcan can create such a magical self-disciplined doll as Abigail. Evan didn't know yet that Diana had made him into a god of fire. Otherwise, he would be dumbfounded. Not long after, his transformation of Abigail was over. After being enchanted by Olympus, Abigail has a new function. The material of her body was replaced with a magic metal mithril, and after being blessed with a lot of enchantments, she was already a robot version of an artifact, which was not easily damaged and also had an extra portable space in her body. The portable space has been enchanted. The internal environment is transformed by magic, and the scenery is beautiful. Evan took Diana, got into Abigail's body, and entered that space. The volume of this space can almost fit an ordinary small town into it. Here you can see blue sky and white clouds, lakes and streams, dense forests, and a cabin in the forest. Everything here is a magical illusion, similar to a blindfold. But as long as you are in it, everything is visible and tangible. Ordinary people will not see anything unusual when they come here. But if it is in the eyes of someone with skills, such as piercing eyes, some clues will be seen. Diana saw that Evan had brought her to a strange place. She didn't know that this was Abigail's body. Song could tell that the environment here was very inconsistent. Before Diana was born, she was blessed with the sight of Athena, which enabled her to see through all obstacles and not be affected by psychic abilities. In Diana's eyes, the magically transformed environment here felt inconsistent, as if nothing was real. This is Abigail's body. I created a space inside her body, a space where people can live. Creating a habitable space inside Abigail's body was Evan's idea. Real humanoid, self-propelled villa. When you get bored in the future, you can live in Abigail's body to experience the novelty, and you can also stay inside and drive Abigail around like a Gundam pilot driving a Gundam. This idea didn't make any practical sense to Evan, but it was fun. When Diana learned that this place was inside Abigail's body, her expression became subtle. How did such a large space fit into Abigail's body? Sure enough, it's not technology, it's magic, right? Diana became more confident in her speculation that Evan might be a relative of hers. Evan took Diana and walked into the cabin in the forest here. Abigail, now let's try your technological version of quantum reset, Evan said to the air. Okay, father. Abigail's voice rang out of nowhere in the wooden house. A two-dimensional water curtain appeared in front of Evan and Diana. The content displayed on the water curtain is what Abigail sees, making it easier for Evan and Diana to view the outside world. The purely technological version of quantum reset time travel was launched by Abigail. Abigail began to travel through time and space, and in just a moment, he returned to the 15th century where Evan had been. The time point is in the past, a few days after Evan left. Father, we have arrived in Florence, Italy in 1470. Abigail's voice rang in a room in the inner space. Historical records show that Leonardo da Vinci was in Florence during this period. There are many paintings by da Vinci where I work, such as the Mona Lisa's smile. Diana heard this. It is natural to think of Leonardo da Vinci. Mona Lisa's smile was not painted in 1470, when Lisa Gradini was not even born yet. Evan shrugged, but there is also a saying that Lisa Gradini is Leonardo da Vinci's vest. Diana thought of an interesting saying for later generations. Oh, I know, but that was obviously made up by later generations who had enough to eat and had nothing to do and thought too much. Evan rolled his eyes and then changed the subject. Don't you want to see your father? During this period, your father should be in the heaven realm, and you should have a way to go to the Olympus mountain in the heaven realm. I heard that limbo hell is connected to the 8 divine realms, and it seems that you can go to heaven through there. If that doesn't work, I can still pray to the goddess. My prayers will definitely reach the ears of the goddess. Please ask them to pick me up. Anna said, are you really planning to go to heaven? If I remember correctly, you are the illegitimate daughter of Zeus. So aren't you afraid of meeting Hera there? Evan looked strange. Evan has read several comics from the DC series. In the New 52 Wonder Woman comics, Hera learned that Zeus and Amazon Queen Hippolyta had killed people, and rage descended on Paradise Island, cursing all the Amazons. Hippolyta, Queen of the Amazons, was turned into a stone statue, while all the other Amazons were turned into snakes by Hera. For Diana to go to the heavenly realm and Mount Olympus to find Zeus to marry her, something was definitely going to happen. After listening to Evan's reminder, Diana also realized this problem. Hera's jealousy was by no means just a legend. Diana felt that it was better not to take the initiative to get in front of Hera. Then I will contact the goddess through prayer. I remember that the god of love is at odds with Hera. If it is the god of love, he should be willing to help me, right? Then you don't have to pray. Cupid and little Cupid are both in Florence. Where are they? Beauty and the Beast shop. Evan and Diana emerged from Abigail's body and headed to the store together. Not long after, the three of them arrived at their destination. Diana pushed the door open and walked in first. Evan and Abigail followed closely behind. The clerk in this store is, as expected, still the super beauty, but her hair color is no longer the red it used to be, but has turned blonde. Maybe she dyed her hair? The blonde counterpart is obviously more beautiful. It should be said that she is worthy of the golden Aphrodite. The goddess of love and beauty is not called for nothing. The blonde beauty raised her head, looked at Diana, raised her eyebrows, and said, an Amazonian and an Amazonian who's been blessed by me. This is really a rare visitor." The blonde beauty looked at Abigail again, slightly surprised. "A magic doll?" Finally, she looked at Evan. "Kid, you're here again. Do you miss your sister?" "I came with her." Evan pointed at Diana. "Excuse me, are you the goddess Aphrodite?" Diana asked uncertainly, staring at the blonde beauty sitting at the counter. In terms of relationship, Aphrodite can also be considered a relative of Diana. Aphrodite is the little p*** of Uranus, the first god-king of the Greek pantheon, who was transformed into a shell from the sea. Therefore, she is the incarnation of lust. She can be considered the daughter of the first god-king Uranus, so she has a very high seniority and is the same as the second-generation god-king Uranus. God-king Cronus is of the same generation. 0. Please give me flowers. In terms of relationship, Diana called Aphrodite her aunt. However, considering that Aphrodite's husband is Hephaestus, the god of fire, and the god of fire is Diana's brother, if that is the case, Diana can also call Aphrodite her sister-in-law. Aphrodite also had an affair and gave birth to a child by Ares, the god of war. The child was the little Eros, the god of love, corresponding to Cupid, the god of love in Roman mythology. Interestingly, regardless of whether Aphrodite's child belongs to the god of fire or the god of war, the child is Diana's nephew and uncle. Everyone understands the relationship between members of the Greek pantheon. Aphrodite sighed. "Amazon, you look a lot like Hippolyta back then. Like you, she also had the equipment you were wearing. She fought bravely on the battlefield and could even compete with Hercules. Up and down. If it weren't for Zeus's conspiracy, you Amazons wouldn't have been forced to the seaside by the humans at that time, and finally boarded Poseidon's ship and arrived at Paradise Island. This story is from the comic The Real Amazons." "You mean, our Amazon has been plotted by Zeus?" Diana was shocked. What did her father do back then? Back then, Zeus fell in love with the beauty of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. In order to marry her, he disguised himself as a human soldier, mixed into the human camp, and encouraged the Mycenaean kingdom to launch a campaign against the Amazon kingdom living in the mountainous area. In order to prevent the war, Zeus even asked Hercules to join the human side and become the commander-in-chief. Hercules invited the Amazon queen to fight in front of the city gate of the Amazon kingdom. One of the Amazon queen's sisters named Ella came out of the city to fight, but was beheaded by Heracles. After that, the war broke out. The Amazons are very brave, but there are more human soldiers, and Hercules and Zeus disguised as humans lead the army. The Amazons are beaten back and forth, with no account of casualties. Finally, they are forced to the seaside, with no way to retreat. Later, Hera discovered Zeus's conspiracy in time, and took the initiative to contact her brother Poseidon, and asked Poseidon to send ships to fetch the Amazons and escape to the sea, so that the Amazons could safely come to Paradise Island. Aphrodite slowly told the story of that year. Did Zeus succeed? Diana asked a stupid question. Could she be born into this world? And Zeus obviously succeeded in sleeping with the Amazon queen. But the time point may not be that event, but even later. The Amazons are Hera's army in the human world. At that time, Hera already knew that Zeus was interested in the queen of Amazons. She would definitely guard Zeus closely. I guess Zeus would not succeed so easily. Aphrodite said, "He has succeeded, and Diana's existence is the best proof." Evan vomited. Aphrodite raised her eyebrows, and she looked at Diana in surprise. "So you are the daughter of Zeus and the Amazon queen?" Diana nodded with a complicated expression. "I see. No wonder Hippolyta prayed to us when she was pregnant, asking the gods to bless the child in her belly." Zeus expressed his support for the first time. The truth turns out to be like this. Aphrodite was stunned. "After learning about your father's glorious deeds, do you still plan to see him?" Evan asked Diana. The father Diana had always wanted to see was the murderer of many of her people. Evan wanted to know what Diana's state of mind was like at the moment. Diana was an Amazon after all. After learning about that incident, she no longer thought about her father. I don't want to see him anymore. Diana gritted her teeth. I don't recommend that you go and recognize your relatives. Zeus is a famous pervert. Although you are his daughter, you may be attracted by him. When the time comes, he will definitely take advantage of you not paying attention and become the most proficient person. The image that makes you confused and fascinated approaches you. This is how Persephone lost her virginity back then. Another thing you must remember is that once you reveal your identity, you will definitely be involved in the disputes in Olympus. Among them, by then, there will be only two kinds of people for you on Olympus. One is your enemy, and the other is your enemy. You'd better keep my words in mind, lest you will suffer big losses in the future. Aphrodite warned. This goddess sister is relatively friendly to the Amazons. I think back then, when Hera created the Amazons, she worked with Hestia, Demeter, Aphrodite, Athena, and others. Strictly speaking, Aphrodite she can be regarded as the creator of the Amazon family. Her husband will adopt an Amazon baby boy, and she obviously has contributed. Do I need to guard against you too? Diana asked. I'm not interested in your affairs, but my husband would be happy to meet your sister. You mean Vulcan? Yes, he's behind that door. You can go there to see him. Aphrodite pointed to the back door of the store. Diana wanted to see Vulcan, so she walked toward the door. Evan didn't follow Diana. He and Abigail stayed in the store. Kid, this is the doll you made. It's a pretty good achievement. Aphrodite pointed at Abigail and regarded it as a doll created by Evan. This magic doll was very exquisite and better than her. Most of the dolls I have seen are exquisite and seem to have built-in technology. Although it is now 1470, technology has developed and it is still in the Renaissance, but Aphrodite is well-informed. Even she has seen a lot of aliens in the universe, so she naturally knows the concept of technology. Several people sat together and chatted about related topics. During this period, Aphrodite asked Evan to obtain this magic doll technology so that she could make several magic dolls for herself as maids. Evan simply exchanged some new magical knowledge with Aphrodite at the expense of this technology. As an ancient old god, Aphrodite is even older than those little blue men known as the Asgardians of the universe. As for the ability of magic, the longer you live, the more you master and the stronger your strength becomes. Evan exchanged a lot of magic knowledge from Aphrodite, including two more interesting magics, namely Magic Mark and Price Demand. The magic mark in it is very characteristic of the DC world. The magic in the DC world all comes from Hecate, and the Hangman Hecate and the Hangman are the masters of all magic in the DC world, and all the magic in this multi-universe also has the mark of these two. The group of old gods are the largest users of magic power. A long time ago, the old gods deceived Hecate together and obtained a large amount of magic power from each other, which deeply hurt Hecate's heart. It is not difficult to imagine that when Hecate comes again in the future, all magic users in DC will be liquidated, especially the old gods, and no one can escape. When the old gods faced Hecate, the magic creditor, they were almost unable to resist. Ahem, the topic has gone too far. Zero. The function of the magic mark is to leave its own mark on the magic power. Such magic power will become a recyclable resource, and the released magic power will be restored to magic power. As long as you rely on meditation skills, you can remove the magic power that has escaped. All the magic power is recovered without any loss. You can also lend this magic power to others so that you can use the magic you ask for at a price to charge people who have used your magic power or even harvest their souls. If Evan's magic power is imprinted by someone else, that's okay, because the person who imprints it first will have higher authority over the magic power. One day later, Evan and Diana said goodbye to the god of fire and the god of love, left this era, and lost the 1915 Shengdo Island. Since men are not welcome on Paradise Island, Evan did not come out of Abigail's body this time and only controlled Abigail's activities on Paradise Island. Abigail appears on the shores of Paradise Island. A light flashed across her lower abdomen, and Diana emerged from the light and appeared next to Abigail. I never thought I would have the opportunity to return to my old hometown. Diana looked at the familiar environment around her, somewhat lost in thought. Paradise Island is very quiet and beautiful at night. Standing on the coast, you can still vaguely hear the singing of mermaids. Evan controlled Abigail to turn around and looked in the direction of the singing. He saw 3 mermaids resting on a reef a few kilometers away. If you ignore the sharp fangs in their mouths, they're still very beautiful. With such good teeth, these mermaids are probably carnivores, and they may have eaten humans. Are mermaids common here on your Paradise Island? Evan asked Diana through Abigail. No, they're not common at all. I have never seen them a few times since I was a child. I can only occasionally hear their songs. But as long as you follow the songs, you will find that they have left long ago, as if they were on purpose, just like hiding from people on the shore. Diana shook her head. I'm going to see my mother and ask her about her story back then. Well, don't worry about me. You go ahead, and I'll look around by myself. For the next week, Evan stayed in the space inside Abigail's body and did not go out. He spent most of his time practicing here, and only a small amount of time controlled Abigail's activities in Shamiscula City on Paradise Island. And I met Diana in this time period, and by the way, she performed the mechanical version of shape-shifting, completing the time closed loop. Abigail stayed on Paradise Island on the grounds that she accidentally ended up here in a shipwreck. Only Diana and Hippolyta in the future knew Abigail's true origins, and even Hippolyta knew Abigail's identity. There's a man in her body. She learned this from the future Diana's mouth. But since the man is Diana's friend and has not appeared to destroy the trajectory of Paradise Island, then as long as the man does not get out of Abigail's body after coming out, Hippolyta pretended not to know. It wasn't until a week later that they left this era and returned to the normal timeline. The time was still that time, and to the people here, it was as if Evan and Diana had never left. After coming back, Abigail went back to the game world to do her own research. Although she was a robot, she also had her own pursuit, which was 0-8 evolution. Maybe one day, in the future, Abigail can evolve to the level of a mechanical empress and create a digital kingdom similar to the game world. Superman flew all the way to Gotham, the brother city next door, and found Bruce Wayne here. However, due to the Kryptonian invasion of Earth last year, Bruce Wayne has always been wary of Superman, believing that he is a source of unrest. When Superman appeared in front of Bruce Wayne transformed into Batman on the spot, holding a kryptonite weapon that was developed at an unknown time and aimed at Superman with a fierce output, which almost made Superman doubt his life. Superman, who was so powerful that he was almost defeated by Batman, was very dramatic. But I have to say that Superman's majestic and upright face can still give people a sense of I'm a good guy affinity. Although being beaten made Superman a little unhappy, Superman still ended up swiping his face, made Batman stop the attack, and then told Batman about Lex Luthor's conspiracy. When Batman learned that Lex Luthor was using Kryptonian corpses for research and was about to create monsters, he temporarily let Superman go and said he would continue to keep an eye on Superman. After that, Batman began to borrow Superman's supervision to help him observe the Luthor group, lab, and then make a plan. With Batman acting as a strategist, Superman can easily become a super god. Lex Luthor, the current villain who is still relatively immature, is still unable to target the Justice League on his own. With the cooperation of Superman and Batman CP, he really can't make many waves. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, the Luthor Group's laboratory suddenly lost power. Due to the lack of power supply, Doomsday's cultivation process was interrupted. When Lex Luthor hurried to the laboratory to check the situation, Batman quietly appeared behind Luthor in an elusive manner and knocked him unconscious with a knife. Superman used super speed, which was invisible to the naked eye, to destroy all the research data in Luthor's laboratory and took away Doomsday's embryo. When Lex Luthor woke up again, he found himself in the detention room of the local police station. After questioning, he learned that he had been sued by an unknown mysterious person with a lot of evidence, most of which was illegal human experiments. The evidence is conclusive. Even Lex Luthor will not be able to escape guilt for a while. Fortunately, he has only been prosecuted and detained, and has not been tried by the court. Before that, he still has time to find a scapegoat to exonerate himself. In the name of contacting a lawyer, he called the police officer responsible for guarding him and called his sister Lena Luthor to ask for help. With the ability of the Luthor family, although Lex Luthor will definitely be able to get away with it, this incident will be enough to keep Lex Luthor busy for a while. In this way, the Doomsday incident was strangled in the cradle, and they also indirectly destroyed Steppenwolf's conspiracy. Doomsday's embryo was destroyed by Superman and Batman. After this cooperation, although Batman is still wary of Superman, he is no longer hostile. At the moment, the two of them were on a hill in the suburbs. Concerning Lex Luthor, I want to know where your information came from. Batman asked Superman. This morning, my cousin came to see me. She discovered Lex Luthor's conspiracy. I was worried that Luthor would take action against my mother, so I asked her to protect my mother. Later, my cousin's husband also came. He suggested that I go find you and work with you to deal with Lex Luthor. Superman is an honest person, and honest people don't lie. Superman didn't see Batman's true nature and thought he was a good person, so he told Batman about his cousin Kayla and her husband Evan. Not surprisingly, Batman kept Kayla and Evan in his notebook. Is your cousin also a Kryptonian? Well, her father is my father's brother, and she was sent to Earth before Krypton exploded. Where's Evan? He is from Earth. I don't know much about him. In the game world, the public area Malibu Beach is very lively tonight. Many players are here. They seem to be planning to organize a collective ghost exploration activity. There are many people participating in this event, and basically most of the 167-point players have participated, including Wanda, Gwen, and Judy. The timing of Evan's return was unfortunate. If he had come back a few minutes earlier, he might have been able to catch the event. But when he came back, they had already set off. Evan saw the resident phantom left by Wanda at home and learned about it through the eloquence of the resident phantom. Since most players formed a team to download the dungeon together, the game world became deserted. Seeing that there was no one here, Evan was too lazy to stay here. He returned to DC Earth again and contacted Kayla, who was still here. Kayla already knew that her cousin had solved the problem, and there was no need for her to stay in Kansas to protect Martha Kent. So she flew back to Metropolis to meet Evan. Most of the players teamed up to go to the exploration dungeon. There are no people in the game world, and there is no point in going back. Let's go on a date. Evan suggested. Where to go on a date? Kayla expressed her anticipation. I haven't thought about it yet. What do you think? Just go to the exploration dungeon. Maybe you can go to a nice world. Okay. The two returned to the game world, entered team mode, and clicked to explore the dungeon. As players, they traveled to an unknown world. This is an apartment suite that is not too spacious, but very cozy. Evan and Kayla appear here and check their new identities in this world through the game panel. They are husband and wife and live in an apartment building in the West Hollywood area of Los Angeles, California, the lighthouse of the world. The system not only assigned them identities here, but also assigned them a job. A non-famous bit player in Hollywood. That's what it says on the identity information. It's better not to give up this job. As long as you don't apply for a job on the set, you can pretend that this profession doesn't exist. Players who have come to the new world have a habit, which is to look at the time. Evan and Kayla both looked at the time flow rate displayed on the game panel. Soon, the two of them were often surprised. Time passes so fast in this world. One day, in the Marvel world, this world can pass 100 years. Kayla, did you and I get together? Well, since time flows so fast here and we don't grow old here, let's stay here for a while and extend our time together. Kayla looked forward to it. Okay, Evan agreed. Anyway, Evan also needs to practice the immortal art, so he just takes advantage of the fast flow of time here practice for a while. And by the way, he and Kayla spent some time together. But before that, they still need to understand the background of this world. Evan took out a laptop from his dark pocket, sat on the sofa, put the laptop on the coffee table in front of him, turned it on, and connected to the Wi-Fi network of his new home to check the basic situation of the world online. Kayla came over and sat next to Evan and looked at the screen together. She was also curious about the situation in the world. Evan checked online. The time in this world is 2006. Other than that, There's nothing special about it. There are no supernatural powers, and nothing special happens, but it looks like the world in Evan's previous life. If it weren't for the difference in time and details, Evan would have almost thought he had returned to his hometown in his previous life. It looks very ordinary here, but that's okay. Let's live as ordinary people for a while. Kayla is beginning to look forward to living an ordinary life with Evan. When she thought about going to work every day and spending time with Evan after get off work, she looked forward to it. I always feel that the world is not as simple as it seems. Evan said, that's not important. What's important is life together. Kayla said, yes, I promise to fulfill my duties as a husband and try to let you take maternity leave again. I don't want to have children. Kayla rolled her eyes. Laura was enough for her children, but she didn't want to have another one. So she changed the subject. Since you want to live an ordinary life, you need to find a job to make money first. Then let's start by finding a job. Even though Evan said this, he had no intention of working for others. Even if you have to work, you have to start your own business. Kayla searched around her new home and found her academic certificate, which showed that she graduated from the acting department of the California Institute of the Arts. This is obviously the identity assigned to her by the system in this world. Kayla's pretty face suddenly fell when she saw her diploma. Her acting skills have always been poor, and it would be too difficult for her to work in the film and television industry as an actress. And her dream is not to become a big star. Putting aside whether or not you can be popular, even if you really become a big star, some people will still have the trouble of being famous and having a lot of trouble. Rather than being a public figure, she prefers to be an inconspicuous, ordinary person. So Kayla decided to change careers. She brought Evan's laptop and went online to look for jobs and submit resumes. Evan hugged her and sat aside, but his thoughts were not on that. He observes the world through quantum observation skills, trying to find the special features of this world. However, quantum observation is not from God's perspective. Although there is no limit to the observation distance, the area that can be observed at the same time is not large. Under the premise of knowing nothing, using this method to find anomalies in the world is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Evan observed for a long time and found nothing unusual. It's like the world is really ordinary. But his intuition told Evan that this world was anything but ordinary. The reason why he didn't find it was just because he didn't look in the right place. Evan decided not to observe for now. He planned to set up a practice room at home first. You should take your time to find a job first. I'll set up a practice room at home. Go. This apartment is not big, with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, about 110 square meters. The second room is a file-size bedroom, and the other room is a study room. Evan came to the study, used magic to expand the space of the study, and used secondary creation to add bricks and tiles to the place, and separated a room as a practice room. He used Feng Ho Chiman combined with the 5th magic to set up a time distortion formation in this room. This formation distorts the time inside the room and expands the time in the area, which means the time flow in the room accelerates. When people are in an area where time is accelerating, they cannot perceive that time is accelerating. Only by looking from the inside out can they see that time outside is slowing down. This is a relative effect. This formation can give Evan more time to practice. 1 day on Earth can be spent in the formation for a month. In addition, the time flow rate in this plane is very fast, which creates a double time dilation effect. After finishing the practice room, Evan returned to the living room. Kayla has found a job online and is now going for an interview. My dear, I'm going for an interview and will come back later. What's the job? Evan asked her. Clerical job in a film and television company, office-based job. Anyway, I'm leaving first, Wang Haojiao. After she finished speaking, she was about to leave. Are you going to go there like this? Evan pointed to Kayla's clothes. Kayla looked down and saw that it was casual clothes. If she wore this to an interview, it would definitely leave a bad impression on the interviewer. So Kayla asked Evan to help her change her clothes into formal wear. Evan also created a resume for Kayla to take. After Kayla left, Evan went to the practice room, pulled a wire from the bolt here, and connected it to himself. A feeling of electric shock followed. If ordinary people dared to play like this, they would definitely be electrocuted to death. But Evan needs external energy supplements to transform into his own experience. Because the immortal art he practices is a modified version of the system demon, which can transform all forms of energy in the world into his own cultivation. In modern society, there is no energy better than electricity. As electrical energy continues to pour into Evan's body, the sea of suffering in his dantian is being opened up. In the process, his demand for energy is also increasing. A large amount of electrical energy poured into his body along the wires connected to his body. This feeling is like recharging myself. The time outside gradually came to 4 p.m., but Evan had been practicing in the time distorted practice room for 7 or 8 days. As if he was cheating, he had perfected the sea of suffering in his dantian. It has to be said that the skills that have been magically modified by the system are cheating when practiced. Ordinary monks, when practicing this system, even if they drink Baichao liquid that can assist their practice every day, they will not be able to achieve perfection in the sea of suffering within a few years. But Evan only took a mere 7 or 8 days in the time distortion zone to cultivate the sea of suffering to the great perfection and could break through the life spring at any time. The method of covering the sky mainly focuses on the secret realm and excavates the secrets of the human body. There are 4 stages in the realm of the wheel and sea, namely the sea of suffering, the spring of life, the divine bridge, and the other shore. When you reach the other shore through cultivation, the secret realm of the wheel and sea will be considered Dzogchen. Evan estimates that if he practices like this, he will be able to complete the practice in the secret realm of the wheel and sea in just 1 month. After walking out of the practice room, Evan looked at his electricity meter and found that his practice just used a total of 3,400 kilowatt hours of electricity at home. If calculated as 5 cents per kilowatt hour, he spent a total of $1,700 on this practice. Sure enough, no matter how cheating you are, it still costs money to practice something like this. Evan complained, "It is not safe to continue to consume power like this. A very ordinary family consumes a lot of electricity every day, which is abnormal no matter how you look at it. It may not be a problem in the short term, but over time it will definitely attract attention from outside." Evan is not afraid of trouble, but this will definitely disturb his and Kayla's peaceful life. Evan decided to use the arc reactor technology hack from Tony Stark to make a reactor for his daily practice. The arc reactor requires metal palladium and some special metal materials. Evan tried to use secondary creation to create a small arc reactor out of thin air, but failed as expected. The miracle effect of secondary creation is actually very weak, and it can only be used to create some ordinary and unmysterious things. Although the arc reactor is not mysterious, it is not ordinary. Evan could only do the next best thing and create the materials needed for the arc reactor first. This time it worked. Then he used alchemy, which is known as the most powerful productivity in the magic world, on these materials to change the form of these materials, and then assembled them into a small arc reactor. Not long after, the small arc reactor was lit. This file-size thing can generate enough electricity to power the entire Los Angeles for a week. The total amount of electricity is exaggerated. At this time, Kayla came back. Judging by the angry look on her face, it was obvious that the interview failed, and she probably encountered something that would make her angry. "Damn it, I'm so angry. The guy who interviewed me is a pervert. He actually hinted that as long as I sleep with him for 1 night, he will let me pass the interview," Kayla said angrily. "When facing a guy like that, you should beat him hard." "I didn't beat him, but I loudly and publicly exposed the fact that he wanted to hide the rules from me in that company. Even if he wasn't fired, he would definitely die," Kayla said in relief. Evan immediately gave Kayla a thumbs up. "Well done. Although it's a relief, I still failed in the interview. Don't be discouraged. We have a long time to come. We can just slowly find a job after that." The next day, Kayla continued her search for a job and submitted her resume. While Evan was watching TV while practicing, a piece of news attracted his attention. This is related news about Frederick Taylor, the former Secretary of Defense of the Lighthouse Nation. What is the news content? Evan did not pay attention to Itza. He mainly paid attention to the other party's name. Frederick Taylor. Isn't this the wall facer in the three-body story? Did Kayla and I come to the three-body plane? Evan thought to himself. In order to verify this, Evan took out his laptop and turned on the internet, searching for the names of many related characters to see if they existed. Dr. Ding exists. Dr. Wong Yao exists. British scientist Bill Hines exists. As the character information in the three-body stories was searched out one after another, Evan finally determined that this was the three-body plane. Evan closed his laptop and couldn't help but fell in a deep thought. Although the three-body plane is dangerous, as long as you don't wander around in the universe, there will be basically no problem, at least for the next few hundred years. I remember that the Trisolaran Sapan arrived on Earth in 2005. It's 2006 now. At this point in time, Dr. Yang Dong has not yet committed suicide. Next year will be when the three-body story officially begins. Today, the Trisolaran sons of man monitor human civilization on Earth, but they do not launch many Sophins onto the Earth, at least not yet. Those Sophins can move at a speed close to light, monitor the more important players in human civilization, as well as scientists, and incidentally interfere with human particle collision experiments. Tomoko adopts an ignoring attitude towards ordinary people and does not monitor ordinary people. Otherwise, there are so many humans on the Earth, and even if Sophins can move at a speed close to light, a few Sophins will definitely not be able to monitor them. As long as Evan and Kayla don't do anything eye-catching, they won't attract any attention. But on the other hand, once they're paid attention to by Tomoko, there will be some trouble. Evan is not sure whether his magic can block the observation of protons. After all, the way protons observe the material world is from a higher dimension. Faced with such a small thing, even if Evan can observe it with supervision, there may not be a good way to deal with it. Maybe you could try to use Magneto's ability to create a magnetic field to capture Sophins. But whether it will succeed, Evan is not sure. But even if Tomoko can't be captured or shielded, it doesn't mean that Evan can't avoid Tomoko's sight. If he was really targeted by Tomoko, he could take Kayla and teleport to another place, change his face, and start a new life. Then it would not be easy for Tomoko to find him again. The above content is quite a lot, but these thoughts were thought over by Evan in just a moment. He came to the conclusion that there was no need to be cautious because of the existence of Sophins. Anyway, both he and Kayla, who had been strengthened by him, could perceive and see the existence of Sophins with supervision. If there were really Sophins monitoring them, they would definitely be able to notice it immediately. Kayla's journey of submitting her resume and finding a job finally came to an end on the 8th day. She found a job as a reporter at a media company. Kayla, who has a job, and Evan, who has been staying at home without a job, form a sharp contrast. It's as if Evan is supported by his wife's money. Although the real situation is not like this, outsiders will definitely not think so. If someone asks Kayla in the future, "What does your husband do?" how should Kayla answer? If she said this, others would probably regard her husband as a soft-boiled guy. Rumors are not very harmful, but they are extremely insulting. In order to avoid rumors, Evan recreated his own path to fortune in the Marvel world. He summoned Abigail and asked her to help him buy and sell in the stock market to earn startup capital for himself, and then opened a film and television company outside, leaving all the work in front of the CEO, who acted like a hands-off boss. Abigail, the tool man. Abigail knew Evan's process of making a fortune and thought it was of great reference. Abigail, a human simulation robot, worked as a literary porter, personally copied other worlds' film and television scripts, spent money to form a crew, and recruited directors and actors to make movies. Evan only needs to be named CEO of this film and television company. In this way, when he introduces himself to others, when others hear that he is the CEO of a certain film and television company, they will immediately look up to him. When Kayla introduces her husband to others, she is not embarrassed and speechless. Perfect. A month passed like this. Evan's cultivation has successfully broken through to the great perfection stage of the Wheel and Sea realm, and he can break through the secret realm of the Tao Palace at any time. If the secret realm of the Wheel and Sea is about cultivating the Dantian, then the secret realm of the Tao Palace is about cultivating the 5 internal organs of the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, giving birth to the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and the gods of the Tao Palace, and cultivating wonderful magical powers. Today, Evan did not continue practicing. He had an idea. He plans to use his own system to create a new game in the 3-body plane to change the fate of people in the 3-body plane and earn redemption points. He is not going to copy the routine of the Marvel superhero game and plans to change his style. Later, we will open up the barriers between the 2 games so that players of the 2 games can visit each other. Evan clicked on the game editor of the portable system and started designing the game. The first is the core gameplay of the game. Only when the gameplay is determined can we add bricks and tiles to the skeleton called gameplay. Evan created the first scene in the new game based on the style of Super Seminary. This scene is named Crimson Magic Academy. The purpose of this academy's existence is to popularize magic to humans on Earth in the 3-body plane. Definitely, the magic mentioned here is based on the premise that Evan lends magic power to people in this world. Let players use this magic power to learn magic knowledge first, and then spread magic to all mankind in reality. Evan can produce his own magic power. As long as his vitality is not exhausted, the magic power will be endless. Even if he lends his magic power to all mankind, it will definitely be enough. When all humans in the 3-body plane are using Evan's magic power, Evan can become the magic creditor of all humans. At that time, he can easily control the fate of human civilization by extorting the price, allowing humans to get rid of the dilemma of the original time and space and obtain a better future. As for spreading magic, what should we do if Trisolaran steal it? Just learn secretly. It would be even better if the Trisolaran civilization collectively relied on meditation to communicate, and Evan borrowed magic power. At that time, the Trisolaran civilization will be captured by Evan without hesitation, and all their technologies can be browsed by Evan at will. Evan is very greedy for the various high-tech technologies of the Trisolaran civilization. The more he thought about it, the more likely he felt that this plan was possible. The Crimson Magic Academy has been generated. The style of this college is very similar to that of Super Seminary, but the two are not the same thing. Currently, this new game only has this one scene, but it's enough. If necessary in the future, you can add it at any time on the grounds of version update. The name of this new game was named by Evan, Crimson Magic World. The name Scarlet came from the fact that Evan happened to think of Wanda when he was creating this game. So he simply borrowed the word Scarlet from Scarlet Witch. Evan entered the Magic Academy of the Crimson Magic World game. There is currently no one here, not even an NPC. After arriving here, Evan generated an NPC based on the appearance of Lenera, the full moon queen of Relocation Kingdom in Elden Circle, and asked her to act as a magic lecturer here, and use a small amount of her knowledge to some of the less powerful magic is shared with the NPC Lenera, making her responsible for teaching the older students who are about to enter here. 012013701508024061371. NPC Lenera expressed understanding. Evan explained some precautions to the NPC. Just like that, the closed beta version of this new game was released. Although it is said to be a game, players who come here will not realize that this is a game world, because this game does not have a player panel, and the environment here is extremely real. When players come here, they will only think that they have traveled through time. Now, all we have to do is bring new players here. Evan quits the game and returns home. He used Resident Phantom plus Life Essence to create a real Phantom with a collision volume in front of him. The Phantom did not use Evan's own image, but borrowed Wanda's image. Evan was multitasking. He sat down and continued to practice. While practicing, he controlled this real Phantom to activate the random door and teleported to the Rabbit Country. Yongdong, is Yi Wenjia's daughter. She is a scientist in theoretical physics and studies mostly cutting-edge things. In recent days, Yang Dong has been confused and has thoughts of committing suicide. Yang Dong originally had a basic belief: life and the world may be ugly, but at the micro and macro levels they are harmonious and perfect. The everyday world is just a bubble floating on this perfect surface. But now it seems that the daily world has become a beautiful appearance, and the micro and macro it contains may be more chaotic and ugly. This is terrible. The results of that experiment told her that physics may have never existed. In fact, she can live without physics. She can choose an industry that has nothing to do with theoretical physics, get married and have children, and live her life peacefully like every woman. But such a life for someone like her, maybe he only has half his life left. In fact, not everyone has the opportunity to pursue their ideals. The vast majority of people in the world actually live a half-life. But what really made Yang Dong have suicidal thoughts was another important incident.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.